Westside, Bankhead. They where I'm from.
Where you from, nigga?
Everything y'all did,
What it is?
it been done. My
nigga.
true game, my shoe game. You can't touch that shit. Bitch that hollering about fuck me.
Hold up.
Nah, fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch.
Fuck that bitch.
Fuck that bitch. Bitch that hollering about fuck me.
Hold up.
Nah, fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch.
Fuck that bitch.
Fuck that bitch. Bitch that hollering about fuck me.
Hold up.
Nah, fuck that bitch. 3. What you wanna do here? Bitch, I'ma float like root beer. Still working on getting the cool clear. You ain't got none of my shoe gear. Red on the bottom right there, red. Charlie Shield model, her hair red. Bitch, you ugly and bitch, you ugly. And both y'all whole look scary. I don't wanna get married. Chick, you a bird, parrot. I ain't so good, these hoes like, boy, you get fat, eat salad. On round around, no getting in, no bunking. Got your main bitch on my dick, shit, she ain't nothing.
You lame.
Her hips fast, seen her walk past me like shit. She seen my Audemars, she try to touch that. I said, bitch. I bang hoes, riding in the drop top rain road. I train hoes, I'm a pimp, Trinidad Jane Clothes. Westside, Bankhead. They where I'm from.
Where you from, nigga?
Everything y'all did,
What it is?
it been done. My true game, my shoe game.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
God, I wonder, can you save me?
Secret society, trying to keep the eye.
God, I wonder, can you save me?
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
God, I wonder, can you save me? I can't die.
Yeah, this shit is wicked on these mean streets. None of my friends speak, we all trying to win. But then again, maybe it's for the best though. Cause when they seeing too much, you know they trying to get you touched. Whoever said illegal was the easy way out couldn't understand the mechanics and the workings of the underworld. Granted, 9 to 5 is how you survive. I ain't trying to survive, I'm trying to live it to the limit and love it alive. Life ills, poison my body. It used to say, fuck Mike skills. I never prayed to God, I prayed to God E. That's right, it's wicked, that's life. I live it, ain't asking for forgiveness for my sins. Ends, I break bread with the lay hands, picking their brains for angles and all the evils that the game will do. It gets dangerous, money and power is changing us. And now we're lethal, infected with the evils.
God, I wonder, can you save me?
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
God, I wonder, can you save me?
Secret society, trying to keep the eye.
God, I wonder, can you save me?
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
God, I wonder, can you save me? I can't die.
Mic check, mic check. Soy shirt. It's my pajama. Yeah, this thing don't reach me. Okay, that's more. Better without this thing. Hello? I need a new mic, dude. This is... I know it's a good mic, but it's like... I want to have something I hold. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We used to fight for building blocks. Now we fight for blocks with builders that make a killing. The closest of friends when we first started, but grew apart as the money grew. And soon grew black-hearted. Thinking back when we first learned to use rubbers, he never learned. So in turn, I'm kidnapping his baby's mother. My hand around the collar, feet in the cheese. She said the taste of dollars was shitty, so I fed her 50s. About his whereabouts, I wasn't convinced. I kept feeding her money till her shit started to make sense. Who could ever foresee? We used to stay up all night at slumber parties. Now I'm trying to rock his bitch to sleep. All the years we were real close. Now I see his fears through her tears. No, she wishing we were still close. Don't cry, it is the beat. In time, I take away your miseries and make it mine. The evils.
God, I wonder, can you save me?
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
God, I wonder, can you save me?
Secret society, trying to keep the eye.
God, I wonder, can you save me?
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
God, I wonder, can you save me? I can't die.
Yeah, My flesh, no nigga could test. My soul is possessed by the evils in the form of diamonds and Lexuses. The exorcist got me doing sticks like homie. You don't know me, but the whole world owe me. Strip was thought to be a pleasant guy all my fucking life. So now I'm down for whatever. Ain't nothing nice. Throughout my junior high years, it was all friendly. But now this higher learning got the Remy in me. Liquors invaded my kidneys. Got me ready to lick off, mama forgive me. I can't be held accountable, the evil's beating me down, boo. Got me running with guys, making G's, telling lies that sound true. Come test me, I never cower. For the love of money, son, I'm giving lead showers. Stop screaming, you know the demon said it's best to die. And even if Jehovah Witness, man, he'll never testify. The evil's
Still gone. I wonder, can you save me? I can't die.
10-minute intro. Little bits. I don't know. Does he do his Scuff podcast still? He did one, right? Yo, Smokey, are you trying to get permabanned? Mods, clean that up, bro. I don't like this guy. This guy's a weirdo. Get him the fuck out of here. Should we permaban him? Smokey, you either got 20-day ban or a perma. What do you want? Like, bro, you're not funny. Okay? I know what's funny. You're not it. Death penalty? What the fuck? Who's Gigi Young? That sound familiar. Anonymous, we're gonna need more. Mr. Pedo has been gifted a sub. Thanks. Oh, her, yeah. Who are you calling a retard? Bobby. Yo, mods, give Bobby... Do I have a mod in chat? Give Bobby a 365-day ban. No mods? I'll do it myself. Inky, are you a mod here? Inky gave Bobby the doggy a 365-day ban. Soren, why would you ask me that? Thoughts on nihilism. What do you think? It's like my whole war is against nihilists. I think Nietzsche was a fucking paid off occultist. I don't remember. Oh, I was on Gideon's stream. I forgot. I said hi, right? Oh, yeah. Is he actually dating Pokemon? I wonder if I should say it. Actually, I'm not going to say it. That's not surprising for many reasons. But, yeah, actually, I don't want to be clipped. No comment. Weren't they dating like years ago? I'm kidding. No comment. No, I don't know, bro. It's just rumors. I kind of like that, though. Like the king and queen of Twitch. It's nice. It's cute. Okay, hold on. Why is this so... No. What philosophers did I read when I was younger? Hold on. Twitch. When I was in high school, I liked Nietzsche. As an adult, I liked Schopenhauer. And now it's just Plato. A lot of Plato. I guess people who interpret Plato more than Plato, because yeah, you see my progression. You know, I finally became based. Yeah, I like Aristotle too. You know, that was eye-opening. The thing about every apple seed is just an apple tree in development, and that everything has an evolution or an alchemic process, and everyone has to like grow old and blah blah, go through those stages. I like that. Well, Plato's number one probably for understanding the universe. That's how I see it. Not even philosophy, but I like Plato and his theory of forms. I don't like calling it a theory. I mean, it's just a fact. I like that. And it's weird though. Understanding Plato is hard until you see people who interpret his work. Like people who talked about him, they break it down better than just going through Plato. I used to mix these guys up, and now it's like, okay. Plato invented anal. I wouldn't be surprised if philosophers were all bi. Every single philosopher in history was bi. I even like Foucault. Besides the pedo stuff, I like. I don't know, when you look at I think the biggest problem with men who are into oh, this is my philosopher, no, this is mine, you know how they use them as like oversouls in Shaman King. I think that's a problem because how I interpret philosophy is like each philosopher is a Lego piece. You kind of have to know a bit about all of them. Usually I'm for mastery, like master one, but for me it helped me understand. Yeah, that's the first time I had a greater understanding going to other sources instead of just sticking to one. But I guess the greatest philosopher of all time would be Christ. All right? Because what are they really trying to do besides benefit society like they claim? And who benefits society the most? Greatest myth in history is that the Dark Ages or medieval times were horrible. That's the greatest myth. That's as big as Tartaria or Atlantis. And some chatter actually woke me up to that. Because some random dude came in my chat like a year and a half ago, and it stuck with me, but I didn't talk about it. He said, have you noticed how blurry medieval times are in history? And I'm like, yeah, when you look at history, that's the blurriest part of history, right? That is the blurriest, where it's like nothing makes sense. The timeline is so unreal. It's like hard to understand. You know, like Rome is easier to understand than and that makes sense because everything that Rome pushed into the world, well, they never let go of power, right? The Club of Rome is still the biggest institute out there, right? The greatest propagandists. So it's like no wonder Rome's so easy to understand and medieval times are suppressed because they never left the seat of power. Nowadays. Yeah, we learn about the Black Plague and we learn more about kings than really how they lived. But I think the hardest thing for the average Joe to understand is that a theocracy ain't that bad. You'll never push that in someone's brain. They'll never accept it. They just can't. They're like, no, I will not. And then, but a good way to explain it is you compare it to like a Saudi nation. You look at the crime rate and how little they pay their police force. And then you're like, wow, there's no crime at all. And I'll think of that, except even more extreme. Yeah, we learned about how women didn't have rights in the Middle Ages. Yeah, we do. That's so true. Anytime we open up a history books, it's women. Like, shut up, bro. I'm so tired of it. It's either women, or actually Crusaders were black guys. And I'm like, oh, we gotta... Like, I knew I can't trust history when I'd watch these, like, World War II epics. So I was watching Fury years ago. I like Fury. I'm, like, the only guy on earth who likes that movie. And it is corny, whatever. But anyways. But I'm watching Fury, and there's a Mexican guy in the tank. And I'm like, wow, they're bringing diversity in every single movie. Like, this is getting, it's like, it's a little much. So you think Mexicans didn't participate in World War II? Are you retarded? Are you retarded? Retarded. Okay, let me break it down like this to you. 0 minorities participated in World War II. It was just white guys. Okay? Yeah, that hurts. That's a gut punch. That's a gut punch to you, right? So, that's this fucking guy, bro. Okay? Why don't you just Google World War II photos, right? Go look at how many fucking white guys are in one photo. We're not gonna pretend, right? There were no minorities in World War II in the American Army. That's propaganda. That's bullshit. And if there were, it's like, what, 2% of the military is like, what the fuck? If they, oh, you know what? 80% of the American military were Albanians. Let's do that. You want to play that diversity game? Was it 0.2% were minorities in World War II? Yeah. Well, there was black guys. But I never consider black people minorities when I think of U.S. because the way I read history is U.S. is a biracial nation. But obviously they're minorities. But like when I think of minority, I think of like Arab, Mexicans, I call it the extra. But yeah. Truman was in the KKK. Is that true? Truman be dropping atomic bombs, dude. How did Hitler fuck everyone up? He had the world against. How did Hitler fuck everyone up? He had the world against him. Okay, that is the greatest lie in history. The greatest lie in history is that Hitler didn't get help. Every single monarch in Europe and the Vatican all funded him. And the US Wall Street, American industrialists. So like this thing where people are like Hitler just came out of the blue and he had a bunch of money in his pocket and he just rebuilt Germany. What the hell are you talking about? Or like a lot of Germans try and tell me that Hitler just got middle class families in Germany to fund him. He was a populist, and that's not true. Okay? There's so many documentaries on Hitler coming to power that are like accurate, but for some reason everyone just thinks he just brought like a sack of money with him or some shit. It's like, no, you don't become that powerful without being helped, right? And the way you have to look at it is throughout history, it's only been the ruling class versus the people. Even during wars between countries, like nationalistic wars, even then. Yo, do you think Heel Mike is red pill? In the average world, yeah, but in my world, no. In my world, I'm not even red pill. I'm supposed to be married by now, right? So I don't really give that pill. Like I have red pill takes, but I'm not red pilled. Red pilled would be like red pill is like a Jedi master. He's got like 2 kids. He's killing it. Well, speaking of killing it, I told you so. Didn't I tell you a week ago that I'm gonna ignite my YouTube channel before I go to Miami, so it's got a buzz, and then I'm gonna turbocharge it with good Miami clips? We got 20,000 views in 7 hours. On a dead channel I haven't posted in fucking 2 years. Okay? This shit's easy. The work is kind of like repetitive though. I like YouTubing, The work is repetitive and I mean, like I told you so again. We're arguing the other night about this. But Zherka, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. And I do everything. When I say it out loud, I'm not gonna embarrass myself. Right? So when I tell you Miami is going to be 1 million viewer videos, this is my I told you so from the past. And we're clipping it and we're shipping it to the future. Bitch, your fucking mom is a fucking bitch, chat. No, just the chatter who doubted me. Like, there's one guy who doubts me, and then I take it out on all you guys, and it's so bad, dude. Yeah, the Mr. Girl video did good, yeah. Also, if you love me, hit like so it boosts me in the algorithm. I don't need your help. I'm going up either way. But, like, get me there faster so you guys can have more content. Hit like on my goddamn YouTube. Someone spam my YouTube link on all the new videos and turbocharge me, okay? Smash that fucking subscribe. You don't have to subscribe. I saw some comments saying, "Oh, Zherka, you're funny, but I don't know if I want you in my..." And I'm like, what? You don't want me on the algorithm, you fucking bitch? You know how many people are on that don't deserve it? What does the silver YouTube button mean? I can't wait to be a YouTuber. When people go, I know you from YouTube, not that gay ass Twitch. I will never understand your fascination with Steven, aka Cuck, Liberal Vanel, Destiny. He's a lib. Okay, look at this. When you're a young boy, you either choose firefighter, astronaut, knight, or army soldier as your persona for life, right? Or cuck. I, as a young boy, always chose army soldier, okay? Which is funny because I was enlisting in Canadian Infantry Jericho base, right? And I had to call my older brother, who's high ranking, to get me out of the enrollment process or whatever it's called, because I started going viral on Twitch. You know how embarrassing that is? But anyways, I chose army soldier. I'm answering you. I chose army soldier. Now, in the internet, we can't punch each other in the teeth. So, teeth. I've been fucking practicing this one. What was I saying? Yeah, we can't punch each other in the teeth. So the way we wage war is like streamer on streamer brigades and YouTubers and who's the king of wars, online beef? It's Destiny. So that's the real reason why I love him. When he has no content, it's dog shit. But when he has it, he's number one on the website. And then number two, why I like him is just he's in person. He's been more generous to me than my good friends. And I used to look at him in the Uber rides together. I'd be like, why are you so good to me? And he'd be like, I like you, man. And I'm like, why? Nobody likes me. You know what I mean? So yeah. Also, why do we deny Steven's comedic genius? He's funny as hell sometimes. Okay? Like, finding a funny liberal, that's a... Fletcher, I appreciate you. That's a Lugia. That is a Lugia. Sometimes he's funnier than me. His community still hates you for the Hannah stuff. No, I don't think they've loved me more ever in their life. I can show you some stuff, but it's scary. It's like, and I don't like them. You know, like DGG is a meme. I don't like them. I'll never trust them because, you know, they're flippy floppy, but I like Destiny. The only beef I ever had with Destiny was because of his community. It was never Steve. I can't relate to the guy, to be honest. You should watch the clips where he's being cruel. Go watch the clips where he's being really cruel and you'll be able to relate to him. I grew up in a toxic gamer era of MapleStory, and he reminds me of that. You're killing me. Ugh. That's the 5th Osama in my chat. What is up with... Why is that name so popular, dude? We got no Atas? Mr. Girl will never succeed in life, never. You know what's interesting about Mr. Girl? Is he has what it takes to be a very, not the best, but like a very large YouTuber. He actually has it. But he shoots himself in the foot with when he falls in love and shit. Like, I don't like admitting this, but I have to. There's been so many times where I'm laughing because of his demeanor. Like, he makes me laugh. Like, that soft-spoken shit is so funny to me when... I don't know. He's just like the ultimate lefty for me. Yo, you handled him like a pro. I need to learn that shit from my real life dealings. I mean, the only tip is if you look at the way I interrogate people, I always go back to the question where a lot of people don't with him. A lot of people will ask a question and then it'll go into this ocean of emotion. And then that's where everything gets lost. Where they start defining shit, and I don't have the attention span for that. Not like I practiced, but I don't have the attention span for that. So I'm like, this is going to be easy. This is going to be a cakewalk. Yeah, at UBC, that's not saying much. Satanic ass place. How do you feel about girls who insult penis size after breakup? When has that ever hurt? That's never hurt anyone. That's not true. There's some guys who probably get hurt by that. I don't know, that's like hoe talk. Like, that's how like ratchet people talk. It's like going live and being like, actually, I didn't like her boob. It's weird. Oh, is it like it happened to me? Oh. It's kind of funny. No, I don't believe in multiple universes, but there are multiple dimensions. Manny P. Hall, Grand Wizard Pike, they all talk about that. Up to 7th universe, which is the energy of Saturn, Saturday, Saturnia, Satan, and remember, Satan fell from God one layer down, so the 7th planet. or the seventh wandering star, where all of the demonic energy is right there, closest to God, but it's God's adversary. Yeah, and spirits, whether good or bad, this is how Masons describe it, or even Aleister Crowley talks about spirits being good and bad, and the strongest ones are in these planets, and you can summon it through that spell circle, the incantation, as you cut your finger and bleed onto the whatever spell you've casted. And the seven planets also reflect the seven vital organs. And yeah, it's just everything cosmic you can use to your benefit. That's how Crowley explained it. If you don't know who Crowley is, he was knighted by the fucking queen. And all he's known for is blood magic and ritual. Mostly gay magic. Yeah, Kabbalah, yeah. Or Eastern mysticism is the best way to describe it. Because there's different types of mysticism that you, like in Freemasonry, mysticism is of all old Hermetic practices combined. Whereas Crowley's is more like 80% to do with Eastern mysticism, which is the most satanic. But, yeah. Why did they cut themselves to get the blood? I don't know, but these guys have like billions of dollars, so they're doing something correct. For what they want, at least. I kind of want to test out a ritual because I don't believe in this. It won't work for you, Spashi, because you already don't believe in it, right? Because you need intention behind the ritual. So it doesn't really work for nihilists, atheists. It only works for people who are on hallucinogenics, on drugs, or seriously meditating, like hardcore. And a lot of them hallucinate through fasting and starvation. But, yeah. It's weird though. People will not believe in rituals bending space, time, and matter, but they'll believe that when you don't look at an object, it's not there, and that's physics. Oh, the atoms are just not aligned until you look at it. So it's like you can't have it both ways. You either believe in magic or you don't. Yeah, 33rd degree is the only real Mason. True. Multi-universe theory is retarded. That's stupid. And again, that's giving infinity to like matter. It doesn't make any sense. Matter ends, bro. Right, yeah. Hypnotism is something, appreciate that, Agent. Hypnotism is something nobody talks about. It's nowhere. You know what I mean? But it's huge. Hypnotism is definitely a type of magic. I think the craziest thing is psychic photography. When you look into psychic photography, the stuff I talk about doesn't seem crazy at all. Yeah, a lot of mind control. Well, mind control has been mastered in World War II, so imagine how good they are now. Now they're crushing it. Yeah, Reddit actually has a lot of good Masonic shit. Doesn't go that deep, but it's like accurate. I know. I clicked on Reddit for once. So satanic. Yeah, remote viewing and astral plane. I always thought that shit's retarded. But there used to be a bunch of science behind it, and then it got buried. The creepiest one is psychic photography. Because it's like photography through the mind. You don't do anything. You just focus. Elmi, that one's a good one for us, but it's not that good for chat. I watched it though. I liked it. I saved it. It's on YouTube, the Dave Chappelle? What? Video unavailable. Okay. Yeah, Project Stargate. I know that. Yeah, it has a lot. The craziest thing is how in fiction, a lot about what they talk about is true. Like, remember the Tree of Awa in that movie that the sequel's coming out for Avatar? It's really talking about the Tree of Life. Or Stargates. It's actually the stars have gates, and the demons can come through them, and when you hit your third eye trance-like state in Rosicrucianism, Masonry, witchcraft, no matter which path you take, the stars fall into you, is what they all record. It's like that, or for the average retarded liberal, DHT, bro. It was just a DMT trip. It was DMT, bro. I don't know how much I believe in teleporting, but Aleister Crowley talked about, like, he had some magic about going invisible or some shit like that. Which actually, there's been a lot of fake prophets throughout history who just disappeared from their village. Like, when everyone started going, bro, you're not actually the Messiah, we're going to cut your head off, they just disappear. Like, nobody can find them. Yeah, the pineal gland is your third eye. Your retina receptors, there's more in the cave of your mind. And yeah, all these Masons talk about how modern science ascribes to this as useless, but actually they know that there's something to it. There's everything to it, actually. It's also in the Bible, right? Jacob wrestles with God, right? And then I don't know how they spell penile or pineal, but I forget how they spell it. But yeah. Also, in all these Masonic texts, they talk about everything in life being about frequencies, vibration, and microwaves, and all that. Like, everything is electromagneticism. And they also talk about polarity. So hot and cold is the same thing, just different degrees. But then that goes far. And then they say good and evil is the same thing, just different degrees. But we know good and evil is the duality concept of Luciferianism. Right? Because to do evil, you need good. So to do the max evil, there's this ritual where they need one prostitute and one virgin. Where do they find the virgin? They go right to children. And when you read about who's doing these rituals, these are people knighted by the queen. So are they just crazy? How are crazy people always being knighted by the queen? That's like being sponsored by $1 zillion. Doc says Democrats? No, it doesn't really matter, because when we're talking about billions of dollars, politically it doesn't matter. Like, there's been high-level occultists who were nationalists with Hitler, and they were with the Vril Society, Order of the Black Sun, and all that. Yeah. Why does it have to be a prostitute? Because it has to be someone who's been very corrupted and open to dark spirits. So Satan is actually a force in Masonry. It's not a person. Remember when DMX says not one person can be the devil? 100% dead on. So the New Age people are right when they talk about vibrations. Look at who started New Ageism. Look at the magazine. It's Masonic magazine. It'll blow your mind. It's going to be in my documentary. I'll go into it. But yeah, they're right about a lot of stuff. Actually, when you look at Masonic literature, 80% of it is correct and the truth. And when they try and deceive you, they're doing it on purpose, and you can kind of tell, right? So a lot of times they do this, like, go look at when Albert Pike or any of these guys talk about a globe. They give you a whole sentence winking at the flat earth. And then they say, we can't go into details about the globe. Right? And then all these guys who were Jesuits, the globe heliocentric model proposed by a Jesuit priest. But yeah, it's like very easy to tell when Masons are lying, unless you're in Freemasonry. Then you can't tell, because you're like, oh, I'm with the good guys, right? But then the higher up you go, it becomes painfully obvious that they don't worship the light, they worship the bringer of light. Which is like, who's bringing the knowledge? Who is bringing the knowledge, and why is knowledge the opposite of faith? And some people are like, to be knowledgeable is the best, John. You know who's the most knowledgeable? A pedophile. They have knowledge you don't have about children. Do you really want to be that knowledgeable? They have the least faith. They're so curious that they want to try a child. That's the level of curiosity they're at. That's why a lot of geniuses, philosophers throughout history were always pedos. Curiosity is the opposite of faith, right? We live in a society where knowledge is number one over family. And it's like, dude, don't worship knowledge. Come on, bro, 200 IQ pedos? Well, yeah, the smartest people on earth are pedos. I think it was Stanley Kubrick who said the world is ruled by pedophiles. Everyone knows that. Who do you think is on Epstein Island? Fucking retards? Like the biggest genius politicians on earth. No, it stays schizo. Don't pretend like it's your first time here. I recognize your name. It says first time chatter, but you have another poop account. Are doctors pedos? How are doctors knowledgeable? My doctor has man boobs. He's a fat, ugly, disgusting fuck. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, you went to med school but never figured out calories in versus calories out. And it's like, you're at that level of fat where it's like, I can get you lean without you suffering. Like, how are you not able to stay? I can look at your body type and I know I don't have to get a client to starve to lose body fat. I can just change the percentage in macros, and then they'll just start being full and not eating as much, and they'll cut weight. But doctors, like, are fat. They don't understand macronutrients. And you're like, dude, you went to school for like 20 fucking years, bro, or like 12 years. How do you not know? It's scary, dude. It's like the basics of life people just don't master, right? And why I was obsessed with mastering macronutrients is because I want to eat junk and I want to eat a lot of food still. You know, I still want to try cake every now and then, and or whatever. And so that's why I'm like, I'm gonna master. Like if I get out of shape, I'll know how to bounce back within a few weeks. But doctors don't know. Like, doctors are very stupid people. You know, doctors have not even figured out a cure for the common cold. It's kind of pathetic. It's like, bro, we've been here for thousands of years. Get there faster, bro. I think 80% of the time, home remedies are better for me than seeing the doctor. I'll see a surgeon. I won't see a doctor. Like, doctors are so stupid nowadays, right? This is what he does. He holds his iPad and he just guesses. He just guesses. You know what? Just have an Advil. Yeah, doctors are huge scammers, dude. It's like, why do people worship doctors? It's just so cringe, man. What's the difference from a doctor and a surgeon? One is a specialist and the other is a fucking retard. You're asking what's the difference from your family doctor and a cardiologist? Dude, a doctor knows nothing about the heart. Are you fucking retarded? Do you know who's a doctor? Mushi. You know Mushi, the girl who's lost every single debate to me, even medical debates. She lost every single debate to me. She's a doctor. She's a practicing doctor. She's not just in school. She's the one who said, yeah, maybe the earth's flat when she lost so hard. Like, you worshiping Mushi? Yeah, no, engineers are the smartest, but honestly, that's kind of autistic. To like choose math. Like engineering, really, bro? Doctor's the best choice because it's like you walk in a room and people are like, yo, bro, keep me living. And you pretend like you have superpowers. You're in a room with a fucking engineer and you're like, bro, let's talk about calculus, bro. Lawyers I hate the most because I'm like a lawyer. I love reading and writing. I love reading, writing. I love poetry. This is the easy stuff for me. So every lawyer I met, I was like, you're on my wavelength, you know? Like, a lawyer doesn't impress me. A lawyer is like something you do when you're a streamer. You just have to like, I'm being canceled. I gotta lawyer my way out of this, bro. John, I will save you from your cancer you will have in 10 years. Oh, right, docs, you're in med school. That's why you're offended. Docs, you're never going to have as much money as me. Fuck investments. I'm just saying Twitch money, what I've earned on Twitch. You'll never catch up. Your teeth will never look like this. There'll be a doctor and you'll always make less than a streamer who talks shit about you. You'll never have... I could stop working and it'll take you 10 years to catch up to what I have. And I made my money talking shit about you guys. Isn't that great? You'll never catch up. Just give up, dude. You'll never, ever, ever catch up. Okay? You gotta pay school debt, dude. The only way anyone should be a doctor is if they live with their parents until they're done school. That's the only way you'll be put in a good position. You're in $250,000 of debt? That's hard to believe. Oh my God. Oh, this is not funny anymore. Huh. Well, I mean, at least you start off with a high paycheck. What do you start with? 200 a year? Yeah, though, if I was a doctor, the first thing I'd do is make YouTube videos. I'd be like, fuck this shit. I'm making $10 million on YouTube talking about medicine and all that. I would just find a creative YouTube outlet and I'd either join them or I'd make my own. That's the only way I'd justify that kind of debt. But I've actually changed my position on debt a bit. As much shit as I talk about it, my twin brother went from a shit ton of debt to rich as fuck. Like, I've never in my life seen someone, he taps me on the arm and he's like, look, I caught up to you. And he shows me his bank account. I'm like, no, you didn't. And then he shows me his other bank accounts and then he adds it all up. And I'm like, oh shit, this guy's playing catch up fast. And that's when I was like put in turbo drive. I'm like, okay, it's time for YouTube. Because, yeah, like he paid off his debt and he's rich as fuck now. Like, and he's always booked up. He's just a psychologist and he's not a doctor or anything, but he's always booked up. He always has clients. It's crazy. And the future is going to have like, people are going to have serious mental health issues in the future. So he's always going to be booked up. Millionaire? No, because this is his first year of working in the working world. And he already caught up to like, I don't want to say he caught up to me, but I'm saying like that was the most impressive shit I've ever seen from someone who finished school. But he's not like the other psychologists. He works around the clock. So he's like me, he does the extra. My twin brother's a genius though, man. One time he was on my podcast, or he was on my stream, I mean, for 5 minutes. He's not a liberal, no. What the fuck? No, my twin brother's a conservative. It's just, nobody looks like a conservative standing next to me because I'm very Sharia. I gotta take it to the next level. But he is. What was I saying? Yeah, he's a genius because he was once on my stream for like 5 minutes and he's telling me about how every doctor, or excuse me, every psychologist and psychiatrist try and break down depression. And they do it wrong. Or they do it in an ineffective way. And then I'm like, okay, so you break it down. And he's like, well, there's no true breakdown, but here's what his analysis comes to. Right? Here's what the conclusion is. He said, it's all based around identity. Fuck me. But hold on. This is actually good shit. Focus on what I'm saying. That thing went down the wrong pipe, man. I drank that down the wrong pipe. My twin brother, he said something on my stream. I'm just sitting next to him and I'm like observing, right? I don't talk to him much about this stuff. And he's like, it comes down to identity. He says everything comes back to identity. And the more I thought about it that night, I lost a lot of sleep that night. I woke up the next day and started a 6-month-long project just because of what he said. Because he really pretty much just said, Zherka, you're going to be remembered for being very attractive to women if you don't clean up your act. And I'm like, whoa, if I died right now, people would remember me as a womanizer. And I started having anxiety. And I woke up and I started my documentary. I finished 6 books on masonry. I did everything I could to get back into my Alex Jones circuit. And I'm like, man, if I didn't hear that what he said, I would have never had that panic. How are your teeth so white? They're reconstructed, dude. There's a Tesla in my mouth. Only invest in yourself Because even if you have low motivation, the more, every time you look in the mirror, you remember, damn, those motherfuckers don't pay themselves. You gotta start talking with these teeth, bro. But yeah. Zherka, every time I come in here, you got no content. I'm actually a YouTuber. Go check my YouTube. It's doing good. Like, we have content for 2 days, and then you're done. But I'm uploading. I have 4 uploads timed and ready for this week. So I'm gonna get my YouTube buzzing. We already grew 2,000, 3,000 followers, almost 20K. And I'm just gonna get my YouTube buzzing, and then I'm gonna do my street content, and it's gonna boom. So I did everything I said I would do again. I said this would take like 30 days. This took like fucking 2 days, bro. The ball is rolling now. Yeah. How heavy are you right now? I don't check the scale. I go by mirror. But I never really leave on a full stomach, 255. On an empty stomach, 248. There's, I don't hover from 250 too much. Because it's the holidays. I'm heavy. But when I was in the US, I was dropping a lot. But today we had 3 Thanksgivings, and I had so much turkey and stuffing. Because my mom will make like 4 different types of stuffing just to ask me which one's the best one. And I eat all of it, because stuffing, I think, that's my favorite food. I barely ate turkey. I just went for the stuffing. Just carbs. And when I'm carbed up, I look muscular, The only problem is carbs are cancer. The greatest hormone profile you'll ever have is either fasted state or proteins and fats. Because most carbs are just straight up, like, sugar will kill your ass. Sugar and dairy will kill your ass. But it's so hard to function on just fats and proteins. If you're reading a book, it helps. But if you're working out, if you're an athlete, you need carbs. And it's like really picking your poison. If you want to live very strong, you put in the carbs. But if you want to live very long, sugar is going to take you out. You can't even avoid sugar. Like, you can't ever run a keto. It's impossible. It's impossible to avoid sugar. But I think you should, if you want to go nuts on sugar, it should be fruits. I think fruits is the most underrated. Since I run a red pill channel, nobody ever talks about fruits. It's always like red meat and shit like that. But fruits are the key to life, right? Fruits are the only way you stay hydrated. Drinking water, you'll just start peeing all day. Fruits are like sponges, man. It just keeps me so ready. I even eat lemons. I eat all sorts of fruits when I'm on routine. And like when I'm at home. When I'm on vacation, I barely had fruits, and I felt like shit. So I'd sometimes get those 7-Eleven disgusting fruit cups. It was just not the same. Why do I pee out all my water? Sounds like you have an estrogen problem. If you're higher in estrogen, you hold water. If you're lower in estrogen, it's hard for you to read books, learning, and you flush a lot. You pee throughout the night. So, but that doesn't mean you should take drugs to balance that out. Like, you need to find another way. Like, I had one guy DM me saying, I flush and pee out everything, John, so therefore I'm gonna take Dianabol to spike my estrogen. I was like, don't do that. What the fuck? Yeah, it's really weird because women have a very easy time learning, college, reading books because of the estrogen factor, but they just can't master anything. Like, women cannot master something. They can be good at stuff. They can be good at 4 or 5 things at the same time, but they cannot master anything ever. Have you noticed that? And I don't think that's just a testosterone issue at all. I think there's way more into that. That's really we're going back to masonry, where they talk about masculine and feminine planes of thinking. Women are outperforming men like 60-40 in some fields. Never in history has that happened. Ever. I mean, at this point, you should just believe in dinosaurs, my dude. Like, how did he word it? You're eating the steak. Is that what Nick said? You're eating the steak in the Matrix. There is data on this. Dude, you're on Zherka's channel. Do you think we believe Fauci? Weren't you guys wrong about COVID vaccines? Like, get the fuck out of here. Everything I read, this is the most quiet your side has been in a long time about vaccines. Like, you guys should just apologize. No, women cannot master anything. And a lot of people think I say this with joy. I don't benefit saying this. But women cannot master anything. There's never in history been a woman, female Da Vinci, ever. Like, compare one woman in history to Da Vinci. Albanian Da Vinci. For programming, yeah, I don't know about that. I think the only time women beat men at something is because the men are trying to get laid. Like, you ever play pool with a girl? You're shooting pool, and then it's her turn to shoot pool, and she bends over, and you're like, yeah, she's winning this one, bro. I think she's gonna I think she's destroying me. I think, oh my God, which ball should I shoot? Oh, is this at my stripes or? Nah, that's when you still crush her. You be like, you fucking suck at pool as well. You put her in her place. You suck at everything. You fucking failure. No, let her win, bro. I'm just kidding. Women are out earning in terms of degrees as well. Oh, Lord. Degrees, yeah. They're totally, I can't wait to hire a female engineer. I had one of my community members on a podcast, and I was trying to be nice because I was like, man, they're getting on my back about being sexist. I'm like, yeah, women make better nurses than men. And then my subscriber goes, actually, I don't know if that's true because a male nurse can lift more in case there's like a paraplegic who needs to move from bed to bed. And I was just sitting there. I was really trying to fix my optics that week. That was a bad week for me. People were coming at my throat. And I'm looking at my subscriber like, ban this little fucking bitch. I think it was Joker. Yeah. And I just started laughing. I was like, man, shut the fuck up. Yeah, no, white men are amazing. White men are, yeah. I know that pisses off Haas, but white men are just amazing people, man. They're just like some of the best people I've ever met in my life. Fucking love them. What do you think about no carbs diet? That's what Peterson does, right? Jordan Peterson? Ketogenic? I don't like it. I think you should add a bunch of fruits. Well, it depends what's your goal. Like, 0 carbs, you lose weight. Low carbs, you lose fat. Losing weight is not impressive at all, because it just comes back on so quick. But like, I want to see striations in my delts. I want to look round on the shoulder, but lean. I want to see lines in my shoulders. I don't want to just be like this. Hey guys, I lost a bunch of weight on keto. I guess I'm like the master of like fat loss, and I'm cutting, so I'm gonna have a six pack soon, but my head's gonna look huge and my body's gonna look tiny. And no, dude, it's all about being fucking cut. Shredded. Shredded's tough. Like, shredded for me is like I gotta suffer a bit. I gotta suffer for like 3 week digging phase, and then I look really, really skinny. Like, it's, unless I'm on like roids, then I'm literally Z's. But I don't want to die. I don't want to die, bro. Not yet. I am Mr. Girl. Well, hello, Mr. Girl. Would you like to have another conversation? Aren't you banned off Twitch? Were you abusing orals? Yeah. I raped my hair with it, actually. I think I was taking 6 orals a day, and they were all bad for your liver, like the bad ones. Especially when I got on Halo. Halo is the worst drug I've ever taken in my life. This is the first time I was slurring my words. I was outside a nightclub, and I'm like, anybody fuck with me today? I'm fucking knock them out. And people are like, why are you a bulldog? Like, you got spit all over yourself. But, you know, Halo's the most androgenic, masculine, aggressive compound you can take orally. And it kills your liver. And that's the first time I was punching, like, I swear to God, at that time in my life, I felt like I was moving 245 pounds faster than an MMA fighter. I felt so strong, dude. Like, I was benching 3 plates for reps. And I have long arms, so benching 3 plates with long arms is a ton of weight, because my range of motion is deep. It's not like T-Rex. But I was fighting on it, and I was fighting juice heads, and they were crumbling, because I got the knuckles, man. I got big hands, and Halo was the most impressive tic-tac I've ever popped. I hate talking about this shit, though. This shit's like gonna lead people down the wrong path. Because remember, out of 9 of my friends, I don't know if it's 9. I think 9. Out of 9 of my friends, I'm the only one who's not bald. Like, steroids make you bald fast. I'm the only one looking like Vegito. And I had to reverse the hair loss process. Like, it took a year and a half on Twitch. I had to do a lot. I didn't even do it. Derek from More Plates, More Dates, he's like, do this, because your hair is fading. I was like, thank you. And then he sponsored the channel. And I love the guy to death. Chocolate's gay. Chocolate sucks, dude. I don't eat chocolate. That shit's gay, bro. Thoughts on a wig? No, just go bald like the Avatar. I'm not gonna lie, hair looks stupid on most people. Like, being bald isn't the worst thing in the world. But hair looks really good on me. I look like a Saiyan, dude. Like, I know Albanian men are good looking, but they don't look like me. I'm like extra Albanian or something. That's why I really fell for Trump. Because I was like, we have the same hair, Trump and I. We have like a lot of the same problems. What should we do if we start losing hair? Just block DHT with finasteride. Use Rogaine, and which increases blood flow to the scalp. And microneedling, which I've never done. I should start doing that. But I heard it's like 10% extra hair you get, or in appearance. And then you have to have a good diet, and your hormone profile has to be good, meaning you have to fast, and your sleep, you have to hit your, is it diurnal or nocturnal pulse of growth hormone? Like, you gotta be healthy, you gotta be getting your sleep. And yeah, why don't you do content with More Plates, More Dates? Because I'm not a scientist, bro. I would like ruin his channel. I'm more personality. He's a scientist, dude. He's like an actual scientist. I'm bro science. No, I don't appeal to science. You know, Freemasons say, and I don't quote Freemasonry like they're my coaches in life. I'm just saying they expose a lot. Like, they do a lot. And they say they say pretty much most mainstream science is bullshit. Like, go read Masonic psychology and then read a regular psychology textbook from college. It's almost opposite advice. It's scary how different it is. Masonic psychology talks about two planes of existence, the masculine and the feminine, and regular psychology says gender doesn't even fucking exist anymore or whatever. You probably know more about Freemasons than Masons. Yeah, my final step is just to go hallucinate into my third eye and then relay the information. But most people who do that have never gone live again. Most people who do that never, ever go talk about it. Most people who see God, which is really satanic what they're doing. Yeah, I keep forgetting to go on Destiny's stream. Like, every time I go on, he's wrapping it up. I was like, I don't want to wake up that early. Plus, I don't think I can learn much from hanging with Steve. I've kind of intellectually outpaced him. I guess he's good for investments. I like his stock advice. His trade advice is good. Actually, it's really good. It's like, he's kind of plays it a little safe for everything, though. I guess that's the liberal in him. His temperament is libtard. Fight Club, the movie? I like the movie, but it's no Eyes Wide Shut. Did you buy a house? Yeah, it's right here. My dude, don't talk to me. I have 20,000 hits on my YouTube for a conversation. Like, I didn't even go to bed. I was like, you know what? I think I will farm my YouTube. Like, I'm too big for you now. No, it's not about the paycheck. It's the fact that I went live 2 days ago and I said, watch what I'm going to do. And I said, it's going to take 28 days, but it took 2 days because I'm a genius covered in retard. I'm a genius clothed in retard. That's what I am. What was wrong with your old teeth? I mean, it's kind of raptor-like, but my old teeth wasn't like for TV and movies, you know? Like, I'm gonna be a big deal, so shouldn't I spend my money here instead of like a nice car that I'm never gonna use? You know what I mean? Like, I travel, I don't really want to spend. Look, man, here's the problem. All right? There's this thing called phantom money syndrome, where every month you lose money, but you don't know why. You just, bills add up and blah, blah, blah. So I kept losing 10,000 a month. Then it was 15, then 25 for TwitchCon, and then I had enough. I was like, look, I've lost all this money. I have nothing to show for it. Yeah, I paid for Heel Mike's fucking dinner and this bitch and that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I paid for everyone. And, you know, I did all that, but I didn't get anything in return. So I said, you know what? Instead of me paying for fucking randoms, why don't I do something for myself and then just go to work with my teeth? And it was the best decision I ever made, you know. But I did have to miss out on a vacation. I was gonna do this jet skiing stream. I want to do a jet skiing, but I was like, fuck that shit. We can do that shit later. Yeah, veneers, because they told me I have strong teeth. They're like, you want veneers. You don't want to rip them out and shit. How much did it cost? Oh, don't worry about it. Don't depress me with that question, bro. Which Jordan? Why did you go so white though? Why not a tinge darker? That's a good question actually. I kind of enjoyed the attention on me. You know what I mean? Like I don't think I would get insecure if I'm like glowing in a nightclub. If I'm just like smiling at someone and my teeth are glowing in a nightclub, I don't think I get that insecure. So I was like, I don't know. You spend big money and you're not really gonna go a step down. No probiotics, no. Maxed out the investment, exactly. Plus, I want to be like on big projects. I want to look like correct. I want to look like I used to just watch Donald Trump for his smile. There was this one where he smiles on the Halloween thing where he drops the candy on the kid's head. And I was like staring at that video and I'm like, I can't have Donald Trump come back into office without me. Like I'm gonna shake his hand in exactly 7 months. Exactly. I've talked to people. And I'll be going to 2 rallies, but I don't want to shake his hand and not have, I want to mirror the smile. I want him to know I invest in myself, you know. What's your top 3 books? The Morals and Dogma, anything Manny P. Hall about self-improvement, anything.
Friendly care package inbound.
That shit's loud, bro. Fuck off. Is the Dave Chappelle thing new? Because that link didn't work, bro. Load up that link. Let me do this intro, though. Let me enjoy my people. Like, one in the chat if you're enjoying this. Okay? Not everyone has friends, okay? People want a friendship, a cyber friendship with me. Let me enjoy my ones in the chat. Right? Let's get some 911s in the chat, okay? Because we love that Porsche. That's our favorite car. Right? With our passport on the passenger seat because we found it. Okay, stop doing it. Lucky Larry's in the chat. Oh no. Let's see the dermatologist. Look, it doesn't matter. I could say my top 3 books and you won't read them, so it doesn't matter. You should only read when spirit is pouring through you. You shouldn't read and force it. But when you feel like reading, you should get as many pages done. Like I get through so many pages and I go, oh, I feel my interest fading. Fuck. Oh, I can't do anymore. And then I'm done for like a day. And then I go in the middle of the night before I'm going to bed, I go, oh shit, I need to read. And I jump on my computer and I go through like 40 more pages. And it's the best way to learn, dude. Don't ever force yourself to read. Reading in pockets of time, man, you remember everything in the book. You regurgitate it on stream perfectly. I can't believe I used to force myself to like study. Like now I study when I'm feeling it. It's just kind of like, what if you never feel it? But I always feel it every morning. And it's the easiest time to learn in the morning. I know it sounds like, oh, it's hard. You know when you wake up and you go back to bed, put your head on the pillow and leave the audio book on loud. And even if you go back to sleep, you learn. It's not like what nighttime. It's in the morning, you just absorb it. It's crazy. And at first I thought I read so much useless information because I'm like, nobody on earth reads about masonry. Usually they go into masonry and then they stay to witchcraft, but I only stay on masonry. And I love it. It betters me. It's like I love knowing what the enemy is thinking. I love it. It's calms my soul. I love that they're dumb enough to put it in books. You do that with your TV? Okay, you're a retard. I haven't used my TV in like 10 years. I don't think it's 1,000 pages. Isn't it like 800 pages? How the fuck did you read that? It's not boring. It's boring to the average person because you guys don't have a grasp of the English language, right? But if you're into English, like the English language, they're not big words, dude, at all, right? It's just awkwardly worded. So sometimes it'll say like, this is the only organ that seats the office of the soul. And then when a regular person reads it, they go, man, this is hard. But I already speak like a poet. So for me, it's fun. For me, it's like, I already speak like a retard. I speak like Yoda, so it makes a lot of sense to me. That's definitely my favorite book, especially when it talks about God. When Pike starts talking about God, and there's like this humility to the chapter, yeah, I've never seen someone describe God so perfectly and still go to the devil. It's actually pathetic. Now, I could never be a Mason because they'd make me I would never swear an oath on anything but to God or on the Bible, but that's max. Which Dan is going to get mad? Oh, Steven's Dan? Man, fuck him. He drinks alcohol. He's way worse. Alcohol is for fucking losers. Dan, you're a millionaire, bro. Like, come on. You're a millionaire and you've got a wife and kids and you're not a conservative? Like, the fuck? You failed me. Are you supporting Morocco or Serbia in the World Cup? Dude, Serbia can lick my asshole. Do you know who I am? I never met a Serb I didn't feel bad for. You know what I mean? Like, I feel so bad that Jackson has to, like, suck them off politically, and Haas and those guys. But, you know, they see me get all the girls and shit, and they're like, I wish I could be an Albanian like Zherka. He's just so awesome. But politically, they gotta say they like Serbia. I'm like, dude, I'm your fucking hero, bro. Like, stop it. The only country in Europe that I like is Italy. Everyone else is a traitor. Or becoming a traitor. Like, they're slowly becoming one. I've never in my life met an Italian I didn't love. Every Italian person I've ever met looked like family to me. Their dark hair, the green eyes, the things they talk about. Even a liberal Italian is like, you can digest them. It's not horrible. Germany, I like Frankfurt Airport. I like Hamburg and Cologne. I like Munich. But the German people are very Merkel energy. And I don't know. Just don't fuck with it right now. I think I gave up on German people when Merkel grabbed the German flag and threw it on the ground so she can, like, flex her paycheck of the European Union flag. And no German did anything about it. And I lost my mind because I thought I was going to go protest. I thought I was becoming German that day. And nobody did anything about it. And I waited a year, 2 years, and then I just gave up. I'm like, wow, they're lost. You know? Anti-nationalism is anti-family unit, period. Don't ever let someone brainwash you into thinking nationalism is a bad word. Oh shit, I remember you. Yeah. I've never met a Moroccan in my life that I didn't like. I like the women, the men. It's just like people who'll always laugh at my joke. They'll never be offended. Yeah. I've seen on TV like liberal Moroccans who are very cringe, but I've never met them. But I've seen a lot of those like eco people, those eco fascists, and they're like, I'm Moroccan. I'm like, no, you're not. Dude, it got cold here. Holy shit. I really like Turkish people. They've always helped me. Yeah. I think the only person I trust right now is Dead Hexer, a Turk. I'm used to Iraqis. I love them. Yeah. Do you trust me? Depends. Where are you from, bro? Polish? My best friend was Polish. Mark. I like Polish. Or my best worker friend at work. Proud of your flag is cope. No, proud of your flag is anti-Soros. It's the healthiest thing you could have in your psyche. Yeah, Vi in chat, he's not here, but he's Armenian. I love him. Lebanese, Dito, good friend of mine. I love Lebanese. Haz is Lebanese, although like he thinks he's Mongol, but he's Lebanese. Do you miss your trapping days? No. I like having a giant TV. I like having money for talking, and I like attention. Yeah. Which one is this? Elmi, just a sec. I'm almost done and I'll click it. I've never met a Portuguese person. Can't imagine them pissing me off though. Ronaldo. The only thing I don't like about Ronaldo is he's never grown out a beard, right? He's always had that clean shaven look, and I'm like, yo, switch it up. Like, let's see what you look like with a beard. He always looks wet. Ukrainian girl? No. I don't think I've even met one. What did she say? What did Kim Kardashian say, that fucking witch? What a twisted animal she is. You know what I mean? Like, there's the father of her kids, and she's running around with that ugly Pete. And she's just totally humiliating him. And he pisses me off too, because he just takes it. Right? I don't think he left her. Who's Emily? I don't know who that is. How can men date a plastic? Okay, that's just cope, dude. Okay. It's like what I used to say when I got no bitches. Men, dude, you look at your ex is an ugly fucking fat walrus. Like, nothing I hate more than when men pretend like they wouldn't pipe Kim. Like, I hate when Haas does that. I think I stopped talking to him for like 2 months once because I was like, that's revealing a lot, you know? She wasn't that fat, bro. Chill. Oh, yeah. Squint your eyes, bro. She wasn't that fat. Thoughts on Canelo threatening Messi for disrespecting his country? Bro, that's like Battle of the Midgets. Who cares? John, you get to have a night with any Twitch e-girl. Who do you pick? Bro, I'm not here to do favors, man. Like, don't do that to me. I'm here to get gifted subs. Dunkel said you better know how to fight the way you're talking shit about him. Dunkel, you are so stupid. You have no idea how little I'm capping when I say I would flatten you. Like, I can see the faces I flatten, and your face is like the greatest, easiest target on earth. Like, stop. The scariest thing to me is when people go, Zherka is capping about his street fight experience. The worst way to learn that lesson is live. You're gonna get embarrassed for life, dude. And I'm freezing right now. I'm so cold right now. Like, what did Zelensky do to my country? Never underestimate your opponent. Zherka, do you think you can handle Mini? In a boxing match, no. In a street fight, yes. Isn't Mini like 185? Yeah, he's pretty big. Because 185 is a small man, but 185 trained boxer is a big man. It's a very big man. No, we're not doing this Khabib thing, bro. We're not fighting elites. You haven't fought in years. I fought recently. Very recently. I wouldn't even call that a fight. Everything I've ever been involved in the last couple of years has been winning so much that I wouldn't even call it a fight. If there's anything that God gifted me, is street fight abilities. I can be violent, man. I can be really violent. Like, I can pick the right shots. I can be very violent. You know, like some guys punch to scare the opponent and some guys punch to land. You know? No, it's fight intelligence. I know what I'd do. I went to TwitchCon and I scanned everyone and I was like, these guys are pathetic. I would kill them in a street fight. It wouldn't even be fun. It was like talking to babies. It was like, yeah. It was like, Twitch is not the place for me, man. Do you think wrestling is useful in a street fight? Yes, very useful. Unless you're bringing it to me. Miz is a wrestler? Really? Huh. What would you do if Dunkel immediately pulled guard and wrapped his legs around your back the entire fight? I would definitely moan. Yeah, I would moan. You can't pull guard on someone like me. You're gonna get punched in the teeth. I think the worst thing to do is wrestle me. I think that's the worst thing you could do. That's so bait. I'm lying so hard right now. Stand with me, bro. You don't want to wrestle me. You want to stand with me. I think they increase protection a little bit, slightly, but they can be busted too, I heard. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't get hit. I barely get hit. A jiu-jitsu fighter could dominate you. Yeah, on the mats, on the street, they'd be fucking getting knocked the fuck out. They'd be, I'm gonna go for an arm, but ow, 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 ow. That's what it would look like. Dude, it's a street fight, man. You really think you can pull guard on a violent man, 255 pounds? Are you fucking retarded? You're not Gracie, bro. Dude, everyone I met at TwitchCon was a fucking pussy. I just like to be a nice guy and say they weren't. But goddamn, they all had like knockout chins. You know, just chins that go. I could see that I could feel the energy. Right? I was actually being so extra careful not to knock them out with my words. I was like, be kind. These guys, you're the only guy I liked at TwitchCon. Everyone else was like very fanboy energy. It's so creepy. I didn't even realize till I was forced to rewatch VODs. And then when I was rewatching it, I'm like, these people are creepy as fuck. It was really creepy. It was like grown men saying, oh, Zherka, your beard's not actually lined up. Like, dude, your beard is not, you're actually like, and I'm like, is these guys, there's no way this guy's straight. Why is he paying attention to my face like that? The girls were sweet. The girls were super honest at TwitchCon. But the guys were creeping me out, man. A lot of gay energy, yeah.
John Fuentes donated.
Oh no! Don't make that.
Bring Harley back on the stream, you anti-Semite.
Yeah. Don't ever donate with that name again. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. My favorite thing about Nick is when people say he's not white. It's the greatest cope on earth to say Fuentes is not a white male. It's the Destiny and all these people who do it. I just do this, man. I just pinch the bridge of my nose and I go, holy cope. Like, oh my, even if he had more percentage of Mexican in him, he'd still be white. Like, it's so weird how you can just look with your eyes and see who's white, dude. It's not rocket science. But everyone on their little podcast said, he verbally silenced me in front of a bunch of chicks. Was that before or after he followed me around like a dog? Like a lost puppy. Like, Zherka, if I chill with you... Dude, the first time he got in my podcast, he's like, messaged every e-girl to try and smash. He's like, if I stay with Zherka, I can get laid again. Because I guess COVID dried him up. And I'm like, bro, this is weird, man. Like, I'm making these people's social lives. And these people are weird. I think the best part of TwitchCon was the drugs. Because then when people would talk to me, I'd be like, whoa, they're actually interesting. Plus, shouldn't Dunkel just quit? Right? Like, when has he ever looked good going to war with me? If he looked good if he was like Destiny where he wins some battles, then keep going, bro. No, the hypocrisy would be pointing out Nick's take that there should be a curve in immigration. You mean a stop to keep the country majority white when he himself is mixed, so there isn't a clear answer for who can stay in his ideal world. How is Nick mixed? Like, oh my God. Plus, I don't think he has a racial test where he's like, checks how white you are. He just wants to stop immigration. You really think that Nick would go to a Mexican restaurant and they'd throw a sombrero on his head and greet him like a Mexican? Like, are you kidding me? He's got brown hair, green eyes, a white voice, white skin, and he looks like a white kid. Like, it's so cope, man. It's like when Steven says, I'm actually Cuban. No, you're not. I'm actually Cuban. Jon Zherka, Nick wouldn't allow Albanians into America. So? Or am I supposed to cry like a liberal? Am I supposed to fucking have a meltdown? I don't think I would either. What the fuck are you talking about? I think the only problem I have with Nick's take is that a lot of the white guys are not living with the Bible. So that's the only problem. If you could fix that, it's not the worst thing in the world. Why didn't you get a hair transplant instead of veneers? Well, genius boy, it's like this. Your whore mother loves my hair. But she had a problem with my teeth. She didn't like being bit. I fucking wrapped their ass. Nick wouldn't let you do Miami streams. Good. It should be illegal. 80% of content should be illegal. How can you disagree with that? Like, we pretend like we like girls dressing all slutty, but deep down, if you grew up with women dressing modestly, you'd be happier. You'd be healthier. You think you're into looking at cleavage and shit because that's how you're taught. But society wasn't always that disgusting. Like, those are people's sisters you're staring at and shit. And they make you do weird things. Like, you start lying yourself and saying, I actually like this girl, when you don't. So it's like, dressing like that is not really how you're supposed to meet people. Who's the hottest chick IRL? I don't remember, to be honest. John, you say this as you thrive in this whore society you criticize. Yeah, but that's assuming I wouldn't thrive in a Christian society. Are you fucking retarded? In a modest society, I wouldn't do good? Imagine if I grew up 5 years old in a modest society. I would be a different Zherka. I'd be completely different. You think it's my nature to, like, I wouldn't even have worked in a nightclub. I would have had a normal job. Like, I would have been way different. Like, we would all have been better people if we didn't grow up in this cuck society. We would have all been better friends, too. We would have been more loyal and shit. Dunkel's in better shape than me? Dude, I could eat Doritos and be in better shape than Dunkel. Dunkel is soft and weak and pathetic. It's just... What are you talking about? I'm built like stone. I said pale. Yeah. I feel like you would have thrived in a normal society because you were low motivated in serving current one. Exactly. Well, look at this. In a theocratic society, Zherka would have just been a knight. Like, why are we all pretending like I wouldn't have been a knight? You guys would have been like friars and like people who clean donkey poop with Dunkel on the street. You guys would have been like, you know, the horse stable tamers, and maybe like there's a toothless blacksmith in there and moderators and shit. But everyone on Twitch knows, from XQC to everyone who's been on those podcasts, everyone and their mama knows Zherka would have been a knight. Everyone knows I would have been a knight. Like, give me a break that you think in that society I would have been like this gigolo. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Royal Barber, he says. No more talk about that name. I'm going to time you out if you just keep giving these people clout. What does that even mean? Swear off. No, I would have been a knight, as in I would not be married. I would have been a knight. Are you Orthodox Christian? Fuck no. I had an Orthodox dude come to me on Twitch and he said, "Nah, bro, Adam and Eve, the sin is stuck with them. It hasn't fallen on mankind." And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, we don't really believe in like original sin and shit. And then that's when I went to war with the Orthodox Church. After that day, I said, I've had enough. That was blasphemy. That was, okay, if you want to interpret the Bible like that, you're going to burn. You're burning in hell. Next to me. John, ever since you said moderators can ban people for no reason, I lost 0.0001% respect for you. Okay, get ready to get banned by me, Logan. Okay? Don't fuck around. Give me that 0.1 back. Would you ever love to meet John Jones in person? No. I think we just do blow. We just do a bunch of blow and be like, wow. Spit some knowledge, bro. Okay, check this out. Everything in this world is going to make you gay. There's everything you look at in this world will make you gay. Fight it. Even if you believe Islam is the truth, would you ever have the discipline to follow it? No, I would be like 99.9% of Muslims who don't. Who don't follow it. I'd be outside of the nightclub being like, Habibi, you're looking nice. You know, I think I want to get to know you, baby girl. I'd be one of those. I don't know, dude. The older I get, the easier religion becomes, though. So probably one day. You're the buffest stripper I've ever seen, bro. Yeah, gold chain, hairy chest. Yeah. No, don't rant about the Antichrist. They're not going to get it. No, the best part is don't ever bring people to Christ. So that way when Christ comes back for end times, you get to be like this, I fucking told you, bitch. And you just start floating up. And you see the liberals just, but primordial soup and the Big Bang Theory, no. I'm not perfect. I'm not Christ. I'm going all the way up. Go stay with your primordial soup, bitch. You were the smart one in society. You bit from the apple. Yeah, UFOs are just gay. Tate is better than you? What do you mean? I have hair. I have hair, dude, and a jawline, right? Tate doesn't really have a jawline. Like, it's bothering me. He looks like a Diglett. No, I'm kidding. I love the Tate brothers, man. Don't make me do that. I hate when I do that. Anytime I'm attacking allies, it's funny here, but like people use my insults for evil. I'm starting to love these. I know it's all sugar, but you know, when I'm done with the when I have to switch up my caffeine source, I really like these, right? They get me talking again. You look like actualized Giga Chad, slowly but surely. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've always been very proud of how I look like, you know. Hey. Soon, know me soon. I'm enjoying this though. Why didn't you become a genius instead of a streamer? You're right. Sometimes I think I should have been an astronaut. You would never make it to the moon? Well, neither will they. That's the best part. It's like you believe it. That should hurt you. God, I hate globalists, man. I don't even mean the elites. Like the average globalist that shills for them. Like if anyone in this chat believes in space, burn in hell. Burn. Actually, go to the coldest layer. Get down Dante's Inferno. Go all the way down. Go past the melted gold. Burning in melted gold. For the plane of greed. Go all the way to darkness, bitch. Which one was darkness? Oh, I'm already fucking tired. Alaikum salam, Kashiki. What name is that? Are you Jewish? What do you think happens when you keep flying up above the atmosphere? Oh yeah, you just magically pop into space. Like, whoop, I'm in space. You hit the firmament, you dumb bitch, like rockets. You want to see? I can show you. It's on my new YouTube channel. Let me show you. And I realized, my God, they have the scientific method. They have engineers in the Discord. They have airplane pilots.
Amazing. Listen, I haven't been more entertained. I could listen to this for another 2 hours happily with a smile on my face. This was amazing, and I hope this goes on. I love this. I can't. Dude, this was amazing. Amazing.
It will go on Destiny's podcast once a week. Destiny and I are gonna go at it.
Thank you, Train. I appreciate it. Thank you, Destiny. Now,
wait, somebody just linked like a figure thing.
There's your rocket, bro. Another reason why you should really look into the Bible if you're these dumb nihilist atheists in my chat, sperm and the egg goes back into the serpent and the cosmic egg. It goes back into spirituality done through a degenerate act of sex, right? Fake union, unless it's through marriage. Spirit of Mare. These are the only, there's so many rocket videos like this, but they'll never be platformed by NASA. Like, these are the ones they skip, and it's like, why? Wait, let's go back to Science World. This is what you believe.
It's well-known electric car company on the planet. And he's also the founder and CEO of
There it is.
Amazing pictures from space. Elon Musk pulls off an engine.
Yeah, this is real apparently.
Feet. He sent his own kind of rocket man on board a Tesla Roadster.
This is a commercial for his gay car.
Elon Musk has outdone himself this time.
But CBS reporter Manuel Borroquez shows us what came down is also making news.
It looks so fake, it's real.
Generating over 5 million.
Back in 2011.
SpaceX founder and CEO Elon Musk spoke with.
Look, he's trying to normalize autism. I'm kidding.
Space analyst Bill Hardwood Monday at the launch pad.
It's the worst thing I've ever.
This rocket's great for a lot of reasons. It's something that I think inspires the public. And you could actually send people back to the moon with the Falcon Heavy.
The Falcon Heavy. Okay, bro.
Digital shit we have around film today. We did have missiles.
As we get closer to the strangest place. One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s. I might agree it's one of a handful of people to ever see it in person. Without a doubt.
They killed his ass.
One of the most amazing things that I had ever seen in the bottom of the ocean. It was while filming for Blue Planet. It was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance.
Pause. Who said that? Who said that in my chat? The Earth is a sphere. Early Middle Ages. You will be timed out for permanent.
Couldn't tell exactly
Fucking
what,
globalist
but it
scum.
looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut that was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute. I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down in it. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we said...
There's a 1 year long sub? That's gotta sting, you little globalist scum. You little undercover globe scum.
Heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
I was about 6 years old.
Look at this
It was
cock.
my first official trip. I was going with my father.
Look at, if you search a bitch in the dictionary, right? He does not pop up. But if you search up super cuck bitch, there he is.
From my grandpa Sinclair up to the North Pole.
Oh, here we go. North Pole. Right here.
Very glamorous destination. But the best thing about it...
Spit it out,
spending
bitch.
Lots of time with my dad.
Yeah, Fidel Castro.
Just worked so hard.
Your mom got pipe.
One day, we were in
By
Alert,
Call Me.
Canada's northernmost point. Scientific, military installation that seemed to consist entirely of low, shed-like buildings and warehouses. Let's be honest, I was 6. There were no brothers around to play with. And I was getting a little bored because Dad still, somehow, had a lot of work to do. I remember a frozen, windswept Arctic afternoon. And I was bundled up into a
This
Jeep.
is like when you're in high school and you gotta do your class presentation and you're trying to like sound smart. Like listen how he talks.
And hustled out. Dad still, somehow, had a lot of work to do. I remember a frozen, windswept Arctic afternoon. And I was bundled up into a Jeep and hustled out on a special, top secret mission.
I hate when people think descriptive words make you sound smart. Right? Adding a lot of like adjectives, and it's just like, shut the fuck up, man. Right? No one ever looks at how to structure a sentence together. They just look at as much filler before their point. And I hate it. I hate when people talk like that.
I figured I was finally going to be let into the reason for the existence of this high security Arctic base.
Base.
It was exactly right.
Here's Rosicrucian
Food, path,
icon. Look at this guy. This guy's Epstein's best friend over here.
all of them very gray, windy.
Look, Matt, when your face looks like this, you go, I need power. I need to get into politics. Like, if you're, look at this, man. You're telling me the devil doesn't exist? Then who the fuck made this? Right? Because God constructs our souls perfectly, and we manifest evil, ugly looks in spite of God. The more you hate God, the uglier you become. Look how ugly he is.
We rounded a corner. Came upon a red one. We stopped. I got out of the Jeep. Touched across towards the front door. I said no. The window. So I clambered over.
Is there a reason why Trump hasn't exposed SpaceX program and the Earth being flat? Obviously, all that extra money goes into the military. He wants that money. Why the fuck would he expose it?
The snowbank. Was boosted up to the window. Rubbed my sleeve against the frosty glass to see inside. And as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw a figure. Hunched over one of many work tables that seemed very cluttered. He was wearing a red suit with that furry white trim. And that's when I understood just how powerful and wonderful my father was.
Yeah. There's Antarctica. Antarctica from space. That's what you believe in, by the way. And they always forget the stars. It's like, what the fuck? You believe in CGI, bro. Maddie, call me right now. Look at this. I'm gonna embarrass you. No, Maddie, pick up. How about that? Huh? If you don't pick up, I'll spam the shit out of you. Pick up. Coward. Globalist coward working for Trudeau. This is for you, Manny. What did Destiny say about me? I missed it. He said I smell great. He used to sniff me. It's so weird. Yo, look at that. We're almost 20k subs. Let's fucking go. YouTube is fun, dude. YouTube is great. This one, 21k. I haven't been active in like a year. We're getting back into it.
Well, one of the things I want to come back to is this idea. So that you say in the book, you know,
Man, Jordan and his Taylor, dude. I can't wait till I'm on top of the algorithm. I think it'll be February, maybe January. I'll do it early. I'll do it January. When I'm on top of the algorithm, I'm gonna get nice suits like this, right?
you know, there is masculine order
Here's
and
the
feminine
best
chaos.
suits.
No, actually, I say that those are symbolic representations of the two things.
Right, okay.
Yeah, bitch, read Young.
So why? Why is order masculine?
Why? I don't know. Read any Masonic literature and ask them. Why don't you ask the billionaires who print money? Right? Don't ask us.
I think it's because our primary social hierarchy structures are...
No, it's because of PMS. Just say it how it is, bro. Why are you being a coward?
Fundamentally masculine.
And that's not the patriarchy.
Oh my fucking God.
It's not the modern idea of the patriarchy, that's for sure.
I mean, that's my idea of the patriarchy, which...
Yeah, the patriarchy is why women live and breathe. Every other system had women wiped out. They all got killed. Okay? You owe the patriarchy your life. I mean, you don't owe anyone, but you know what I'm saying?
Is a system of male dominance of society.
Yeah, but that's not my sense of the patriarchy.
So what's yours?
Well, in what sense is our society male-dominated?
The fact that...
I hate when Jordan plays stupid. Yeah, society's male dominant. Wouldn't have it any other way. How about that? Okay? You play that little pussy liberal game, Peterson.
The vast majority of wealth is owned by men. The vast majority of capital is owned by men. Women do more unpaid labour.
Very tiny proportion of men, and a huge proportion of people who are seriously disaffected are men. Most people in prison are men. Most people who are on the street are men. Most victims of violent crime are men. Most people who commit suicide are men. Most people who die in wars are men. People who do worse in school are men. It's like, where's the dominance here precisely? What you're doing is you're taking a tiny substrata of hyper...
Oh my God, I forgot this one.
And using that to represent the entire structure of Western society. There's nothing about that that's vaguely appropriate.
But I could say equally well that most rape victims are women. You know, terrible things happen to people of both sexes.
And you could say that with perfect utility, but that doesn't provide any evidence for the existence of a male-dominated patriarchy.
Well,
it just means that terrible things happen to both genders, which they certainly do.
But there are almost no women who rape men, for example. So that is an asymmetry there.
You want to know why? And that's just not true, okay? A lot of women pressure men into getting pegged nowadays, and that's rape. People think it's funny, cute, bot, and all those fucking dorks. They find it funny. I like Jaw, but the rest of them have been rude to me. Everyone. I like Wild Latina too. I forgive her. I just remembered something, but I like all of them. Yeah. But you know when I knew I liked Jaw? When Haas poked at me and said, "This guy's a real one to me." And I was like, "Really? You and Jaw get along?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, I think I like Jaw a lot too." Don't tell him I said that. What was I saying?
in sexual violence.
Well, yes, there's an asymmetry in all sorts of places, but that doesn't mean that Western culture is a male-dominated patriarchy. The fact that there are asymmetries has nothing to do with your basic argument.
I like Gunnar, yeah.
No, but you might
This is a trope that people just accept. Western society is a male-dominated patriarchy. It's like, no, it's not. That's not true. And even if it has a patriarchal structure to some degree, the fundamental basis of that structure is not power; it's competence. That's why our society works. It's only when a structure degenerates.
That's actually wrong. Like, he can't be any. Well, in the collective, he's correct, but it's not competence at the top. At the top of the pyramid, people like Jeffrey Epstein and stuff are put into these positions because they're trusted. They're not actually the best at what they do, right? They have like fake titles all the time. There's so many philanthropists who nobody knows what the fuck they're known for, and they have like zillions of dollars because they're plants. But I guess Peterson's just talking about the average Joe.
Generates into tyranny, that the fundamental relationships between people become dependent on power. It's not power. If you hire a plumber who's likely to be male,
you're gonna cry.
It's not because there's roving bands of tyrannical plumbers forcing you to make that choice. And it's the case with...
Peterson looks so much healthier before he started the crying liberal, I want to win over some independents. You know, before he started that kind of shit, he looked so healthy. When he wasn't a conservative to me, but he looked like one. The temperament was correct.
With almost every interaction that you have at the face of our culture.
No, I mean, his way was better because he sold way more books, right? He beat Ben Shapiro. He beat everyone. He made like $55 million fucking dollars, right? I think he only got to keep like 30. They say, but the guy's fucking retarded. He's cracked. When it comes to business, Peterson's number one. He knows the game, right? He's the Ludwig of the game.
Dealing with people who are offering a service of one form or another, who are usually part of the broad middle class,
Mr.
and who
Fantastic,
offer,
yeah.
and what you're
He
looking
does
for
look
is
like
the
Mr.
person who can
Fantastic.
offer the best service, and you can find it. It's not a consequence of being dominated by anything that's tyrannical. And then again, our culture, our Western culture, which is by no means perfect, and certainly has tyrannical elements, like all cultures do, is the least tyrannical society that's ever been produced, and certainly the least tyrannical society that exists now. So where's the patriarchy exactly in all of this?
Well, saying that it's the least tyrannical society is not the same as saying it's not a tyrannical society.
That's exactly why I said it was the least tyrannical
But that's
society.
what I mean. So you haven't debunked the existence of patriarchy then. You've said that actually now is better
I don't
for...
have to
She's everything that's wrong in the world. Like, I'd put her in jail. I'd put her in jail for talking stupid. I'd be like, dude, your stupidity is actually contagious. You're degenerating society. Like, stop it. Okay? Here's a feminine man explaining the world to you, and you're saying it's not enough. He needs to be more feminine, right? Like, she would actually have a seizure if I sat in front of her with a red steak and said vegans are gay, right? She would have a mental breakdown. She'd be like, I've had way too much. I don't even think I'm that masculine. I'm just put in a weird world.
Women. You have to demonstrate its existence.
Okay, well,
I would never, Inky, I would never charm this lady. Are you fucking joking me? Even as much, she would never be charmed by someone like me. I've never in my life charmed a human like that, right? And because I know my brain, you've seen me on podcasts too. Some people I don't even try. When I see it's something that fucking disgusting, where it's like she just does anything she can to make people evil, I go, I don't entertain that.
Let's go through it. I'm writing a book about feminism in the moment, and
I've charmed ultra feminists who are my age, but like her, she's done. It's game over, bro. Right?
Until 1919, there were professions that women were barred from. They simply were not allowed to do it. Until 1880s.
Why would you blame men for that?
Because who was in those professions? Who was guarding entry to those professions? Who was worried about losing their status if women became doctors?
What do you think it was that emancipated women in the 20th century, just out of curiosity?
Well, a couple of different things, I think.
There's been so many female feminists in person. I remember back in my club days that almost cried because I wouldn't date them or go out with them when they knew I liked them. But I was like, dude, you're the type to claim rape because I touched your elbow by accident. And I would just say it directly to their face. Within a year, they would claim some false accusation on a guy and then come out with a crying Facebook video saying, I'm in the wrong, I'm sorry, I lied because he did this to me, and I'm like, dude, like, and you know what's weird? I knew they wouldn't do it to me. I'm a charming guy. But the fact that they have that level of evil to do it to any man, I'd be like, I'm not giving you time of day, no matter how pretty you are. Like, fuck that shit.
I think it was technology. I think it was the pill helped enormously because it gave
when was that developed?
When in the 60s.
Right, so that wasn't 1919.
No, but I also think it was a series of legal changes that started in Britain with the Married Women's Property Act, which said for the first time women are full legal beings under the law. They can own property. And that to me is a
huge mistake.
A structure that has continued throughout from a time when women didn't have the same legal rights as men to now when they mostly do, but culture still lags behind it. I don't think you and I are necessarily talking at such cross purposes. It's just that your conception of patriarchy, as I see it in the book, is that quite a lot of men are quite nice and they do nice things for women. And
no, that's not my...
Well, Arthur Schopenhauer, one of the greatest minds, right? They talk about him being like one of the greatest minds of all time. The conclusion he came to for women is that the state should have social workers who follow them around to make sure they're like not messing up. Not like in an authoritarian way, in a for their own safety type of shit. Isn't that crazy? He's like, if there's no man around, the state should provide a man.
My conception of patriarchy. And I don't require men or advise them to be nice, ever.
Well, you do talk about the guy who's the tampon king, the sanitary towel king of India, right?
I wouldn't call that nice.
Okay,
I would call that brave.
Okay.
Did you read about his life when he was trying to develop that?
Yeah.
God, it was absolutely miserable, and he did it anyways. And he freed all sorts of women as a consequence.
And I think that was
nice. That's courageous. That's noble. That's visionary. It's not nice.
I think it is also nice. I think it is also something that is, it is honouring your social obligations.
Like, women are the only species on Earth that when they have everything in the West, they start hurting themselves. They do self-harm through thinking. They think too much, right? They sit in a room and they go, maybe if I just think, I'll be happy. And they don't do. They never do. They just think. They're just thinking. When have you ever been happy thinking? You're happy doing. Like, it's like, are you happier building the Kinder Egg toy or thinking about what the fuck is in the egg?
I'm not so sure that that's a social obligation, because many other people would have done it had it been a social obligation. He said what he was concerned about. He saw that his wife was suffering with her monthly period and had to choose between feeding her family.
I don't really give a shit about
and taking care of it.
This is disgusting. When people talk about periods and shit, you guys are fucking disgusting. So when I talk about my piss burning after a Red Bull, like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we're sitting here.
How do you see that?
We're sitting here in America, right, where we've just had a 5th judge appointed to the Supreme Court who is now anti-abortion, he's now conservative. I think that abortion rights are absolutely fundamental to women being able to function as full humans in society.
Oh, bitch, you're gonna burn in hell for that.
And I think that is now under threat in America. I think it is extremely smug and complacent to think civilization has peaked, it's all upwards from here.
Yeah, well, good luck with that, I suppose.
He's such a coward when it comes to abortion, right? And I know why influencers are such cowards when it comes to abortion, because I lost 700 followers just by, like, I think it was one tweet. I was like, woke up the next day, I was like, what the fuck? I had that many fucking losers destined for hell?
It's a living. Like, there are lots of people who agree with me. There are lots of people clearly who agree with you.
No, there are just a lot of people, I would say, who are coming to listen to what I say because there's...
Would you ever quit smoking? Me? I quit for a year and some months last year, and it was fucking easy. But I'm stressed, dude, right?
Sick and tired of having their desire to move forward in the world and to achieve something and to take their place as adult males, let's say.
There's no such thing as adult males, like, let's be honest. Do you know any adults?
It's because I do not see it.
Is Destiny an adult?
In that way, I do not see that as univariate at all. I see it as one element.
Then why call it a patriarchy?
Because it describes an overarching structure.
Does it?
Yeah.
What if the patriarchy is fundamentally composed of women?
Okay, if it was a patriarchy, there would be a suit and tie John Zherka who opens the door to this fucking Twilight Zone prison and then goes, "Excuse me, ma'am, you need to shut the fuck up, okay? You're on TV. Silence. Enough. That's enough. That's enough."
Women, is it still a patriarchy?
No, that would be a matriarchy.
Would it? So let's say we take a patriarchal structure, like
Yeah.
the medical profession, and we fill it primarily with women.
There's no matriarchy. There's only a fail-archy, right? That's the matriarchy.
Is it then a matriarchal structure? What makes it a patriarchy to begin with? Is it the hierarchical structure?
Winning is what makes it a patriarchy. Winning, Jordan. Use your brain. Come on, turn that shit on.
Is it the fact that it's mostly men? Is it the sociological structure? Or is it
Joseph donated $5. John, please, you have to cover this thread. The industry is finally being exposed.
Someone proofread it. Make sure it's got no pictures. It's gonna get me in trouble because, hey, fuck it. We can eat a band now. We're like big time YouTubers now.
the fact that it's mostly men?
Well, I think that's really interesting because male primary...
Wait, can I watch a little bit of this before I hit links in chat? You guys can spam your links. We got time. Today I got time, blood.
School teachers, for example, only 15% of them are men, and I interviewed some of them for my book. And you know what? They report exactly the same things that women do in
They're broke people teeth. They're talking like Bugs Bunny over there.
male-dominated offices, right? They say, people have conversations that I feel excluded from. I feel stigmatized, like I shouldn't be here. People look at me askance when I say I'm a primary school teacher and I'm a man. You know, they kind of reel back. We all make those implicit associations. So,
And so if it is a structure that's dominated by women, then it's also a tyrannical patriarchy.
So how come Jordan keeps Jordan is so into optics, but he won't fix his teeth? What is up with that? Is that the British DNA? Like, what's going on? Why does he spend so much money on suits and hair grafting and all that stuff, but not teeth? I don't get it.
in that case, then men have a way of, they should be able to complain about the fact that a very female-dominated office leaves them feeling out too. Yeah, feeling left out too.
So how do we get something...
You know who's the most miserable in an all-female workplace? Women.
It isn't a tyrannical patriarchy. If it's composed of women, then it's a tyrannical patriarchy. And if it's composed of men, it's a tyrannical patriarchy. We're kind of out of options.
Right, but, well, or you could have an office in which a blend of people of both
So
sexes
if it's
work.
50-50, then it's not a...
What do you mean fake teeth look worse, bro? His teeth look like before the second plane hit. You know what I mean?
Tyrannical patriarchy.
No, not 50-50. I'm saying that people...
40-60.
I'm saying that there is clearly, when there's only 15% of male primary school teachers, they do feel marginalised and excluded. So
you think the defining hallmark of a tyrannical social structure is the predominance of one gender, and if that was,
It's
if that
our
was
70s
relatively equalized,
guy.
then all of a sudden it would be a free and open institution.
I don't think that male primary school teachers are being tyrannised. I do think they are being marginalised, and I do think that they feel excluded.
Watch her feel the terror. Look at this. Okay. I hope she's in chat. What's this girl's name? GQ. Look at this, lady. Look at this. This is MAGA. Okay, this is not Kanye. This is MAGA, right? Because we believe in winning, right? We believe in winning. We don't believe in being outrageous. We believe in winning. Okay, this is MAGA country.
And
So what do you do
stressed by
about that?
Well, this is what I mean. I think actually, and I'm surprised you don't agree with me on this, that actually having more male primary school teachers would be a really good thing because boys need role models. Actually, particularly boys who don't have a father figure in their life, that's really important for them to have a stable adult who shows them what it's like to be a man around the place.
Could be, but you shouldn't achieve it as a consequence of preferential hiring.
No, I don't think it would necessarily need to be preferential hiring. I think it would probably be about making that job, breaking down the...
If you didn't have a dad in your life, like, that's kind of, like, what are you, a loser? Like, where's your dad? How do you not have a dad in life? Like, did your DNA fail you? Your dad he just chose to, like, what? He just ditched? He just ditched you? Like, what happened, bro? Where's your dad? Huh? Where's your fucking dad? The coolest thing is those guys in my Discord who grew up with no dad, when they speak, they have all of my takes without copying me. And I'm like, how did you do that? And they're like, oh, it's just common sense. was like, whoa. Like the older guys, not the copycats.
The stigma to entering that job. I think teaching is a
Dad
really
left
interesting
the
example.
chat.
It was
I
seen
worked
at the
in
turn of...
daycares when I was 18, 19.
Right.
You know, there were no men in it.
And how
I
did that
liked
make
it a
you
lot.
feel?
I loved it.
Yeah.
You know, the kids, I used to wrestle with the kids, which of course can't do now because everybody knows that that would just be a catastrophe. And I used to draw them pictures of monsters and they'd line up for that. And I liked working with kids quite a lot. And I didn't care whether it was female dominated. I've been in female dominated my professions my whole life.
Right, I think...
I haven't felt marginalized as a consequence.
Well, then you have been lucky, and I have talked to people who have
might be luck.
the opposite.
Might be careful conduct as well.
Explain that more to me.
Well, why would you assume that it would be luck?
Well, if I say that, you know, there is a statistical analysis, and I've talked to a broad range of people, and, you know, you would always expect outliers at either end. Some people have had a really terrible time, some people have had a really brilliant time.
Yeah, well,
everybody else in the middle.
one of the things that I've strived to do is not to become resentful.
Well, okay, that's very good. I have to say that your Twitter feed does not give me that impression. You come across as somebody who takes criticism very much to heart.
This is giving me chills. This is me talking to Jill, right? I'm Jordan. I'm like, I can't believe you think this way. Why do you think? Why are all your opinions wrong? What the fuck?
Is that true?
I don't think you have any grounds for that suggestion. I mean, you've seen my interviews online. If I was someone who took criticism...
Yo, rate the suit out of 10. He's had better ones, but I like the brown ones, but this one with the brown gold tie is so cold, man. This is a cold look.
Criticism at heart, I'd be in a lot more trouble than I am now.
In what way?
Well, I've been criticized endlessly for 2 years. I've been in scandals. I've probably been in, I don't know how many scandals in the last 2 years, and had unbelievably contentious interviews with journalists online, on TV, on radio, in podcasts. If I was someone who couldn't tolerate criticism, the evidence for that would already be clear. Twitter's a strange social network. I've kind of pulled myself away from it.
You know what's the worst thing about Jordan Peterson? That this is the most black-pilling thing, is that he only made $30 million from public speaking because he was enhanced by drugs. Do you know how easy it is to knock out these interviews when you're on benzos and Xanax? Imagine feeling no anxiety ever in front of a camera. You know, like that's cheating, dude. That's hacking, bro. That's so hacking, man. That's like, when I found that out, I was like, wow, I lost so much respect for this guy. Don't you take modafinil. Dude, modafinil is a narcolepsy drug that ruins you. Like, you start to actually hallucinate and shit. I've never consistently taken modafinil, ever. I've tried it.
So it's not an easy place to conduct yourself with as much grace as you might. And I think it sort of rewards impulsivity because maybe it's because of the constraint on characters or something like that. So I think that people tend to show their worst on Twitter. And
what does he take to cry so much? Dude, it's every time he has a book sale, he does the crying clickbait.
And
like, you got to pay attention to the business model.
Of the structure of the technology.
I think I certainly agree with you. I think that's something that we agree on there. I think people are rarely at their best on Twitter.
No, and you know, I pulled myself away from it quite a lot in the last month, mostly to see why. You know, I kind of kept an eye on Twitter, all the social media networks for the last few years, partly to see, well, I'm trying to monitor what's happening around me, I suppose, is probably the right way of thinking about it, and to see if I'm making mistakes and how they might be rectified. But I don't think Twitter's been good for me, and I don't think the reply function on Twitter is useful, and I think the fact that so many people on Twitter are anonymous is not a good thing at all.
Do you think you'd be less angry if you went on Twitter? That's something I think quite a lot.
How do people get angry with mean comment sections? The only time, anytime I read a YouTube or Twitch chat, sorry guys, or Twitter comment section, the only thing that runs through my mind is average population IQ. And then anything I read is like, I'm not taking that guy serious. I'm not taking 90% of my chatters serious. You'd have to go live and impress me, which streamers don't even do that. So it's like, I don't take your guys' opinions and like actually ponder on it. Like, I see you guys as fucking retards.
Come into contact with less things that annoyed me on a daily basis.
Oh, I think there's no doubt about that. Yeah. I think that's definitely the case. And I've talked to other people who've pulled back from Twitter and experienced the same thing. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's something about Twitter that seems to really heighten the desire of people to be provocative. And maybe it's the case that...
It's clickbait, bro.
Only people who are feeling irritable respond. You know, we don't know. You know, like if you put up a post and 1,000 people read it, certainly 1,000 people don't respond. A few people respond.
Here's how I know I'm the worst troll on earth. This guy who was coming to Arab's chat kept attacking me. He privately messaged me on Twitter and attacked me and was trolling me and calling me all sorts of shit and low life and I'm this, I'm scum, I'm never going to make it. And I started talking to him one-on-one for like maybe 4 minutes. And I kept asking about his life and he would answer. He's like, well, I do this. And I kept saying, you fucking loser, you scumbag. And I kept spamming him. And then after we went back and forth for like 4 minutes, and it wasn't trolling. It was like him hating on me, I was hating on him. Well, I was trolling because I don't, right? I wasn't that invested. He said, I have to go now. On Twitter DMs, I can leak these, right? Before I block them. And I'm like, you gotta go, you little pussy? I dare you fucking leave. And he's like, bro, I have something. I got to go out with friends. And I'm like, I dare you to fucking leave. I'll ban you if you leave. And he's like, Zherka, don't do that. Don't ban me. You're not actually like that, are you? And I'm like, I dare you to fucking leave this conversation right now, bitch. While I was calling him a bitch, and I started putting the flame emoji. I'm like, you're getting roasted, bitch. He actually left. A troll quit in 4 minutes of me spamming him. That's when I realized, I'm like, dude, I'm dangerous. Imagine an anonymous guy being hurt by me. I can leak all the DMs right now. You'd laugh your head off. You'd be like, how the fuck did you win? If you're anonymous, you should always win. I should be the one that's like, I've had enough. But I've even done it to Jehovah's Witnesses when I start talking about flat earth. They go, enough, I'm done. And they walk away. I can out-talk anyone.
Well, maybe it skews way over to those people who had a bad day. Like, we have no idea, right? Because it's a communication channel that no one understands. We're not evolved to understand it. We're not evolved to use it. We can't interpret it.
Never respond to a Twitter hater in the comment. You know, 80% of those guys who are always hating on you, they're on the verge of killing themselves. So like, don't ever respond to that. Like, just block. Just, you need to keep moving forward. Don't respond. Dude, people are doing bad in life, man. Right? Especially post-COVID.
Plus, you're interacting with random strangers, which is something you never, ever do. And it's never the same set of random strangers. And you don't react to Twitter like it's random strangers. You react to Twitter like it's a person that you know. And it isn't.
You write in 12 Rules for Life about having had violent impulses that you didn't act on. And I think in Maps of Meaning, you sort of elaborate on that. You say you fantasize about stabbing a classmate in the neck. And you're very clear about the fact that you never, ever thought that you would take those seriously. But it just does make me think whether or not, are you somebody who thrives on anger, who finds anger to be something that they need in their life, that they find motivates them to do the things that they need to do?
That's not genuine. She's such a snake for that.
Those are two different questions.
Okay. You can answer them both.
One is whether I thrive on it, and the answer to that is most certainly not. So I actually don't like conflict.
Then how have you ended up doing this as a job? Which is arguing with people, right?
Just because no, that's not...
Because he said his opinion and got cancelled.
My job. It's not to argue with people.
When he was a professor, he wasn't arguing with anyone. He was just teaching, bro.
Okay.
So my job is to not do things that I don't think I should do. Right, and my government made the mistake of assuming that compelled speech was acceptable as long as it was motivated by hypothetical compassion. And that's not happened for me. So I made that point. It wasn't because I wanted to. I miss him when he was combative. I enjoyed it. I don't really like conflict. I'm actually a rather agreeable person, which is partly why I'm a clinician. And so I find the constant conflict exhausting. But that's not the issue. You're not morally obligated. You're morally obligated to do things other than that which you like. So now I really do enjoy the lecture series that I'm doing. And the reason for that is that it's not political in its essence.
Where does this
on
go?
the West. Look, if you're really concerned about the poor, as a social democrat, let's say, the first thing you should do is abandon your presupposition that the dispossession produced by hierarchies is a consequence of the patriarchal structure of the West. It's a way deeper problem than that. So there have been people who've been dispossessed forever, way before capitalism.
Okay, I think I would agree with that. So if it is a way deeper problem than that, how do you tackle it?
I don't know.
Well, that's a bit, I mean, that for someone as intelligent as you that just throw their hands up and go...
You know, I'm all for like the working class and stuff, but I'll be the first one to admit it. Poor people are retards. Okay? I think any human who doesn't understand how to make money online is a fucking retard. That's it. Because I've never met a human that said to me, that's impossible. They all say the same thing. Yeah, I could do it if I tried hard enough. Nobody looks at YouTube, Twitch, and all that stuff and says that's impossible. Nobody does that. Like, give me a break. You don't even need a camera. You could do a voiceover. You could do a draw my life type shit. You could do anything. And if you don't have any skill sets to upload online, you're a fucking retard.
Ooh, maybe some people.
There's lots of things I don't know how to tackle. I don't know how to tackle.
I think it is like a lazy, stuck mindset. That's why they don't do it. Yeah.
The fact that people range extremely widely in their cognitive ability either. These are big problems.
Like, you know how if someone said to me, "Hey, Zherka, show me how to make $400,000 in 1 year," you could just buy and sell. You can get into something and just buy and sell online. Anything. You can get into shoes. You can get into paintings. You can get into painting old painting frames to sell to those people who fake paintings. You could get into Bionicles, selling Bionicle. You could choose anything. All you have to do is learn about the subject. That's it. And then you just buy and sell until you're, what do you need? 5,000 capital and that's it? You need $5,000 to start? Come on, man.
But we could start with a redistributive tax policy, right? Where people who earn a lot pay more tax than people lower down the income scale to redistribute income. That was a fairly obvious way that you could make poor people less poor. It's something that, you know, the Labour government did. They almost, I think they halved child poverty. It is possible to do things, and we do have mechanisms.
Well, I wouldn't make the immediate presumption that it was the redistributive tax policy that halved child poverty. You know, that absolute...
You know what's funny? My first real drug deal that was just solo mission was a $20,000 profit, but I only got to keep like 8, and that's the most cash I've ever seen in my hands. Most people, their first drug deal is like, or their first solo mission is like $80 or $90, you know, $100 max. But like, because I said to myself, I know before I sell drugs, everyone in the city has to know my name. So I did that first. I did the network first. And yeah,
poverty in the world has halved between the year 2000 and 2012, and you can't attribute that to redistributive policies.
No.
Why are you always lying? I can interview. Actually, no. I could interview the dude. I sold 2 giant bag, like almost like duffel bags of drugs, all different kinds of drugs. Some were bottled, some were everything, and it was so much fucking money. And is this snitching if I put on witnesses on the call? If I put on Daniel, is it snitching? No, I never sold weed ever in my life. I don't even know how. I'd be like, I don't even know who to talk to like this. Nobody in my city sells weed like that. That's like chump change shit. It was cognitive enhancers that would sell the most, right? Smart drugs sell the most in my city.
I'm only talking about Britain. I'm talking about that particular government, which had, you know, then there are fiscal analyses that have been done. But I think let's move on from lobsters. I mean, you know,
that chapter is about people becoming responsible and competent, not about them becoming like dominant and powerful.
Okay.
God damn, these feminists drive me. Look at this one. Who's this?
in societies and where
No,
you feel they're
I
under
don't
attack?
think that is my focus. I think that my focus is the focus that you'd expect from a clinical psychologist and an educator.
God, he's so well dressed. That's it. That's not a navy blue. That tie is a midnight. That's midnight blue. I don't know about the suit. It's so nice, man.
Which is to help individuals, regardless of their group identity.
When I worked security, I used to dress, well, not this nice, but I would dress up. I loved it.
The focus that you'd expect from a clinical psychologist and an educator, which is to help individuals, regardless of their group identity.
She looks angry. All right, what do you guys got for me? Let's start with chat stuff. I'm done laughing at... I hope we have more of that. Oh, Fauci, look at this. Is Docs in chat still? Look, it's your guy, Fauci. Hey, Docs, how many vaccines did you get? I got 2.
Dr. Anthony Fauci's farewell speech going haywire as White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre silences reporters asking about the origins of COVID-19.
We have a process here. I'm not calling out on people who yell. And you're being disrespectful to your colleagues, and you're being disrespectful to our guests.
She has a valid question. She's asking about the origin of COVID.
I hear the question.
Dr. Fauci is the best person to answer.
I hear your question, but we're not doing this the way you want it.
Jimmy Kimmel.
The only time they ever give a bit of pushback to this administration will be to her and never Joe Biden. Joe Biden has never had one hard question from the media. Isn't that scary? It's like, how can you think he's the good guy? Like, these guys own the game.
The question.
Dr. Fauci is the best person to answer.
I hear your question, but we're not doing this the way you want it.
Jimmy Kimmel, Fox Across America on Fox Nation and Fox News Radio joins us now.
Fiery.
Jimmy, doesn't this White House and KJP in particular realize that they work for us? KJP is my employee. She works for me. So when our representatives in the media go to ask questions, it's their right to do that.
Okay,
and
this guy got the best Adderall on earth.
Whatever she says, not thinking it's appropriate time, is completely irrelevant.
You're 100% right. Like, she was trying to maintain some decorum within the room, which I understand. But what was really going on is we were watching a passing of the baton. 2 years ago, when Fauci was in charge, he was the one silencing conversations about the origins of COVID-19 via email, via threat, via back channel. This scientist is never going to work in this town again. So it really was a bad, sloppy showing, but it was emblematic of the entire Fauci regime, which is like, you'll take what we give you. Okay, we're not talking about this right now. Shut up.
Yeah, and because you could only see Karine Jean-Pierre during that clip, what was happening is that it was a Daily Caller reporter who said...
It's so nice to see a woman not show cleavage. Like, look at her. She's glowing. She's just glowing. How rare is this? This is so weird to see.
What have you done to personally investigate the origins of COVID-19?
Doesn't that look nice? Doesn't she look nice?
That question. And then a Today News Africa reporter, when Karine Jean-Pierre stopped her and said, "You're speaking out of turn," was like, no, wait a second. That's a question that we all want to know the answer to. There was also another moment where Dr. Fauci said that he's going to cooperate with oversight hearings, and he says, "I have nothing to hide." And then Peter Doocy said, just a quick follow-up on that, Dr. Fauci, how much do you think? And then...
She has no cleavage to show. Dude, you are everything that's wrong with the world, man. What is your deal? I'm going for a wholesome message today. I'm going for shit where we go to bed knowing we're on the right side of history. We're the good guys. And you're doing this to me.
Fauci walks away and just walks off. Peace out.
He's fleeing the interview. In the movie Fargo, the guy just
Trust
runs
the
out of the
science,
interview.
man.
That's Fauci. He was
and a Pingu mask.
Fleeing the interview. Listen, man, the Fauci era, even if he comes back and testifies, will always be mired in so much. He did more to further the distrust between America and our public health initiatives than anybody in history. Number one, because of all the changes, all the audibles we've talked about at length.
Yeah, this is going to sound crazy, but I actually don't have anger for Fauci as much as the fat, ugly bitch from the World Health Organization and a bunch of other people. But Fauci is the guy I'm least mad at, because when he spoke, he was always like in this passive kind of like pussy ass way. It didn't sound like, man, there was Klaus Schwab is one of them. Yeah, these guys who were just telling me how the world is going to change and how it's going to be. These guys pissed me off. Fauci is always kind of like, well, I mean,
No mask, some mask. I can't believe it's not mask. But then there's the other aspect of this, which was, yes, it was silencing dissent, collaborating with big tech to silence any type of question into the COVID origins. And even to this day, on the way out the door, what was he doing? He's telling everybody they got to get vaxxed and boosted.
At least he has the bobblehead.
The next big thing you guys are going to see, where they're even going to censor ban people for this, is the eco agenda. That's what's coming next. Starting January, you're going to see eco-fascism skyrocket. You're going to see these energy sector cucks come out of the woodwork to ruin your life. And they're going to control speech. It's going to be like, Twitter's going to be like the Wild West, but you can't talk about climate change. It's going to turn into that. Mark my words.
This just proves how scared they are
I
of
don't
those
have a bobblehead.
investigations. The White House, Fauci, they're frightened of what the Republicans are going to do.
They're horrified.
Want to get your thoughts on this, Jimmy? Liberal media melting down after the White House blocked the press from President Biden's granddaughter's wedding. Vogue, though, given exclusive access to cover the event and take lavish photos just days before. Interesting point here. There's two questions. One.
Wait, who's she? Naomi? Jill Biden, Naomi. Who's Naomi Biden? Is this like Hunter's that's his granddaughter that he took showers with? Oh. Well, I don't blame him. I'm kidding. This is crazy, dude. I know that clip's gonna fucking, yeah, you're gonna see in a year and a half where I regret that clip. I know it. I know it. I always sense the clips I regret.
Event take lavish photos just days before. Interesting point here. There's two questions. One, who cares about this person? The only Biden we care about that's a relative is Hunter. Nobody even knows who this person is. But two, does the liberal media have a right to be this outraged when they facilitated this kind of like leeway with the White House for years?
Yeah, I was going to say they kind of made this bed for him because they didn't demand access during the 2020 presidential campaign. Right. He was watching Bonanza, eating a pudding cup. It's a good gig. It's pretty much how I prep for my show. So
He's wart on his face. You need lasers for this, dude. What is this?
I'm not
That
really
sounds like a fun
knocking.
time.
Oh, it's a home run, especially if you get the vanilla pudding. Forget about it. But
Look
the
at
point is,
that.
yes,
He saw a child. Yeah, there is an actual child here. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, this guy is my favorite president.
they kind of created this. But at the same time, I think it is laughable. You know that they're how dare you not give us access to the actual wedding of all the things.
That's a child in a Halloween costume for Biden.
They haven't had access to. Like I said, we've talked about COVID and foreign policy and border decisions and everything in between. This press is
no boyfriends till you're 30 years old.
It's always getting beat up. They usually just take it. So it's weird they decided to fight back here because who wants to go?
You want to? This is his granddaughter. Huh. How come I've never seen her? Wait, what? No shot. That's a plant. Those are Biden genetics? Holy shit. How much adrenochrome to look like her? What? Dude, am I crazy, or does she look like she sticks out in the family? Like she's... I don't like tall and lanky, but she's like very good looking.
Go to that wedding.
Right.
I don't want to see
well,
Biden get
I did care
walking
about
down
this
the
wedding.
aisle.
I wanted to see her dress. I was curious about the pictures, but I'm a lady.
Well, get Vogue. You'll see the dress.
Well, now I know.
Men out there watching, raise your hand if you are interested in this. And no men across America just raise their hands.
We are gendering people left and right.
Yeah, that's
in
what we
this segment.
do. Wow,
you mentioned the border. The borders are Vice President Kamala Harris. She was in the Philippines yesterday and made some news with this clip. Let's roll it.
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Oh, finally, Kamala. What happened to Kamala, dude? I forgot she's even in the lore.
Hello, ma'am. Hello. 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 Thank you.
So she's saying hi to all the fishermen. Kind of an interesting scene.
That's it. That's it. Oh my God.
I love that they give her pretend jobs. Like anybody who has a child.
Who is this guy? I always forget their names.
Has been in this position before where it's like a busy day around the house. You need the kid to get out of the way. So you're like, Lincoln, can you go get the monsters out of the washing machine? And he's like, oh, there's monsters in the washing machine? And they're doing that with the vice president. Like, Kamala, can you go get the monsters out of the fish hatchery? It's like, oh, hello, everybody. I'm here looking for the monsters. It's pretend job.
That is an amazing point. But if you literally put a pinpoint on the border and then said, how far away could you do to get the maximum distance away from the border? I think that the Philippines is at literally...
Dude, I'm not trying to be racist or anything, but look at this guy talking. Is that not Alex Stein? Look closely.
Far away could you do to get the maximum distance away from the border? I think
I'm not saying all white guys look the same, but that's Alex Stein talking. Look at this.
On the border and then said, how far away could you do to get the maximum distance away from the border? I think that the Philippines is literally next is the moon, and then after that is Mars. Also, Jimmy, what is she thanking them for? Is she going to be eating that fish later on?
They're as confused as we are.
You saw the faces. Like, who's this lady?
What's going on? Is this some random lady? Like, we have a Walmart greeter here now on the dock just waving to us as we come in. It was bizarre. What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive, Jimmy. That was hilarious.
Oh, you guys.
It does not surprise me at all because it came out of your mouth.
Oh, stop
and a very talented man you are.
You're so right about the fake job thing, though.
They're giving a fake
It's
job.
amazing. It's totally
All
right.
the monsters are out of the washing machine. Thanks, Kamala.
Thanks, Jimmy.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
What the fuck is Mr. Burns doing?
Joining us now to discuss what we...
Okay, dude, this guy went to my dentist. Right. Love him.
We should be looking for in a leader is the senator from the great state of South Carolina, Tim Scott. Little known fact, I think your mother wanted you to be a preacher. I wanted you to run for governor. I'm not sure where you wound up. In the Senate, right? With about 60-something% of the vote a couple of weeks ago. I've forgiven you, but I'm not sure your mom has.
Imagine if Tucker Carlson was president and Gowdy was vice president. Dude, game changer. Imagine that. Holy, that's chills. And that's like the young men in it, you know? They're the younger. That's chills down my spine. That would be, wow.
I'm a household name in your own right. But I want to ask you, so you are a leader, but what are you looking for in other leaders? What are the qualities you want to see?
You know, Trey, thank you for the question, number one, and I hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving. Truth is, faith in the future gives us power in the present. If we're looking for leadership, we want leadership that has a vision on who this country is going to be and how we're going to get there. There are a few things that we need to see within leadership. The first is optimism.
You're just wrong. We need faith in the past. We need faith in the Bible, and we need a Christian society, and we need the society where you can have a car and a house and 9 kids on one income, and we just need the 1950s. That's all we need, okay? We don't need enough of the progressive. We're done. Everyone's gay. You won. Everyone's gay. You won. You tried your system, and everyone's broke, and the inflation, what is it, like $80 a turkey, right? We're done. Your experiment is over, okay? Barack Obama was the shittiest president ever in the history of, he's just the worst. Barack Obama was the worst leader in history, right? Unless we count Bush, but Bush is a fucking retard. Obama, he's a smart, cunning, evil man. He knew what he was doing. Bush is a fucking retard.
We have to believe that the best is yet to come and then show people how to get there. One of the things I've been blessed with is a miserable start in life. I say a blessing because now when I look back, I know that all things are possible.
This is a miserable dental plan too.
We are Americans. America, we are always the solution. We are never.
Oh my God, that's Tim Tebow. Look at Tim Tebow. I have no idea who this guy or what he's known for. I know he's like a Christian or whatever. Dude, this guy has the most beautiful wife I've ever seen in my life. I had a shared Instagram account with my moderators, and they would follow random bitches and shit. I was like, let me follow. Let me show you. It was like years ago when I had my first YouTube channel. Have you seen this man's wife? Right? She's like 34 or something like that. I forgot what she does. Is she like a model or something? Jon Zherka, I feel like you say that, but you yourself wouldn't be able to live in a Christian society like that because of the people you hang out with on Twitch and blah, blah. Are you fucking stupid? Everything you see of like conservatives failing to live a conservative lifestyle, right, has nothing to do with the individual. It's that you're born into this system. Kind of like how Hassan and those fucking copers talk about being born into capitalism. I say the same thing. But if I grew up where people are just doing folk dances, what is that called? Square dancing and shit like that. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to go like, actually, I want to chill with Amaranth. Like that wouldn't happen. Look at this guy's wife though. Let me show you. I don't miss. And I never compliment a woman, so this is big. What's his name? Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow. I guess I don't know her name. Yeah, that's the guy. Wife. What's her name? Demi Lay. What? Demi Lay. This guy got this. What's a good picture of her? Here, she's smiling. Bro, this random dude, I don't know what he's known for. I guess he's got a book called Mission Impossible. He's in the fitness industry, but he looks like trash. It looks like absolute, like he looks good. Like women love that body, but for the fitness industry, that's fucking trash. Dude. Oh, he was an NFL football player? No. Are you serious? No. Oh, he's just a winner. Business, religion, and athlete. Oh, I like him a lot. Yo, ban that cuck out of my chat. He was a football player? He got kicked out for being too Christian? What do you mean? Well, who is this guy? Okay, you're done, bro. Okay? Just quit, bro. You're never gonna make it as a streamer. Like, look at you. Look at your channel, dude. You got one viewer, you fucking loser. You failed. Buddy, you got one viewer, and that's me. Look, if I leave, your channel just turns off. I can just end your channel by hitting the back button. You fucking failed. You're failing miserably at this. What are you saying?
You're the fucking loser, bro. And the channel, and whatever, and your own life, man. I don't really give a shit about you, man. You're the fucking loser, dude. You're the fucking loser. You're talking about beating women, man. And the channel, and whatever. You like to beat women. I love women, man. I'm really a wholesome guy, man. You're talking about beating women, man. And the channel, and whatever. You like to beat women. I love women, man. I'm really a wholesome guy, man. Debate me, man. I will ruin you in a fucking debate. I will literally dismantle your entire career in 1 to 2 minute conversation. Dismantle. Debate me, man. I will ruin you in a fucking debate. I will literally dismantle your entire career in 1 to 2 minute conversation. Dismantle. Debate me, man. I will ruin you in a fucking dismantle, man. And when I'm talking about I'm talking about dismantle. When I talk about dismantle, I don't say it lightly. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. Come on. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Johnny. Johnny.
Join the Discord now.
Don't be a pussy. Come on. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Johnny.
Join the Discord now.
Link the Discord and I'll join it. I don't have your Discord because you're not that popular, man. So someone has to link that to me in my chat.
Your mom's a hoe.
Link the Discord and I'll join it. I don't have your Discord because you're not that popular, man. So someone has to link that to me in my chat.
Your mom's a hoe.
My mother's a very nice person, man. So I don't really.
You're gonna cry, little boy.
Can someone link me this Discord so I can?
You better find it.
Completely dismantle
You better find it before your mommy finds it, little boy.
She's a very nice person, man. So I don't really.
She's not a nice person. Disgusting.
I'm an old man. Link me your fucking Discord right now.
Broke
I will
ass
dismantle
headset.
you.
You fake airplane
you
pilot.
banned me from your chat because you're so sensitive. You
Huh?
don't. You don't
Why
even
you
want
get
to
on
debate
Epstein's
me.
plane, you fucking
don't
creep.
even want
You
to
look like
debate
a
me.
fucking pedophile. Broke ass headset. You don't even get on Epstein's plane, you fucking creep. You look like a fucking pedophile.
I'm in your shit, bro. Join the pack to access the server. There you go. I'm in your waiting room right now to.
One in the chat for Spears. Tell this fucking loser to join any channel.
Way too many
Hey,
people
Butter.
spamming.
Hey, Butter.
What's up,
How's
fucking
your
loser?
butter-faced mom?
You like to beat women? Fucking.
How's your butter-faced mother doing?
She's great. She has a lovable husband, and she's married, and I'm her son, and I love her so much.
I
How are
literally
you doing,
fucked
man?
her. I fucked your mom.
Did you really?
I fucked
When
your
did,
mom,
when
bro.
did you do that, dude? When did you do that?
Why do you look like a pedophile?
I mean, are you projecting right now, man?
That's not
Like
an
we can
answer.
get you help, man. I mean, listen, where are you from, man? I'll get you help. You like children? I'll get you help, man. Where are you from?
I actually like your mother.
My mother's actually underage, so you're a pedophile, aren't you?
That's all you got from me?
So yeah, so I basically come to your chat, I've come to your Discord, and I've bitched you, and now you're conceding because I've bitched you completely, and you look like a coward, you look like a charlatan in front of all your viewers, and you're embarrassed
Well,
because
at
I
least I
bitched you.
don't look like you. You are literally the ugliest thing I've seen today. And I've been staring at Biden all day. That's all I do on my stream. You're uglier than Joe.
So you didn't even look in the mirror today, I guess.
Now, I was looking at the mirror, watching your mom hop on my dick.
But that's not possible because I was with my mother all day, so she wasn't there.
You know, closing your eyes doesn't mean she's not there.
Well, take another puff of that cigarette, man. I'm sure
You're
that'll
getting
really help you
fucking
out.
cooked, bitch. What do you
Take
got
another
for me?
Take another puff of that fucking cigarette, man. I'm sure it's gonna help your ass out. Listen, I don't know anything about you, John. I don't know where you went wrong in your life. You seem like a lost soul.
Enough! Beta male. That's right. You stay quiet, beta bitch.
I'm just waiting for you. Listen, the only thing
Enough!
I'm waiting.
Part 2.
I'm waiting for
you're
you
learning,
to
you
just.
little beta cuck.
I'm waiting for you
Very
to
good.
leave because you
I'm
are
training you, Krillin.
because you're scared of me, man. You're basically scared of me. You know what? You know what's above Alpha? Omega. And you know what's above Omega? Tell me, do you know the Greek alphabet?
How do you look like a pedo and the victim? Like, how old are you? I can't pinpoint this.
I'm 17.
Huh?
This is how
17?
How does it feel to get bitched by a 17-year-old?
Bro, you're a little bitch.
How does it feel though? I mean, like I'm literally like half your age.
I'm used to this.
But I'm half your age. That's the thing. Like
You're not even half my viewer count. You're at 1 viewer.
But okay, sure. I'm at 1 viewer.
Sustaining you right now.
But guess what? You're like fucking 40 years old, and you're still doing this shit for a full time.
I'm not 40. I just told your mom that so I can bang her, dude.
Is that why you wear the hat with the receding hairline? I mean, I'm not curious. I mean, I'm curious, but
You of all people cannot talk about hairlines, okay?
Okay, look at that. It's a widow's peak, buddy. Not a hairline issue. It's called a widow's peak. It's genetic, not a hairline issue. Take your hat off, pussy.
Oh, you're right. You're actually very good looking.
Take your fucking hat off. Tell me about it then. Tell me about it.
Here. Why don't you?
Yeah. Take your fucking hat off, dumbass.
Why don't you beg for me to take it off? Beg like a dog.
Because you don't want to. Because if you take that shit off, all your viewers
Beg,
would be
little
like,
boy,
"Holy shit,
beg.
this guy has a fucking dog shit hairline. This
Yeah,
guy's
my viewers
embarrassing."
aren't as kind as yours.
Listen, I don't really give a
You
fuck,
playing
man.
Overwatch today? You have 36 followers.
Yes, I do have 36. Feel free to follow me. I'm on Buttered
That
Mammals
means you
on
have
Twitch.
36 Facebook friends.
No, I actually have more Facebook friends than that.
How the fuck you have 36 followers?
I mean, like, the thing is like, I really wish I could be as good as you, like a professional,
You'll never make it.
like a succubus, basically a leech.
Trust me, you'll never make it. Don't
The
even
thing
try.
is,
You'll
the thing
never.
is,
People like you never make it.
yeah, I mean, I really don't want to like subject myself to being such a bitch that like I just do this all day, all the time. I really just do this whenever I'm bored, and like I
Yeah,
kind of can like.
I'm just
The thing is,
actually not trying. I'm only a loser because I want to be a
pussy,
loser.
pussy. I'm not done, pussy. All right. Basically, I do this whenever I want to just have fun and bitch people.
Oh, you're
So
just
it's
doing this
like
for fun. You're not even trying. If you tried, you'd have 40 followers.
no. Well, the thing
Nuh-uh.
is like
Don't you
okay.
stutter
Are you
here, you
done?
little clown.
We're
You're
not
going on my
stuttering, man.
YouTube channel, little boy.
The thing is, you're interrupting me, and when I'm trying to talk to make it seem like you're a big guy. And
Sorry.
listen,
Sorry, alpha male.
listen. You don't have to listen because the thing is that people be like alpha male. Like I feel like they're the most insecure kind of people, man. Right, we're only on just all like human beings, man. Like what's wrong with you, man?
Did you do shrooms? We're just like all human beings, right? No, I'm a better human than you. I have more followers.
Really, that's what you base it off of, huh? Followers.
Yeah, how do you base it?
Well, what about Benjamin Franklin or Theodore
Fuck
Roosevelt or
Ben.
really? Or
Yeah,
or
fuck your Benjamin. You want to see
or
Benjamins?
Tesla or
Oh.
George Washington or what's that girl's name? There was the Pocahontas. Yeah. So like, what do you fucking think, bro? You're talking about
Pocahontas?
all.
She's hot, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you can't even. How many girls do you? I probably have more
Bro,
sex.
I just got rated by your viewer count.
That's actually double my viewer. Hold on, let's check here. That's double my viewer count, pussy. So shut the fuck up. All right, anyone who wants mod, come to my chat. I'll give you mod. That's just a quick plug. So John Zherka, that's interesting. All right, me and you in a boxing match. Who do you think wins?
Oh, clearly you, dude. You look like a beast.
Do you really think so?
Yeah, why don't you show us your skills?
All right, these are my muscles. Here, I'll show you my muscles. I'm young, but I feel like, listen, I feel like if you gave me 6 months to prepare, I feel like I'd give you a challenge, even though you're probably like double my weight because you look like a big boy.
Why? How much do you weigh?
I weigh about like 145.
That's literally pathetic. You weigh as much as a woman.
I mean, I don't know what kind of women you're banging, but I mean, I
Fat
like
ass
to bang.
bitches, dude. 140. Come on. 140. You're
Oh,
not eating. You're not eating.
I'm in the
You're not trying.
I'm in the 100 110 range for fuckable. So like, I don't know if you're doing like 200 plus, but like I'm chilling on the lower end here. That's all.
So who are you?
I'm an up and coming streamer. I'm
What does the name mean?
Buttered Mammals.
Yeah, monotone.
Well, I mean, do you know what a mammal is?
Yeah, I know what a mammal is.
Tell me what a mammal.
Do you know what monotone is?
The monotone, yeah. Dude, I watched your stream for fucking 5 minutes. Yeah, I know what monotone is, dumbass. Yeah, tell me what a fucking mammal is, idiot.
You just
I
answer
know I'm
so
quick. I'm quick with this shit, man. I'm fast with this shit. I'm quick and I'm ready, man. Tell me what a mammal is.
Well, a mammal is kind of like a whale, like your fat, ugly mom.
No, that's completely fucking wrong.
Except she don't. Except her blowhole is preoccupied. You know I went viral for this, you fucking cuck.
Viral for what?
Say hi to
That
my
was
YouTube channel.
That
I'm
was
a
a lame
YouTuber
joke.
now.
That was a lame fucking joke, dude.
What about your ugly mom?
My mom's beautiful, and
I
the thing is,
know.
like,
I
I don't
love
know.
her. She's
I don't.
gorgeous to
I'm
me.
almost listen. At my state right now, I'm almost positive that whales are not mammals.
Are
Mammals
you
are things
serious?
that
You're
have
saying
hair.
whales are fish?
Yes, whales are aquatic.
You're thinking of sharks, and you got to remember that sharks and fish, sharks have denticles, okay? They don't have scales, you fucking retard.
Do you know what hair is though? Do you
They're
have hair? I
different
mean,
types of
obviously,
fish.
obviously you're wearing a
Mammals
hat.
are not fish.
Listen, pause. Obviously, I know you're wearing a hat, so your hairline's completely receding, right? So,
Yeah.
like, do you know what hair is?
That's what you have in common with your mother. You always go at my hairline. Like, what's up?
Are you really sensitive? All right, I'll take that back, man. I'm sorry, man. Can we start over? I feel like I've really offended you with that.
I can't shoot cum on her face if I'm like sensitive. Don't do that.
I know. I just feel like, something about the hat,
How
man.
am I
Like, who
gonna
wears
make
a
her?
hat?
How am I
Who,
gonna make her day if
who
I'm
wears
sensitive?
who wears a fucking hat indoors, man? I
This
feel like
hat,
you're like
excuse me.
really sensitive, man.
This
I'm
hat
sorry.
says MAGA. What does that? What does that mean to you?
It means Republican, politic fed up, basically loser. Anyone who's obsessed with politics is a complete fucking loser. You, Hassan, everyone who's obsessed with
That's,
politics is a complete fucking loser.
yeah, I should be playing. What game? You playing Overwatch, right?
I'm playing the game of life right now. The life game of not insinuating
Well,
myself with completely
why didn't you
the
choose
ultra
a?
things
Why
that
didn't
do
you
not.
choose your? If you're playing life, how come your loadout is not a winner? Like, why did you
My
choose?
loadout
What
is a
did you
winner.
choose? What the fuck is this?
Look at me. Look at me. I'm
I'm
at
looking,
20.
dude.
All right,
What
all
did
right.
you choose
I'm
here?
22. I'm 22 years old. I have my own house. I have my own apartment. I make my own money. I'm
How?
a
How do you make money? Playing Overwatch for one viewer?
All right. I'm a developer, man. I develop software. Do you know anything about that? You fucking loser.
Yeah, software. She's very attractive for her age, or just for anyone. What is her background though? I couldn't guess. I'm like, she could be anything, but she's like this model. Oh my god, this guy. How do you pull her? Women like this exist. Very beautiful. Yeah. I like them together actually. Right?
Are possible because we are Americans. America, we are always the solution. We are never the problem. So the second thing I'm looking for in leadership is understanding that the key to our success, the key to victory, is not politics, it's not the government, it's
All right,
education.
what do you guys got for me? I got like 1 more hour, less than an hour. I gotta go soon. 30 minutes, unless we have something good. I gotta get back to editing those YouTubes. Was it Dave Chappelle that everyone keeps linking me? What is I? What is this?
I read the script and flew immediately to where he was, to his property, and I landed on his property in this helicopter. And I said, look, I'm sorry about this, but otherwise it's a 6-hour drive, and I've got, my babies are here, and Nick, and I couldn't figure out another way how to get there quickly and then get back. And of course, he'd set up the landing pad, and I remember the helicopter coming in onto his property, and he'd given me the GPS coordinates to give to the pilot, and told me, sent me a diagram of where he wanted me to land the airplane, the helicopter. And I remember just landing in, and there he was, just waiting, just alone in the garden as it came down. The helicopter came down, and we discussed the helicopter and what kind it was and how many hours that I'd flown in these helicopters. And he walked me around the grounds, and I just remember thinking, this guy's kind of a magical, wonderful guy.
He wanted to make this film at one point in his life. I don't think with his age.
No.
Oh. I mean, the film is about the mind, jealousy and sexual obsession of the mind. It has nothing to do with, it's not at all pornographic or anything like that, not a bit. Quite the opposite.
So we discussed the script, and you want to know, you know, I can't remember what I said about it, just different story points of did I understand this and was I confused about anything. But he first allowed me to talk. He didn't, you know, probe, really. And I took off in the helicopter, and it was over too quickly for me. And I thought, okay, this is going to be a real adventure.
He wanted me to guess by whom it was, and about 2 days in, I did, but I didn't want to sort of spoil the fun. So we did a little bit of speculation.
To make a film about that seemed so unattractive to me that whenever he brought it up, I said, I hate that book, put it away. And he was particularly angry that I hated it and said, why? I would like to know why you hate that book so much. So it's one of those conversations.
The story at that point was very clearly about the mutual manipulation of jealousy, which is torture. It's what we can do to one another in the most intimately painful way. And it's clearly quite obvious that if you're dealing with erotic entanglement, there is a compulsion to hurt that lies very close to intense involvement.
But the themes are universal when you look at it, you know, jealousy, obsession, you know, fantasies, sex. I mean, every individual understands this, and some people don't want to ever feel like they have fantasies about it. It's the devil, it's bad. And I, you know, right away when I read the script, you know, you're thinking, okay, Nick and I are gonna make this together. We invest aspects of our own relationship into this and our own understanding into these characters. You know, even though Stanley would say, well, that's just an added bonus, that was definitely something that he counted on and wanted, but never abused that at all, ever, not once.
As an actor, you set up. There's reality and there's pretend, and those lines get crossed, and it happens when you're working with a director that allows that to happen. And it's a very exciting thing to happen. It's a very dangerous thing to happen.
In the acting scenes, he worked in a way I understood very well, which is a kind of feel your way through it as you go. You have the boundaries of the scene in your head, as he did. But then he sort of gives you a little push off and sees where you go. And then he starts to correct it slowly, and then he records it on video with the tap. He wouldn't film it. Sometimes he would record it on video. Then he would show it to us. I'd sit here, Tom would sit here. He would go through it, freeze the frame, and say, see that when you turned your head like that? Oh, he will change this. Or at the end of a take, he'd say, okay, Sidney, come here. Come on, sit down. He wouldn't say anything to Tom. Then he would go through it with me. Or, okay, Tom, come here. Let's watch this.
You know, Stanley would say, look, we got to earn every scene with this character, every single moment with this character. And he knew that, you know, in times when I just get frustrated with myself, and that at times that we couldn't get it, you know what I mean? And it was just like, you know, fuck. It just, or you just know when you don't have that fire burning that day, or if I was tired, it just, you know, and I bring it upon myself, you know, because I demand a lot of myself.
Stanley always was waiting for something to happen. He wasn't as interested in naturalistic acting as he was in something that, for whatever reason, surprised him or piqued his interest. That's when he would go, okay, now we're onto something.
He always would say, when we would talk about it, isn't it silly? You know, the cheapest part of all this is do another take. Do another take. You've spent millions of dollars preparing and building sets and hiring people, doing costumes, and months writing a script, years sometimes. And then you get there and you quit on take 5 or take 6 or take 7. Isn't that silly? You don't know what's going to happen if you try 3 or 4 or 5 more.
He would say, okay, you've done a few takes, now you can just do what you want to do. And I'd heard all these stories about him being incredibly controlling and not wanting this and not wanting that. And at certain times he was very controlling. At other times he was pleased, just, and particularly with the monologues, is when he allowed me just to really just get lost in Alice. And I think that's what happened. I mean, over the course of the year and a half.
Elmi, what's the timestamp?
I just, you know, became that woman.
When he had this important scene with them, he had them in the set, and he watched outside on a monitor and let them go through it over and over. And it was very raw stuff. It was very... that's why I said they took more than their clothes off. They absolutely took their skin off. Women know that they have that power, if they're loved. Only then do they have it, to tease. I think it was a very good film for an older person to make with quite a lot of hindsight. And you become softer and more honest as you grow older. And I think that Stanley was much more pessimistic, much more cynical as a very young man. I think most of us become nicer when we're older, more, even more mellowed. And he certainly was more...
I didn't want to believe it because it just seemed wrong. It didn't seem like the right time. He seemed to have too many other things to
I never found Kidman attractive in my life. I always thought she's like hyper mid.
do and say. And it's still very, sorry.
Even when I went to the funeral, I was not in a good way, and I was very concerned about Nick and very concerned about Christian and his family, and concerned about the movie, because I know what it meant to him and what it meant to me, and my wife, my co-star, my love. And I still even went to the funeral thinking, somewhere it was, it was ridiculous, because somewhere still inside I thought, and Nick and I thought that it's not true. Somewhere deep inside I wanted to believe this is not true, that I'm going to go and I will show up at the house and he will be there.
At some time we talked about how horrible graveyards are.
Where does this bitch's brain start? This is such a weird look.
So I decided he liked to sit over there all the time.
So cold.
That's where we put his grave.
Well, Dave, the space...
What?
At times that we couldn't get it, you know what I mean? It was just like, fuck. It just, or you just know when you don't have that fire burning that day, or if I was tired, it just, and I'd bring it upon myself, because I demand a lot of myself.
Stanley always was waiting for something to happen. He wasn't as interested in naturalistic acting as he was in something that, for whatever reason, surprised him or piqued his interest. That's when he would go, okay, now we're onto something.
He always would say, when we would talk about it, isn't it silly? The cheapest part of all this is do another take. Do another take. You've spent millions of dollars preparing and building sets, hiring people, doing costumes, and months writing a script, years sometimes. And then you get there and you quit on take 5, or take 6, or take 7. Isn't that silly? You don't know what's going to happen if you try 3 or 4 or 5 more.
He would say, okay, you've done a few takes, now you can just do what you want to do. And I'd heard all these stories about him being incredibly controlling and not wanting this and not wanting that. And at certain times he was very controlling. At other times he was, please just...
Wait, Elmi, I don't get it. Well, what's the smoking gun, dude? We watched this 3 times. He's like, that's it. What the fuck is it? What did you see, dude? This is Elmi's first L ever. What? Picture from the deleted scene? Wait, he just sent a different link now. Look at this fucking guy. Where is it?
Get it, you know what I mean? It was just like, fuck. It just,
Oh my god, it's the child scene. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's what you're showing, right?
Or you just know when you don't have that fire burning that day, or if I was tired, it just, and I'd bring it upon myself, because I demand a lot of myself.
Stanley always was...
Oh my god. Wait, mate. Wait. This is the same daughter at the ending of the film by the Christmas part, right? And she's got a helmet on. Means in this scene she'd be outside. But the ritual was inside, so that makes no sense. Unless they got the helmet on as they're trying to kill her. Yeah, Elmi does not take L's. So Elmi, you're saying this is not the same child as at the end scene, because this child would be sacrificed, right? Okay. Scene where they went to the river. They never went to the river. What are you talking about? Kabbalah?
Of them. So
Have you studied the Hermetics at all?
No.
Ah. Are you interested?
Oh, is this new? Oh, alchemists, Freemasons, Egyptians. Look at that.
Have you heard about them at all? Of this
Sure.
thing?
Please.
Have you heard of a book called The Kabbalion?
No.
Well, this should be right up your street.
This is a good book. This is an easy read, by the way. It sounds like it's one of those hard ones. It's such an easy read. This is such an easy book, dude. Like, it's scary good.
The Hermetics were Egyptians. It's where the Freemasons came from, and the alchemists and the people in the Middle Ages who preserved, the culture when the Dark Ages came. And the Hermetics comes from Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes thrice great, who was supposedly the wisest man or avatar or god from the Egyptian period. And the Kabbalion was their book. I don't know if the actual Kabbalion still exists. There are I have like one little short book of it, but they had a whole deep philosophy that is a lot like this. You want me to talk about this for a second?
Sure, yeah, please.
I mean, there were I think the Hermetics had like 7 principles. I'll see if I can remember what they are. The first one is that you and I have no physical existence as entities. We exist entirely as thoughts in the mind of the all, or God. Sort of like the analogy they use is like in the mind of Dickens is Mr. Micawber and Pip and David Copperfield and all that. And that you and I only exist as thoughts in the mind of God. And they believe that the universe was entirely mental. That's what this was. That there really is no physical existence. And that it was all vibrational. And that one of the things they believed was that there's no such thing as opposites. Heat and cold are not opposites. Fear and courage are not opposites. They are just points on a continuum. And that the difference between fear and courage is entirely in the vibration. And so this is where the alchemy came in. They believed that if they could change their vibration or change the vibration of lead, that they could change it into gold. And they had, there are other things, everything vibrates. The other thing was that everything swings on a pendulum. Everything goes back and forth from one thing to another. And they also believe that everything is male and female, that everything is created, comes from the union of male and female in the highest levels. Anyway, it's great shit. And, at one point, apparently, in ancient Egypt or before that, this was, this was what they believed, and it somehow got wiped out or just held on in various little pockets of the occult knowledge and stuff like that. So it's the ancient Hermetics, and the book is the Kabbalion, Kybalion.
I think
fascinating shit.
I think there are many cultures that were tapping into this at some point in time.
Even Joe Dispenza that I was talking about before, what he talks about is when you get to that state of no mind, no thing, no presence, that the only thing that exists is vibration and consciousness. And that would be straight out of Hermetic philosophy.
Yeah, those recurring themes, they exist in so many cultures.
Yeah.
And, one of the things that Graham Hancock brings up that's really fascinating is that as we develop more of an understanding of human evolution, we realize that anatomically similar humans, we go back far further than we originally thought. The original assessment was that, remember when I was in high school, they thought it was like 50,000 years ago. Like that anatomical human sort of emerged 50,000 years ago, and then human civilization emerged like 6,000 years ago. And now they're finding all this evidence of advanced civilization, like Göbekli Tepe, which is this uncovered site in Turkey, this massive structure that existed 11,000 something years ago. And this was the first ever thing that they could date that they know for sure is older than the pyramids by quite a bit, at least older than the conventional dating of the pyramids. And so there was advanced civilization that was capable of building these immense, huge structures, giant pillars with these huge stone things that had cut into them reliefs of animals that were three-dimensional, which is very complicated.
I have extra turkey and stuffing waiting for me. I don't have gravy though. I love stuffing. I love eating a bunch of stuffing and then going, whew, I'm stuffed. Stuffed like a turkey. My favorite is deep inside the turkey, a lot of soft stuffing, and then the crispy stuffing that's coming out of the turkey whole. Oh, I'm so hungry now.
Because instead of carving them into the stone, they carved the stone around them. So they had like these lizards and these creatures that were crawling up these stones that they had moved. They cut the stone out, and we're talking about like 20-foot tall, massive, hundreds of tons. I mean, I don't know how much these things weighed. Huge things, like very advanced people that were capable of construction methods. And they did these concentric circles with these things, and they don't know why they did it. They don't know what they were doing with them. But that if anatomically similar humans existed 500,000 years ago, that gives them so much time to evolve and become that. And this catastrophe theory sort of makes sense because there was probably some really advanced thinking and really advanced science that we don't totally understand because our science has gone in this sort of industrial age, technological direction, whereas their science probably went in a completely different direction, concentrating on vibrations of things and sound and probably some law.
Joe is based here? What the hell?
Technology that we don't understand yet, but we may in the future, and it'll probably put the pieces together. But it's taken us thousands and thousands of years to relearn things that perhaps these people that lived 10,000, 20,000 years ago had already figured out.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about somebody like LeBron James, somebody that is at a level, right, an amazing level. What if there were guys like this that were thinkers and philosophers or meditators or whatever they were, and they were at that level of being able to tap into whatever it is, vibration, we don't know anything about it, right?
The elite of thinkers. Yeah.
What could they do?
Right.
Particularly, I mean, it always seemed to me crazy that the human race only goes back 150,000 years or 300. It can't be right. It can't be right that there was, just only the great apes, and all of a sudden 300,000 years ago, 150,000 years ago, it doesn't make sense.
Well, there's a recent discovery. I'll send this to Jamie. They found evidence that human beings were cooking fish 700,000 plus years ago.
God, that's such a stupid take. Okay? When you look at where all the money is on Earth, Vatican, they talk about 5,700 to max 6,000 year old Earth, meaning humans on Earth too, right? They Adam and Eve. This is ridiculous, man. What else you got for me? Elmi, give me some juice, man. I want to stay up another hour. You always got the juice. Like you're a full timer by now. You're the greatest mod that's ever lived. Like you're the only mod that continuously delivers heat. Like heat. Okay, why is her name that? Wait, what the hell? Oh, bullshit. No way. Oh, I don't buy that, dude. The Full Metal Alchemist. Her life is complete. She can finally go back to the kitchen and serve her purpose. Whoa, dude, you don't even hold back on an amputee? This chat burns in hell. kind of bored. Next. Am I allowed to click on Mr. Girl if he's banned? How's the Twitch rule update look like? It's my YouTube video. Elmi, can you help me out on that?
And this completes the cycle. Initiates of the School of Mysteries of the Jedi and Sith use the Force to become shepherds of the galaxy. They believe that the Force is everything that is nature, and through the Force, they can control everything that is living in the galaxy.
Oh my god, that's identical to occult and dualism. That Luciferians would be Jedi, and Satanists would be the Sith. And they'd work together because they'd be in the same political... Whoa, I love Star Wars.
In the prequel trilogy, there are several instances of what appears to be magical invocation in the Jedi Council Room. The imagery of light and dark is present with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn in Episode 1. There are 3 scenes in the Council Room in Episode...
Look, I'm not racist, but this guy's got to leave the room. Okay? This is not someone you want on your team. This guy's got to go. Okay? This species cannot be Jedi. That just... No one would take this guy seriously. This long neck... Fucking E.T. fuck.
1. The first is when they tell the council about Anakin. Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is in a lighter color robe, is slightly more towards the outside of the circle.
You thought I was going for the black guy? I'm live. Yeah, don't hit. Look at female Yoda. You know Yoda been piping that. I don't remember the scene that well.
Crossing the plane of the outside rim. Qui-Gon Jinn is in the center. Qui-Gon is also taller than Obi-Wan. In one shot,
fucking placenta head over here, right? And then we got fucking cockhead, dickhead, the greatest Jedi Master who gets, was it 2 swipes by Palpatine? He gets roasted in 2 swipes.
Obi-Wan steps outside of the circle, and Qui-Gon Jinn is left alone in the circle. Then in the second scene, when they present Anakin...
This circle is actually in the Vril Society and the Order of the Black Sun with Hitler. Right? Look at L.A. background. They're in L.A. like we never knew.
In front of the council, it appears to be at night or very late evening. At one point, Qui-Gon Jinn says that he is the...
Yoda sucks, okay? The black guy is the strongest guy. His name's Mace Windu. Yoda had 900 years to reach Mace Windu's 35-year-old power level. Yoda sucks.
Chosen one, and grasps a hold of young Anakin's shoulders rather firmly when he tells the council that he will train him.
He is the chosen one.
Remember Yoda says, he goes, I'm afraid to lose my life. She dies giving birth. And Yoda goes, learn to let go. You must. Attachment leads to suffering. Suffering to the dark side. It goes. And Anakin's like, I got the best piece of pussy in the galaxy. Okay, excuse my French. You're telling me I gotta let her go? This fucking old geezer fuck is telling me I just started piping and I've been a Jedi. I never piped before. It feels great when all that ass smacked back against me, bro. You're telling me I gotta let go? Let go of what? I can't let go of the fucking girl. I'm not letting her go. Learn to let go of your cock. You must, and she must let go of yours. And he's like, bro, that's my wife. That's my sponge, you know, my cum sponge. What the fuck are you talking about? And learn to let go. And he must. And I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, Yoda, you can sense he's in love, right? And it's not gay women love. It's like, dude, this feels good. This feels, you know, have you ever been inside and you go, this feels so good, you just want to kiss their forehead and be gay? Be like, I don't want to pipe. I just want to hug you. You feel so good, right? He's in love. He's in the meaning like that's his everything. And Yoda's saying, let go. Let go, you must. Couldn't Yoda sense that he's never going to let go? Like, it's Annie. He's stubborn. He even speaks out when it's not his turn to speak. In the Council of Jedi Masters, right?
In the third scene, when Anakin is tested in front of the council alone, he is in the center of the circle, and it appears that the sun is setting, or in the late evening. Remember what it said in Secret Teachings of All Ages of Mephistopheles. He can be made to...
You know what scares me is how much better the CGI was back then than now. That's immersive. To me, I'm there. I feel like I'm in the city with them, you know? This feels like when I first entered the partner lounge after years of waiting.
When Anakin is tested in front of the council alone, he is in the center of the circle, and it appears that the sun is setting, or in the late evening. Remember what it said in Secret Teachings of All Ages of Mephistopheles. He can be made to appear early on Wednesday mornings, Jupiter's day and hour, or late that same evening. In Episode 2, this same imagery is present with teenage Anakin instead of Qui-Gon Jinn in the black robe. Obi-Wan is still in the same position wearing the lighter brown-colored robe and crossing the outer plane of the circle. Anakin is also taller than Obi-Wan. In Episode 3, Anakin is elected to the council but denied the title of Master. He once again is in the center alone. He raises his right hand in anger.
You know, I know he's the only corny thing about Star Wars, but I hate 4, 5, and 6 compared to... I like it, but compared to the prequels, it like Annie over Luke any day. Number 2, not on no like gay shit, but that guy is one of the best looking men I've ever seen in Star Wars 3. Like, I think Padme is beautiful. She's got like so much joy when she smiles. I forget the actress name. Natalie Portman. And he's too good for her.
Over the decision not to grant him the title of Master. This right hand is artificial after it was cut off in the battle with Count Dooku. As I've mentioned in the past, the right mechanical hand is symbolic of a soul divided against itself.
Really?
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
This imagery appears to be like a magic spell is being cast on Anakin.
You know what's scary? There's been a billion romantic movies that have come out, and I have never in my life seen a greater romance than Anakin and Padme. I'm talking about, you don't even have to go to when she's pregnant. Go to movie 2. Dude, those guys have serious TV chemistry, which is hard, movie chemistry. It's hard because one of the actors sucks. Like, the guy who plays Anakin's kind of corny. But, dude, my heart weeps for those guys in a, like, very non-homosexual way. It's, like, insane how much... Not the meadow scene. I'm talking about after. That part's kind of weird. But even when you're with your crush... There are awkward moments where she's like, wait, you're a fascist? Right? when Padme finds out he's a little too right-wing for her. Anakin, Padme, Meadows. Right? When she finds out he's alt-right, I love this scene because this is like anytime you've ever talked to a woman, she always gives you that look like, you're a tyrant?
Really don't.
Like, what? You're with Mussolini? You're with Trump?
Like politicians, do you?
I like 2 or 3, but I'm not really sure about one.
He's just so based because he goes, I like 2 or 3, but you know, democracy's gay. Why don't you tally the votes, bitch? Why don't you go fucking count the votes, bitch? Stop the count.
I don't think the system works.
Based as hell.
How would you have it work?
We need a system where the politicians sit down and discuss the problem. What's in the best interest of all the people, and then do it.
That's exactly what we do. The trouble is that people don't always agree.
Well, then they should be made to.
Fucking based as fuck. Look at her face. Look at your face. And then women always get offended, afraid, spiked anxiety, smile, and then extreme arousal anytime they sense how far right-wing you are. You know, that's always the steps. So, you know, if she's a hoe, it happens in 20 seconds. If she's a good girl, it'll happen in a week. But, yeah, watch this.
By whom? Who's gonna make them?
I don't know. Someone.
You?
Of course not me.
But someone.
Someone wise.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
Well, if it works.
Never double down, bro. Honestly, when you're trying to, he has no game. You never double down here. When she calls you a fascist to your face, you never double down. You just go, huh? Right? It's kind of like being friends with Destiny. You never tell him to his face you're a fascist. You just go, huh? Right? Because then, yeah.
You're making fun of me.
No, I'd be much too frightened to tease a senator.
What the fuck? He's such a coward cock. Look at her. She's like, man, you know, he would look great in boots. I'm kidding. Yo, these jokes are going too far. One in the chat. These jokes are going way too far, bro. This is my, yeah. There's a goose stepping. This reminds me of when my parents used to take us to this very nice trailer park. I know, this shit exists. We'd go for the summertime to these, it was like resort life, but for like WASP white people. Just a bunch of trailer parks connected to a river and ocean, and everyone would go to the beach, right? On the island. And we'd stay there for a couple days, right? So it's like hotel life, but trailer with like rich white people. And we'd have a blast. And then me and my twin brother would grab a bunch of rocks and start fucking up the rabbits. Because it's a haven, right? It's like a safe haven, right? Community for just people, you know, summertime retreat. And we start fucking up the rabbits who are there. They put rabbits there to make it like even more like heaven. And we'd fuck up the rabbits with rocks because we were evil kids. And then all the white families would be like, whose boys are those? What the fuck, right? And it would be a big deal. And then the next day, some white kid he got jealous that his girls, I was like 7 years old, but his girls were watching us. Yeah, we were fucked up kids. You know, I wouldn't do that now, right? But this white kid, who was our friend, we met there. I think his name was like Zach or something. To impress the little girls, right? We're all 7. To impress the 11-year-old girls, the next day he brought a fucking slingshot, right? Super evil shit. And then Peter's in chat, right? And yeah, then people were calling the police, and it was just, yeah. So that's how I knew 2 corrupt kids can corrupt the whole neighborhood. Like. You know, I never understood when men pretend to be hurt so girls can take care of them. There's nothing more. I could break my leg in half, and if a girl came up to take care of me, I'd be like, leave me alone. There's no greater shame than that. I don't know why, but I have so much shame in that. Like, if I'm suffering, get the fuck away from me. But men love to pretend like they're hurt. You know what I mean? Like in my high school, men used to do that. Like they'd sprain their ankle a bit and they'd come to school with crutches. And I'm like, bro, you're actually gay as fuck.
Annie, are you all right?
Laugh my ass off. Since he's a virgin here, right, in the movie, he nutted. He already nutted. You know what I love about the relationship is he had a crush on her when he was 9 and she was 16 years old. And then he grows up as an adult and he gets her ass. And fucking knocks her up, puts a kid inside. Isn't that crazy when you like knock up your crush? You're like, I did it, bitch. Fuck yeah. Then he chokes her to death. Oh, this is so nice. Something about fire makes people want to do it. Look at him. He's like, I have no experience, bro. How am I gonna pipe? It's like when you haven't piped for 4 months and you're like, how do you do this again? How do you get hard again? He's like,
from the moment I met you, all those years ago,
oh God.
not a day has gone by when I haven't thought of you.
Aw.
And now that I'm with you again,
Uh-oh.
I'm in agony.
Mm-hmm.
The closer I get to you, the worse it gets.
Oh God.
The thought of not being with you, I can't breathe.
Ah. You know what's funny? The only time romance like this works, I'm telling you, listen to what I'm saying right now. The only time opening up and speaking emotional like this works is when a virgin talks to a virgin. It's powerful. Right? It's super powerful. But that never happens in society. So, like, it's always cringe.
I'm haunted by the kiss.
Oh,
that
God.
You should never
When did they kiss?
me. My heart is beating.
That's your cock, bro.
Hoping that kiss will not become a scar. You are in my very soul.
Whoa.
Tormenting me.
Whoa.
What can I do? I will do anything that you ask.
That never say that to a woman. Never. You never, ever, ever. You do too much. You're not Superman, you know? I thought he was red pill. What you don't understand about Chads is they're very rarely red pill. They just get away with their great looks. Like, he looks great. So he could. This guy could say, he could say, hey, I fapped the fucking Teletubbies, and she'd be like, I'm on board, bro. Right? But most men are not red pill. Good looking men are not red pill. That doesn't. If you ask your female friends how many, ask them about their hot boyfriend, like that they had a crush on, and then ask them how many times did you cringe when he was spitting game, and they'll all say the same thing. They're all gonna say, yeah, I was very cringe for like the first year. Like, women have to get through a lot of goosebumps to date a guy. It's actually kind of sad. Right? That's why I say you should master talking to them, because you don't ever want to date someone who's like ashamed of the first year with you, where you're spitting game and she's like laughing at you in her head. That's like most men face, and they don't even realize it. Like, she's laughing at you, right?
If you're suffering as much as I am, please tell me.
It's so beta, dude. This is so cute. Right? I love that Chads get away with anything, right? This is typical Chad behavior. This is every Chad talking to a girl. They go like this. Hey, I was wondering what you're up to. And then she goes, why did he laugh? Oh, he's uncomfortable. Okay, I guess he doesn't do phone calls often, but he's a Chad. That makes no sense. And then it gets awkward, and she goes, yeah, are we going out tomorrow? And he goes, yeah, we're going out. What time do you want me to pick you up? And she goes, well, you can, I mean, isn't the movie at 8? And he goes, yeah, I'm just asking. And he gets very defensive because he gets like awkward. He's like, I should have known what time the movie is. That's how Chad's talk to women. It's so sad to be a woman and be like, oh shit, I got to deal with this just to get some fucking dick. Ew, don't think like that. But you know, that's how they think now. And then then it gets awkward, and then this is how all, even on Twitch, this is how it goes. She goes, you remind me of this guy from this TV show. And then this is what the Chad does. Right? The Chad goes, wait, what do you mean? Wait, which TV show? And she goes, you remind me of, no, you remind me of a hot guy, actually. You remind me of Achilles. And he goes like this, I'm Achilles? Wait, how am I? I'm Achilles? How am I Achilles? And she's like, oh, he's dragging the compliment, right? When really, she goes, John, you're like Achilles. Shut up, bitch. I'm Hector. Right? That's how you talk to them. You talk to them fair. They like fair, bro. Come on. When has it not worked playing it fair? Achilles in chat. What the fuck? What are the chances of that? Okay, rate her out of 10. Go. Remember, she's a liberal, I think. She's a fucking... Oh, that's a mixed review. You remind me of Eren Yeager. Let me close my eyes. Attack on Titan. I'm so good at this if I'm right about that. No, Elmi, let me finish this one.
We can't. It's just not possible.
Anything is possible, Padme. Listen to me.
Through the power
No,
of...
you listen.
Oh, shit.
We live in a real world. Come back to it. You're studying to become a Jedi. I'm a senator.
She doesn't get how men are. That when he's charged, the urgency is unreal. This guy needs to pipe right now. She snapped out of it. Women do this all the time where they could just snap out of it. They go, actually, I have a thought I want to explore. But he's locked in. He needs it.
No, you listen. We live in a real world. Come back to it. You're studying to become a Jedi. I'm a senator.
Quit.
If you follow your thoughts through to conclusion, it'll take us to a place we cannot go. Regardless of the way we feel about each other.
I'm trying to knock the metal off your head is what he's supposed to say to her right now.
Then you do feel something.
That's the worst thing you could have said. Oh my God. Think of what you're saying. You're saying you do feel something. You're saying feel. As in it's not something you talk about. Most romance is non-verbal. Okay? He's much better at relaying the message. He has a much better chance of just holding her, right? Or cuddling, or being close, right? Or even avoiding the topic. But as soon as you say it, when you push it into the ether, you do feel something, she immediately thinks you cheapened the whole romance, and they resent you for it. It's not healthy. It never do that. Never ever do that. You could be a 9 out of 10 to her and you'll still turn her off by saying that. Don't ever say that, right? Even if she's mature, don't, right? And it's just a lazy way to speak.
I will not let you give up your future for me.
You are asking me to be rational. That is something I know I cannot do.
That is literally a rapist's point of view. Don't ever say that walking up to someone. Why? That is so creepy. Like, if you learn from movies, you're gonna go to jail. Don't ever do this to someone in the dark.
Then you do feel something.
I will not let you give up your future for me.
You are asking me to be rational. That is...
Look at the female psychology. if he's sitting here, if he leaned back all the way, she will come to you like a cat. Period. That's it. All you need to do is trigger in her brain, and don't be manipulative with this stuff if you learn it from me, but all you have to do is trigger in her brain that you're the brakes. You decelerate. She accelerates. Why? Because your physiology is to accelerate and the woman is the brakes. That's how the sex works in the male-female dynamic. Your job is to play deceleration role. Why? Because you're decelerating her anxiety to zero. Then she wants to hop on. That's all. That's your only job, is to decelerate her anxiety to zero. That's it. And so lean back, okay? Yes, casual. You will win playing it more casual, a lot more casual, right? And casual means, hey, maybe you're not hooking up that night, but you need to let go of the idea you're hooking up that night to hook up that night. Does that make sense? Please write a book. Yeah, I have an ebook coming out. It'd be like $10 ebook.
Future for me. You are asking me to be rational. That is something I know I cannot do.
Now look at this. If he was sitting down, let's say you choose the worst words to say to her. I'll play by the worst language. Ready?
Then you do feel something.
It doesn't get worse than that. But okay, let's say I want to say you're hurting me, which is something you'd never say to her, right? But sometimes you have to say it, right? Like he has to say it for some reason here, right? If he leans back all the way when he says you're hurting me, it's real. And she'll feel it and she'll know. If you lean forward saying it, there's desperation. You've spiked her anxiety. And she says, you can't control yourself. You'll never, ever, ever be trusted. You understand? So the worst thing is men don't actually talk to female psyche. They're talking to Padme. He's talking to her like she's a human. Dude. There's nothing human about romance. You're not supposed to play the human game here. Pigs don't have romance. Dogs don't have romance. This is not a human. This is not an individual thing anymore.
I'll not let you give up your future for me.
You are asking me to be rational. That is something I know I cannot do. Believe me, I wish that I could just wish away my feelings. But I can't.
I will not give in to this.
Right there, the most attractive part of the scene is turning his back on her. You see that? When you're attracted to the male and you're straight, you know she's very attracted because she's into him. You understand? Every man who's ever lost someone, it's always been through pressure, right? Even mystics talk about never, ever force romance, because romance is flow. If you force that river, it gets creepy fast. Not creepy, because like let's say they're together a year, it gets uncomfortable. So that's the best thing he did, right?
I will not give in to this.
Why Annie is masculine is because she goes, dude, you're going to leave your whole Jedi thing to have a wife? But he literally says, bitch, I'm going to do both. I'm going to knock you up, you're going to get pregnant, and I'm still going to be a Jedi, and no one's going to know. That is, I want my cake, and I want to eat it too, which is a winning mindset. The only time it's disgusting is when women have that mindset. When men have that mindset, that's a winner, right? Because he's pretty much saying my reality is going to be through my will. If she meets a man who cannot apply his will in the universe, she will never trust that man. So that's the best thing about Annie.
Well, you know, it wouldn't have to be that way. We could keep it a secret.
Now he's negotiating. You ever feel like you're negotiating? That's not the right girl for you. Trust me, that's retarded.
we'd be living a lie. One we couldn't keep even if we wanted to. I couldn't do that. Could you, Anakin? Could you live like that?
For you.
No.
Just say for you, yeah. Right? When women say, can you be a phony? Can you be evil? Can you be all the things you hate? And you say, yeah, I can for you. You win. You win her. Her dream is for you to break your own rules. He could easily win this. But he waits a year.
You're right.
Or is it 2 years? I forget the timeline.
Destroy us.
That's really what the dark side is the horns, being horny, right? Where is it?
There is the raising of duality with the light and dark symbolism. With Obi-Wan being on the edge of the circle and then stepping completely out of it, it is like the sun is setting or light is diminishing. It is right when the sun is setting at its lowest level that Mephistopheles can be summoned. Perhaps this is why Obi-Wan's foot crosses the outer plane of the circle, in order to represent this symbolically. There is a scene in Attack of the Clones where Obi-Wan informs Yoda of a missing planet that was deleted from the Jedi Archive. Notice the curtain in the background. It starts to raise, and then Obi-Wan speaks to Yoda. This could possibly be a reference to summoning Mephistopheles at dawn on a Wednesday morning.
But Master Yoda...
This sort of demon summoning imagery is present in a lot of occult literature. I found some drawings, paintings, and woodblock prints, similar to the imagery present in Star Wars of two...
Aleister Crowley, who was knighted by the Queen, and he was just a black magician who did like sex magic rituals, cannibalism, all that fucked up shit. And he would like drink his own vomit and fucked up shit, right? And he'd hallucinate a lot and do crack with hookers. And just a fucked up guy. Look at the demon he summoned. I always spell it like Alistair Overeem. Okay. The demon he summoned before aliens, the Greys, were even a thing. He drew it. He couldn't even draw before, but in these trance-like states, he's an artist, apparently. 5-head, yeah.
Two men or one man alone in a graveyard performing necromancy, raising spirits from the dead, or summoning a demon. In one image, there's a man in a black robe who's wearing a mortarboard cap, indicating that he is a graduate whose mind has been formed by the system. Notice how the man in the lighter-colored suit has his foot crossing the outer plane of the circle.
Yeah, Greys are demons.
It appears that Anakin is the work of demonic possession, where two witches bring him into a spellcasting circle and call him the Chosen One. He is then tested in order to enter the Jedi School of Mysteries. He then becomes a pupil whose mind has been molded by the Jedi Order. The reason why I say it's demonic possession is that demonic possession usually involves a person with psychological problems of a particular variety, such as schizophrenia, dissociative identity disorder, multiple personality disorder, hysteria, and other disorders of this variety. These can...
All that means you're possessed. That's it. Multiple personality disorder. Oh yeah, the chemicals are just off. No, there's a possession going on.
Conditions within a person can often be brought about after suffering a series of traumatic events. Anakin Skywalker suffered many traumatic events in his life, such as being born a slave and having his mother killed by raiders. When he went to the dark side, Darth Vader became his alter ego. Let's examine some of the names of the people involved. Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon Jinn is a play on the word Qi or Qigong, which is an ancient Chinese system involving meditation, breathing techniques, and other exercises in order to improve one's energy field, meaning life force. The Arabic Jinn, meaning genie or tutelary spirit. On Wikipedia, it says of Jinn, witchcraft is often associated with Jinn and Afrit around the Middle East. Therefore, a sorcerer may summon a Jinn and force him to perform orders. Summoned Jinn may be sent to the chosen victim to cause demonic possession. Such summonings were done by invocation by aid of talisman by satisfying the Jinn, thus to make the contract. Jinn are also regarded as assistants of soothsayers. Soothsayers reveal information from the past and present. The Jinn can be a source of this information because their lifespans exceed those of humans. So Qui-Gon Jinn's name literally translates to Force Genie. At the end of Episode 1, Qui-Gon Jinn is killed. It is also interesting to note that Qui-Gon Jinn is the one who discovered how to reincarnate as a Force ghost and taught it to Yoda.
How are you here?
I am a manifestation of a force that consists of two parts. Living beings generate the living force, which in turn powers the wellspring that is the cosmic force.
Show yourself, can you?
I cannot. My training was incomplete. All energy from the living force, from all things that have ever lived, feeds into the cosmic force, binding everything and communicating to us through the midichlorians. Because of this, I can speak to you now.
See the future.
Yeah. In the Bible, Satan appears as an angel of light.
I exist where there is no future or past.
Qui-Gon also shows Yoda the planet Dagobah, as well as the Cave of Darkness.
Be wary. Give power to that which you fear, and it will show itself to you.
When Yoda enters the Cave of Darkness, he has a vision in the cave of all the Jedi getting slaughtered in Order 66. The allegory of the cave, which is present in many works of fiction, is also present in Faust. For the philosopher Plato, the cave represents the confusion between what is authentic and what is fallacy. Exploration of the inner sanctum of the cave is also a journey within oneself to face one's deepest fears, facing inner turmoil through the revelation of what they may become. For Faust, he comes to the realization that he may ruin the woman he loves because of the pact he has with the devil. For Anakin Skywalker, it is him going over to the dark side and killing everyone he loves. For Luke Skywalker, it is the fear of him becoming his father. In The Last Jedi, he instead follows the path of Ben Kenobi by becoming a hermit and dying in a similar manner. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi means heart in African. Obi is a variant of the word obey, which refers to a form of African sorcery. So Obi paired with Wan means dark or unnaturally thin, the loss of or the diminishing. He is diminished in heart after he watches his master Qui-Gon Jinn die, leaves Anakin to die on Mustafar, sees Padme die, and is left in charge of his former Padawan's brother's only children, making him a man with a darkened heart or diminished heart, as love lost by definition is the diminishing of the heart. Ben means son in Hebrew. Obi-Wan preferred to be called this in the original trilogy by Luke, who ultimately went the same path as Obi-Wan. Initiates of the School of Mysteries think of themselves as the sons of God, and thus Christ-like figures in the flesh. Ken or Kenne comes from German and means to know or be acquainted with, so Kenobi or Kenne Obi means to know heart. So put it together and Obi-Wan Kenobi loosely means the diminishing heart to know one's heart. When Obi-Wan is cut down by Darth Vader in A New Hope, it looks like a magic trick. Vader strikes him with his lightsaber and Obi-Wan disappears, leaving behind nothing but his robe. It almost looks as though he went through a hidden panel in the floor. When I saw A New Hope as a child, I thought that Obi-Wan didn't die because he looks like he's up to something. He waits for Luke to see him, and then he pulls his lightsaber away, leaving him vulnerable like he's putting on a show. Did he know he was going to become a Force ghost? If he did, was it Yoda or Qui-Gon who taught him about it? There is an episode of the Clone Wars in which Jar Jar is confused for being a Jedi, and then he disappears underneath the floor, leaving behind nothing but his robe. It is also notable that Sith wear robes like this as well. Anakin Skywalker. Anakin seems to be a play on the word Anakim, which is a legend about people who were once giants. These giants are speculated to be the product of genetic experimentation. This deals with a field of science called epigenetics. This involves experimentation with people where those who are in charge of the experiment have some control over which genes are able to express themselves. It is a legend that people had figured out how to turn off the gene that inhibits growth. These people could never survive in the wild because they would never stop growing. The amount of food that they would need to sustain themselves would run out. There is an example of this in the modern day known as the liger, which is a lion and a tiger that are bred together. This creates a massive animal that is many times larger than both the lion or the tiger. This is because the genetic expression is stopped to inhibit growth. It would most likely starve in the wild due to the massive amount of food that the animal takes in. Perhaps Anakin is a metaphor for a person who has been experimented on.
Fake.
There is a statue in the Czech city known as Prague, designed by Ladislav Salun, which is of a knight by the name of Joachim Burka, which bears a resemblance to Darth Vader. This statue is based on the legend of the Iron Knight. The same artist created a statue of Rabbi Lo, which the Golem myth is based on. Both statues were installed at the same time as well. Anakin Skywalker's story draws several parallels to the legend of the Iron Knight. As the legend goes, Burka left Prague to fight in a war, and upon returning home, heard that his fiancée had slept with another man. Enraged, Burka sought revenge by finding another woman and marrying her out of spite. The rumors turned out to be lies. She had faithfully awaited his return the whole time. She was heartbroken and drowned herself in the Vltava River. Her father, ashamed, threw himself from a high tower. When news of this reached Burka, he reacted in haste, just as he had when he first heard the rumors about his woman's infidelity. He shockingly strangled his new wife to death because he was in a rage. He then went on to hang himself. For his cruelty, the knight was turned to stone. His ghost was cursed to wander Plenterneska Street, with freedom from his spectral fate coming only when he can convince a kindly maiden to sit and talk to him for an hour. He gets his chance at this once every 100 years. The Iron Knight is used as the Five of Cups in the Tarot of Prague deck. There are a great amount of parallels between the legend of the Iron Knight and the meaning of the Five Cups. The man in the black cloak on the Rider-White version of the card looks a bit like Anakin Skywalker, whose story also bears a connection to this particular card. 3 cups are spilled in front of him, representing his shortcomings and failures. He is grieving over his loss, which could be material, physical, or the loss of a loved one. Behind him are 2 cups, symbolic of the positive untapped potential to remedy the situation as well as opportunities that are still available to him. Because this loss is so fresh, it is difficult for the man in the black cloak to see this, but he must find the strength to overcome his losses or else he will be consumed by them. There is a bridge going over a river with a castle on the other side, representing home, security, and stability in life. This card reminds us that we are all fallible and vulnerable to loss, and that the past cannot be changed. It also reminds us to understand and respect the things that are available to us and remain humble. Anakin, being a child from a broken home, had many issues with controlling his inner rage. He was taught by the Jedi to suppress his rage instead of restraining it. He was unable to control his passions, and thus became a person controlled by his desires. Darth Sidious was able to manipulate Anakin by appealing to his fear of loss. By forming a relationship with him for many years, he gained his trust and then offered protection for his loved ones. Sidious was able to tap into Anakin's desire for protection, which were forbidden by the Jedi. The Jedi had let his mother die on his home planet because of their belief in having zero outside attachments, and Anakin feared the same for Padme. Later on, he thought Padme had brought Obi-Wan to Mustafar to kill him, even though it wasn't true, and in his rage, grabbed her by the throat. He was supposed to strangle Padme to death in the original script, but she ends up dying during childbirth instead. The scene in a visual sense looks like a ritual killing. Obi-Wan was shouting at Anakin to let her go, and the last thing that Yoda told him was, train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose. It reads a bit like a subconscious hypnotic suggestion with a choice of words and all. In a strange way, he was just following Yoda's advice.
Let her go. Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose.
The strangulation motif is prominent throughout the original trilogy as well. People have speculated that Darth is a play on the word Da'ath, the throat chakra on the Tree of Life. Da'ath is like staring into the abyss and understanding the depths of the tortured mind and human depravity. It's not hell, but it's a vision of hell and the things that are holding humanity back from reaching a more godly state of being. Understanding Darth Vader is like a window into the abyss and the dark mysteries that are behind the mask. In all scenes in the Jedi Council room, Yoda is seated next to Mace Windu. In Secret Teachings of All Ages, it says of Mephisto, he is under the power of Jupiter, and his regent's name is Zadkiel, one of the throne angels of the Holy Jehovah. Mace Windu seems to represent Zadkiel, the Archangel, because of the fact that Windu carries a purple lightsaber, and Zadkiel is associated with the color violet, and is in charge of the purple light ray on the spectrum of colors. There are typically 7 archangels that represent each color of the electromagnetic spectrum of light. Often referred to as an alchemist and cosmic magician, his name means righteousness of God. He is the chief angel of the Dominions, which is the 4th choir in the 2nd celestial hierarchy of Dionysus the Areopagite. In Jewish mysticism and Western ritual magic, Zadkiel is associated with the planet Jupiter, and this angel's position on the Sephiroth is 4th, which corresponds to mercy. The 2nd celestial hierarchy of Dionysus the Areopagite consists of 3 levels: dominions, principalities, and powers, which represent the government of the world. Dominions are a group of angels in Christianity who help keep the world in proper order. Dominion angels are known for delivering God's justice into situations that are unjust, showing mercy towards people, and helping angels in lower ranks stay organized and perform their duties correctly. The ones in this painting have purple wings in the back row. Notice how they all carry weapons and large objects. This is because they are the enforcers. They are the ones who keep order. The Bible describes a famous example of that in the story of how Dominion angels destroy Sodom and Gomorrah after these 2 cities fell into sin and debauchery. Zadkiel is the protector of the children of sinful parents. He makes sure that the children do not follow their parents' paths. It is interesting to note that an angel appears in Faust, and he is listed in the credits as Air's Angel, which is Archangel in English. This angel holds many of the same qualities as Zadkiel. Mephisto had made him aware of Dr. Faust's activities, that he was trying to turn base metals into gold. Upon hearing this information, Air's Angel backed off and allowed Mephisto to tempt him. When Mace Windu confronts Palpatine and accuses him of being a Sith Lord, he was willing to use lethal force in order to stop him. Anakin Skywalker cut off Windu's hand when he was going to kill Sidious in his offices. This was because Sidious had manipulated Anakin's weakened ego, who then used this opportunity to kill Mace Windu. This was symbolic of dark forces breaking through the gates of heaven by using manipulative tricks in order to do it. When Anakin falls to the dark side, his charred and burnt body is recovered by Darth Sidious. Anakin becomes the subject of experiments in which his body is outfitted with numerous scientific enhancements and augmentations, as most of his limbs were cut off in the battle with Obi-Wan Kenobi. There is a parallel to Faust here when Anakin is recovered by Sidious, because after he has destroyed the woman he loved and nearly dies himself, Sidious is there to collect the contract. His body is brought to a hellish environment, and he became like a tortured soul trapped inside of his own body. In the 1926 version of Faust, Dr. Faust dies in a fire with the woman he ruined. They are able to have their souls forgiven, though, because the Archangel argued Liebe, meaning love in German, which is an interesting choice of words. What he seems to infer is that they truly loved each other, thus voiding the contract that Dr. Faust signed with Mephisto. In other pre-Goethe versions of the play, Dr. Faust did indeed have his soul carried off to hell. Darth Vader's story draws a lot of parallels to other stories and myths in popular culture, such as the Golem, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Fritz Lang's Metropolis, the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and the Manchurian Candidate. The Golem is probably the most important parallel to be drawn here. Darth Sidious plays the role of the rabbi, mad scientist, magician, or witch, bringing his experiment to life. Much like how the Golem is activated by the magic word, Darth Sidious activates Darth Vader by uttering the magic words that would tap into his uncontrollable rage and desires. The image of Vader bursting out of the machine that was holding him in place after the operation emphasizes this point.
What is thy bidding, my master?
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
The most well-known version of the Golem myth involves a late 16th century rabbi named Judea Lo ben Bezalel, otherwise known as Rabbi Lo, which is based on a real person, and as I mentioned earlier, there is a statue of him in the city of Prague. It's not the first Golem tale, as there are others in the Talmud or the Book of Genesis, such as the story of the creation of Adam. As the story goes, Emperor Rudolf II was trying to evict all of Prague's Jews. Rabbi Lo, one of the community leaders in the Jewish quarter, in turn created a defender, the Golem. The Golem story came about because of his mythical status of understanding alchemy, occult magic, Kabbalah, and the dark arts. The Golem is an animated anthropomorphic being that is magically created entirely from inanimate matter, usually clay or mud. There are many tales differing on how the Golem was brought to life and afterward controlled. Oftentimes it was Hebrew activation letters, which was used to activate or deactivate the Golem. These letters were either inscribed on the forehead, or written on a piece of paper and put into his mouth, or put inside of a pendant like in the film Der Golem. The idea of building a mechanical man who is a mindless servant is said to be a crude perversion of God's powers of creation. In the classical narrative, Rabbi Lo deactivated the Golem on Friday evenings by removing the Shem before the Sabbath began, so as to let it rest on the Sabbath. Rabbi Lo would have to shut down the Golem every Saturday because the Golem would go into a rage if it wasn't deactivated. In some versions of the myth, Rabbi Lo forgets to shut down the Golem on a Friday night, and the Golem goes on a rampage and desecrates the Sabbath. In others, such as the film in 1920, it is activated by his assistant on the Sabbath. The Golem is also said to be the basis of the modern superhero. In 1974, the Golem was featured in a Marvel comic book where the Golem, the thing that walks like a man, was featured as the great defender who draws his strength from the truth, and has the Hebrew letters for truth imprinted on his forehead. The Strange Tales Golem only ran 3 issues. Writer Len Wein explains, "In centuries agone, they had called him a myth, a creature formed of stone and clay and the blood of a people's oppression, a moving monolith who rose before the yoke of tyranny, shattered in it his monumental fists, then vanished into the sands of time, there to be almost forgotten, until today. Now once more he rises, summoned from his eons-long sleep to protect those he loves." Prague is connected to the Golem, as Metropolis is connected to Superman. Benjamin Krauss, author of As Golems Go, explains why the Golem still adventures in the Czech Republic. After living through the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Nazism, and a decade of communism, the Czechs are drawn to a character with supernatural powers that will help liberate them from oppression. The Golem is also the original robot, a Czech word for laborer or slave. Karl Čapek revealed them to the world in his play, R.U.R., Rossum's Universal Robots, resulting in the extinction of the human race in 1920. There is nothing more uncanny than something that is almost human, says writer Margaret Atwood. All of our stories about robotics are stories like that. It's what we have always worried about. It's the Sorcerer's Apprentice story. He learns how to do the charm, he doesn't know how to turn it off. It's the Golem story. You make the Golem, you activate it, it's supposed to do your work for you, and then it runs amok. It seems that Darth Vader's legend is based on a blend of both the Golem and the Iron Knight. He is half-machine, half-human cyborg who swears to a master. His rage had turned him from being a Jedi Knight and into a Golem. His master, Darth Sidious, controlled him through rage. In Star Wars, Darth Vader's suit has very small, cryptic Hebrew lettering. There has been a lot of speculation as to what the Hebrew lettering actually means, but I think the best explanation is that this is a reference to the Golem. This reference to the Golem story in Star Wars makes sense considering that Anakin is the chosen one. Hebrew is written from right to left. The first line has 5 letters and 2 words, apparently meaningless unless, with a bit of stretching, it can be read as Father-Saturday. The second line is the interesting one. Written upside down, it is more like a label than a part of a sentence, and the letters are GLMTSITS, 2 words.
Wait a minute, Saturday is Satan Day, right? Saturn worship?
Golem and sits. Hebrew avoids
Vader would be Satan.
Writing vowels, hence GLM is pronounced golem. The third may be read as till his cast down. The Hebrew word sits is the name of the golden plate on the head of the Jewish high priest as part of his official, very specific garments. The breastplate above Darth Vader's suit may be a control panel similar to the Golem's activation letters. The red buttons above each line of the Hebrew lettering looks like coin slots on an arcade machine, reinforcing the activation
This would be Boaz and Jachin, right?
motif. The chest plate itself looks very similar to the design of the high priest's breastplate with its iconic red and blue buttons. In Return of the Jedi, Ben Kenobi appears to Luke as a Force ghost. Luke asks him why he told him that Darth Vader betrayed and murdered his father. Obi-Wan replies,
"Your father was seduced by the dark side of the Force. He ceased to be Anakin Skywalker and became Darth Vader. When that happened, the good man who was your father was destroyed. So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view."
A certain point of view?
Luke, you're going to find that many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view.
Obi-Wan basically regarded Darth Vader as a golem.
He's more machine.
I like blow me one Kenobi, but old Ben Kenobi is like, bro, you owe me one Kenobi for watching this piece of shit. It's all about the prequels, baby. Prequels and then animated series. Let's go.
Than man,
Clone Wars, baby.
twisted and evil.
Star Wars depicts a world where witchcraft and sorcery rules the day. With the story of Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader, you see an attempt to create a demigod. The merging of man-made technology with a human being results in the creation of a false idol, the chosen one who will bring balance to the Force. Many of the technological enhancements made in the Star Wars universe appear to provide a sense of freedom, but result in the cutting off of free will instead. Darth Sidious had designed Vader's suit in such a way that it would greatly enhance his abilities in some ways, but hindered them in others, so as to keep him under control. This seems to be what both the Jedi and the Sith are interested in doing, is having control over the Force, which translates to all living beings in their quest for immortality. Essentially, this is the theme of turning base metals into gold, and the goal of the alchemist is to destroy duality in order to bring about the Golden Age. Man must destroy himself in order to achieve this alchemical transformation. Man's natural state of existence is his greatest barrier in order to achieve the golden light of the New Age and be reborn. That is, to transcend human limitation and become completely post-human. These are the themes that underpin not only the Star Wars universe, but Faust and the Golem as well. It is the allegory of the alchemist and the mystery schools. So think about this the next time you watch.
Was this a reach or? I liked it.
Sometimes I wonder what's happening to the Jedi Order. I think this war is destroying the principles of the Republic.
They have such a nice house with all the cars and stuff. Like, dude, I want to live in there. I want to live. This is the first time I want to live in the transhumanist future.
I think this war is destroying the principles of the Republic.
Have you ever considered that we may be on the wrong side?
Bitch, what?
What do you mean?
See, anytime a Trump supporter talks to you like this, just out them as a fucking Democrat agent. Just out them. Anytime someone looks at you and goes, "You ever thought that we're on the wrong side?" Just out them. Just tell everyone that they're an agent.
To the Republic.
Have you ever considered that we may be on the wrong side?
No, I'm considering twerking at a children's festival, right? I'm gonna go to a children's festival and twerk half naked. I'm gonna join the left. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Fuck are you talking about, bitch?
What do you mean?
What if the democracy we thought we were serving no longer exists?
Yeah, Joe
And the
Biden.
Republic has become the very evil we've been fighting to destroy.
Yeah, they rigged the election, Padme. I know.
I don't believe that. You're sounding like a separatist.
What the fuck? Well, don't ever send me shit like that. I don't got time for that shit. I like that movie though. Anakin, Padme. These scenes give me a calm. This brings me back to when I was a kid and I first saw this.
Are you an angel?
What?
An angel. I heard the deep space pilots talk about them. They're the most beautiful creatures in the universe. They live on the moons of Viego, I think.
She's like, I'm not an angel. I'm actually Israeli. I'm kidding. I've been asking for a band lately, man. I need Palestinian brothers in chat.
You're a funny little boy. I'm a pilot, you know, and someday I'm gonna fly away from this place.
You're a pilot?
Mm-hmm. All my life.
Yeah, she groomed him.
You're a slave?
I'm a person, and my name is Anakin.
Aw.
I'm sorry. I don't fully understand. This is a strange place to me. I'm glad to have met you, Anakin.
I was glad to meet you too.
He's nice. He's
I
a
made
nice
this
kid.
for you.
Look at her dressed in her
So you
satanic
remember me.
wardrobe.
I carved it out of a poor snippet. It'll bring you good fortune.
It's beautiful. Annie? My goodness, you've grown.
So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean.
Yikes.
Well, for a senator, I mean.
Obi-Wan's so ashamed.
Annie, you'll always be that little boy I knew on Tatooine.
Once you get past the corny parts, they get good. Trust me. By the time she's got the blaster, pew pew pew. I don't remember this. This is a tragedy. Oh. Chat, is this the kind of stuff you guys watch at 2 a.m.? This is the kind of stuff you guys watch at 2 a.m.? You bunch of little pedophiles. That's a child. This guy's a child. She groomed him.
No. I shouldn't have done that.
I'm sorry.
Literally canceled. He's so fucking screwed. Not even Palpatine can save you now. You're done. It's over, dude. It's literally your career as a Jedi is over. You should not have done that. Okay? She actually changed her mind mid-kiss. It's over, dude. She's going to post on Gab and Telegram, and you're done. It's over. No, this is why I hate women. They could have they could be born into these kind of riches where they have the mountains and the nice balcony and roses and the ocean and all that, and they turn to you and go, I just want something small. I just want a small little house, a little hut, and a simple life. And it's like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and enjoy where you're at. All you are gold diggers except the rich one. The rich one wants to live at Pizza Hut. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Laugh my ass off.
You're making fun of me.
No.
Cornball. Look, she got her hut dream. There's your fucking house, bitch. Go enjoy it like Chi-Chi. That's the piece of shit you wanted, huh? There's your fucking piece of shit hut. Yeah, they're cute.
You love me?
It's like, imagine he said, I'm not going to ruin it.
I thought that...
It'd be like, this is what you say, chat. Let me give you one in the chat if you want game. Look at this. I'll give you super game when she never says this to you because you're chat and you're a loser. But look.
What are
Ready?
you talking about?
I'd love me too. This is high level game. Go ruin the moment. Right? If she doesn't laugh, bro, put her back in the hut.
You love me?
Laugh my ass off.
I thought that we had decided not to fall in love.
Oh my fucking yes.
That we would be forced to live a lie.
I'm dry, bro. Shut the fuck up.
That it would destroy our lives.
Enough.
I think our lives are about to be destroyed anyway. I truly, deeply love you. And before we die, I want you to know.
Look at that. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Don't ever laugh right now. They have a good story. They got a good story because they hired this rabbi to marry them in secrecy, right? And she becomes hot. Like she goes from like looking kind of like whoa, Mrs. Mid, to she starts to develop here. I mean, that sounds so creepy. She starts to whatever. Hey, yo. Yo, Tavia, fuck off. You know what I meant. No, you're not doing me like Data, no. Her Data is like, she was 19 years old, and she showed up to my doorstep wearing literally nothing but pink lingerie. And what did you want me to do, Jon ZHERKA? Not fuck her? And I'm like, yes! Bitch, you're 30. It's like, what did you want me? He thought he got me there. But little did he know, I had it loaded, man. It's like, I know where you're going with this, right? Every guy does that argument, right? But bro, she was hot, though. What the? He turned into a cartoon. She's hotter. She's hotter as a cartoon. Look. She looks great. Look at her shape.
Annie.
Oh, I thought this was like some roleplay shit. Dude, she got nice. She looks nice. Uh-huh. Yeah.
I missed you so much.
Nice, bro.
I will always love you.
He looks very Samurai Jack.
You look really good in the dark.
Miss Padme! Miss Padme!
I'm tired of all this. Our love should not be hidden like it's some kind of immoral thing.
Annie, you're almost a Jedi Knight. And then...
And then what? Jedis aren't supposed to be married. It doesn't matter.
See, he's like, our love shouldn't be hidden like some immoral thing. Oh yeah? Then pipe her in front of the Jedi Masters and see how moral you look doing it, little Annie. You destroyed the whole fucking universe because your dick got hard. You fucking joking me? You joking me? You kill us all with your stupid cock. That's my analysis, alright? Put this on all of the Star Wars forums. Make sure they heard what I said about their piece of shit show.
Almost a Jedi Knight. And then...
And then what? Jedis aren't supposed to be married.
Did he come from Total Drama Island? The fuck is this show, dude? I don't even know this one. All I know is Mace Windu goes crazy in this.
I've got you! Nice catch!
Oh, the things you do to get me alone.
Stop talking.
Cell shading.
Are you okay?
Annie, how about the next time you rescue me before you kill all the battle droids?
A little thank you would go a long way.
10th floor. Thousands of battle droids.
I trust I'll
Got
see
it.
you soon, General Skywalker.
Look at that.
Of course, my lady.
My lady.
We should go away together. I know a place far away from here where no one would recognize
See, every guy thinks in medieval times they'd be a knight, when really everyone in this chat, every one of you would be scooping fucking donkey shit. I'd be the knight, okay? Not even the streamers would be the knights, not even the YouTubers, and not the influencers, not the famous people, not the Brad Pitts, me. I would have been the knight, okay? Alright, now go clean that fucking donkey shit, bitch.
us. Yeah, it'll be like we're actually husband and wife instead of senator and Jedi.
Let's go, pal! I'm making a
Me, there's nothing more.
Username donated $5. You.
Yo, fuck off. Leave me alone.
Don't be so...
Oh, you don't believe me?
I didn't say I...
I'll prove it. Just watch. This weapon is my life.
How you fucking hit it from the back and she looked like a cheese string? This is so... What a dumb hairstyle.
Oh, Anakin, I can't.
Right? This
The
guy's got
Jedi-
a Jar Jar fetish.
The lightsabers.
That's
Wow.
symbolic.
It's heavier than I thought.
Oh, come on.
It's yours. Believe me now?
Yeah, now she's gonna kill herself by
If
accident.
all you want to do is make fun of me, I think you should just go.
That's not what I want.
Holy mansplaining. This is so hot.
Not at all.
Wow, she looks different. What the fuck? That's like clay. Yeah, you're actually supposed to keep holding that as you kiss. Fucking ruin this. If this is your favorite show, I'm ruining it for you today.
Cannot be delayed. Now stand aside. I apologize for my abruptness. Senator Philo has called a meeting in the lobby before we vote on the Enhanced Privacy Invasion Bill. Coming, Senator Amidala?
Damn, I was enjoying that, Elmi. You gotta spam me and shit. Okay. Attention, do not try to do it yourself. Yeah, okay. We're gonna make Tapia into a beast. Okay? We're gonna make a homunculus today, Chad. What are the ingredients? Sugar, spice, and everything.
Привет, с вами
gay.
Корней. Это
Sugar, spice, and a little fucking methamphetamine ice to make Tapia.
мой гомункул. Я решил снять про него новый сюжет. Как вы видите, произошли некоторые изменения. Гомункул немного подрос, особенно его нижняя часть. Но эти изменения я не считаю важными. Дело в том, что произошло действительно что-то интересное. Гомункул начал плеваться какой-то жидкостью. Я не знаю, что это, но у меня, конечно, есть по этому поводу некоторые предположения. Возможно, это его испражнение. Конечно, гомункул каким-то образом испражнялся и раньше, но я никогда этого не видел. Испражнения могли быть просто прозрачными, а теперь они белесого цвета, ну, если это, конечно, испражнение. У гомункула изменился рацион питания, ведь я теперь кормлю его мясом. Ну, а раз изменилось питание, то логично предположить, что могли измениться и испражнения. Другая моя версия такова, что, может быть, гомункул начал плеваться ядом. Потому что другой мой гомункул, очень похожий на этого, но только маленький, однажды плюнул в меня ядом, у меня на руке даже был ожог. И, возможно, ну, помните, тот самый гомункул, с которым произошел несчастный случай с книгой. И вот, возможно, этот гомункул тоже проявляет эти свойства, и питание мясом помогло ему эти свои качества развить. Что вы думаете по этому поводу, пишите в комментариях. Некоторые из них бывают очень интересными. Они помогают мне в моей работе, в моих экспериментах. И поэтому каким-то образом при специальном подсвете, то вы...
I don't get it at all. Bro, that's called a flashlight in English. I don't get it. What did Haas do here? Okay.
Anonymous donated $11.70 for Reasons of Love.
What the fuck
L.
am I supposed to do with $11? If it's for love, send 100 and then take a break. Take a break from fucking talking, sound like a fucking retard. Buy a half a foot long at Subway with your pathetic donation. $11 interruption.
Из-за этого я и снимаю гомункула в темной комнате при специальной вот подсветке сверху, потому что без этого вообще было бы ничего не видно. Ну что ж, наше ожидание как-то затягивается. Наверное...
Bro, Elmi, this is literally a hoax. Okay? I think the CIA killed him to make the hoax look real. See, look at that. If I make a fucking shitty video like this with my hands, it will never get 1 million views. Right? I'll just be like, I made a slicker. Okay, this creature has the power to suck the life force out of everyone around him.
Unrest is growing in China.
Holy shit, Soros is winning. What the hell?
Unrest is growing in China over the country's...
I need dollars, 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 what I need. Well, I need dollars, 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 what I need. Said I need dollars, 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 what I need. And if I share with you my story, will you share your dollar with me?
Jon Zherka is the best streamer in Twitch.tv.
Who?
Jon Zherka.
Oh, Jon Zherka. I know who he is. The viral, he's going viral.
All the users listen. Go watch Jon Zherka instead.
Jesus Christ, this guy, man.
Enemy UAV spotted.
Anonymous donated $117.
What happened to my $117? Who took that? Who took my $100? Hey, SpongeBob. I want more, okay? I want more. I want another 100. You'll make more. You have 80 more years of your life to make more money. I want more, okay? I believe in the truth.
Fresh protests have broken out
bitch.
in major cities, with hundreds rallying at Beijing's elite Tsinghua University, chanting, "We want freedom." Many also holding up blank sheets of paper in a symbolic protest against state censorship. More demonstrations have also been reported in Shanghai following clashes with police overnight. Public anger has flared after a deadly apartment block fire, with many blaming an ongoing lockdown for hampering rescue efforts. Chinese officials have defended their zero-COVID policy despite the growing public backlash.
They've become a symbol of the biggest threat yet to China's leadership. Blank pieces of paper held aloft by protesters, like here in Beijing, a silent rejection of censorship. This rally, just one of dozens that have spread across China. Just hours earlier, huge crowds turned out in Shanghai in a rare defiance of Chinese authorities. Years of pandemic lockdowns have pushed people here to their limit. Hundreds faced down police and called on President Xi Jinping to step down. Many in the crowd refusing to hide their identities, despite potentially severe consequences for their disobedience. Scuffles eventually broke out, with officers warning the crowds to move back. As police reinforcements arrived, a woman can be heard yelling, "You are employees. You have food to eat and money to make. What about us? It's been 3 years." Saturday's protests came to a head following a candlelit vigil for the victims of an apartment fire that's shaken the country. At least 10 died in the blaze, which broke out on Thursday in the northwestern city of Urumqi. Many have blamed the deaths on lockdown restrictions, which they say hampered rescue efforts. With some locals banned from leaving their homes for over 3 months, Urumqi residents are now also rising up.
Globalists be like, you can't leave your burning house because you're risking spreading an infection of COVID, monkeypox, 1920.
They chant, "Lift the COVID lockdown." The tension with officials...
Humans are so pathetic, right? After 3 years, they go, okay, now I'm mad. How the fuck were you not mad in the first week? Like, you know that even if there's a disease killing literally everyone in the universe, and it was 1,000 times more effective than COVID, even then you're not allowed to lock down the world. That's fucking illegal.
Boils over as protesters break through a fence. The protests come just weeks after Xi Jinping was reappointed as the country's leader for an unprecedented third term.
Man, I loved Xi Jinping up until this lockdown shit a year ago. And then I was like, man, fuck this shit. These tankies are fucking retarded.
Was reappointed as the country's leader for an unprecedented third term. His COVID restrictions are some of the harshest globally, with officials sticking to a zero COVID.
Like, that's what I hate about tankies is like, what is politics besides LGBTQ and lockdowns? There's nothing else to politics. They don't even talk about religion anymore. These are the last two macro topics that shift society. They don't talk about anything else globally, right? When you think of it globally, what do you think the Pope talks about, right? What do you think anyone ever talks about is these two topics. If you're a tanky and you're pro Xi Jinping lockdowns, or one guy wrote in my chat, rare L take from Zherka, don't you know that the people who are protesting against Chinese state are protesting for longer lockdowns? That's what I read in my Twitter feed. And that's when I'm like, yeah, tankies have to be gay, right? No straight man would ever type that to me.
COVID policy, while much of the rest of the world tries to coexist with the virus.
No, I literally deleted the tweet out of embarrassment. That's like, you know how like I protect my tankies? I got so ashamed. I was like, this is gay as fuck.
But despite the public backlash, Xi shows no signs of backing down.
And we can talk.
Don Corleone, I need your help. And not just to light a little candle. My gift was to be able to persuade people to give to the Holy Church. Then Rome decides to put me in charge of the Vatican Bank. But I was never a true banker.
I'm not gonna lie. I wish I could dress like that, man. If I could just walk around town. Is there a costume that looks authentic where I can pretend to be a Jesuit and do YouTube videos? Or is that, am I going to jail for that? Like, what, how bad could it get? Like, some people want to be cowboys, some people want to be, I just want whatever this half cape is with a cross and that thing on my head. That's all I want. And I want to walk around town and do, right? It kind of looks sinister. It looks so fucking evil.
Mea culpa. I trusted my friend.
Friendship and money. Oil and water.
Indeed. These friends use the good name of the church.
If you don't know what a Jesuit is, it's pretty much the liberals of the Catholic establishment. They literally believe in bending every part of the Bible to get their way. They even believe fraternity over truth. And truth means God. Always remember that. If anyone talks to you about that stuff. They believe... Freemasonry believes in fraternity and brotherhood over God. I mean over truth. Which is the same thing, actually. It's identical.
To feed their greed. If money was lost, then I am to blame. Oh, if only prayer could pay off our $700 million deficit.
769.
Yeah.
The church owns 25% of a large corporation. Immobiliare. You know the one I mean.
Largest landlord on Earth, real estate all over the world worth $6 billion.
That's true.
And the Vatican vote is necessary for control.
deciding vote. This is like any other company in the world. We have directors, we have rules, we have very old rules. Pope himself would have to approve you.
What the fuck is that running through the tie? I'm going to kill myself in Minecraft. That is driving me crazy. A tie bar?
We've sold the casinos. All businesses having to do with gambling. We have no interests or investment in anything illegitimate.
Look at that. They invented the globe model. They're so proud of it too, right? And if you ever wonder, well, John, like, how obvious is it that they put themselves in the middle of the world?
Corleones are prepared to deposit $500 million in the Vatican
You know,
Bank.
every map you've ever looked at is wrong, including a lot of flat Earth, all flat Earth maps. Every single map has different sized continents, depending on who the fuck made the map, a German or a British guy. Or
Such times, Mr. Corleone receives majority control of Immobiliare.
Immobiliare could be something new. A European conglomerate.
The map on the left is flat. No, you fucking retard. A flat Earth map, the angling is a ring. Look. You know how I know people are retarded? Most people that I've shown a flat Earth map to, they all say to me, well, John, that's round. So, like, the average human will click on this and say that's a globe. They don't get it. I remember asking Trainwrecks, I'm like, where's Antarctica on the flat map? Which is just common sense. 180 degrees opposite of North Pole would be south on a compass, right? Train said this is Antarctica. That's fucking Australia. That's his oceanic Antarctica. And that scared me because I'm like, yeah, it's almost as scary as when Destiny said Antarctica. I said, where's the South Pole on a flat, on a compass? And Destiny in the map says, at the bottom, John. I was like, are you fucking stupid? And a lot of people would think this is the North Pole on a flat Earth map. They're very stupid people. Like, most people on Earth are very stupid. You could show this map to... I'm even going to do this in Miami, where I show people the map, and I go, point North Pole. Where is it? Where is the North Pole? And people get so confused. I can't figure it out, John. I was like, dude, this made sense in 1 second to me. How does it not make sense to you guys?
Corleones are
This is not a flat Earth map, you fucking idiot.
prepared to deposit $500 million in the Vatican Bank at such times Mr. Corleone receives majority control of Immobiliare.
Immobiliare could be something new. A European conglomerate. Few families have control of such a company.
It seems in today's world,
Yeah, that cigarette's done,
towards all
champ.
debt is
Just
greater
ash
than
it.
the power of forgiveness.
You're just smoking hopes and dreams and cancer now.
$600 million.
Don't overestimate the power of forgiveness.
Don Corleone, this deal with Immobiliare can make you one of the richest men in the world. Your whole past history and the history of your family will be washed away. $600 million.
I forgot about that. All of a sudden, Godfather isn't that overrated. I'm keeping this one though. I've been here. Okay, let's see what's happening in society before I call it a night. Last night I went to sleep a second after my stream crashed. I've never been so tired, and then this is happening again to me. Like, what the fuck?
My name is Kobe Thurman, and I'm about to get my...
Why him?
Bro, why'd they make this like Hans Zimmer
Hey Hassan, we know you're going to react to this video, so we want to invite you to be in an episode of
Yikes, bro. Yikes.
Middle Ground. Maybe a one-on-one discussion with someone like Ben Shapiro. So it'll be great if you can announce your participation here first, and we can get Ben's attention. For now, enjoy the video.
It sounds like what you're saying is you want to be able to introduce all ways of life.
Yes.
So would it be okay to include a book with a man having a relationship with a 12-year-old in that book? I know
See,
it's extreme.
no.
Hold on, but just
No,
hear me out.
Because now
Hear
you're
me out.
equivocating.
Hear out the lefty, okay? You gotta understand how intellectual I'm gonna be when I talk about a relationship with a 12-year-old. You haven't heard me out yet, Chad.
Gay people to pedophiles.
No. This is why I'm bringing it up. Is who establishes the boundary?
The law.
But
Jesus.
Teachers have their own political agendas. Step forward if you agree.
I think it's important to recognize that individuals will have political agendas. It's a natural thing, and people should understand their political views. I think where we need to differentiate it is whether a teacher should have a political agenda in a classroom.
But is your idea of a political agenda like these teachers telling students, this is who you should vote for if you...
Okay, pause. Okay, I already have a problem with both sides. Okay, and I'm not doing the enlightened centrist shit ever. Don't worry, that's not this channel. But there is nothing more dense than saying I have a problem when teachers have a political agenda they're pushing. Even if there is no agenda, politics will bleed through. It bleeds through everything. That's it. Meaning if it's not a Christian society, you're going to get weird shit into your child's mind through the teacher. It doesn't matter if they want to or not, if they want to put it in the kid's head or not, it's going to happen. As in the system has to change. Okay? Most teachers who fill their students' heads with liberal nonsense are doing it by accident. That's just as bad. I mean, it has just as bad of an effect, right? So it's not like, is the teacher sinister? Is the teacher putting it in their head? No, it's like teachers should not exist unless it's a Christian society and the teacher was raised with the fucking Bible, okay? That's it. When the fuck has a nihilist taught a child anything of value? That's never happened.
Should have a political agenda in a classroom.
But is your idea of a political agenda like these teachers telling students, this is who you should vote for, if you vote for these people, it's wrong.
No.
If you
Yes,
vote for
or
these people, it's
ridiculing the beliefs that they may have for political or religious reasons, and
I-
using their position of authority to mold the minds of everyone else.
When it comes to diversity or these new sort of terms, I am not for
certain types of what so-called diversity when it comes to these new kind of topics. And
Can you expand upon that? Like, what do you think
like
shouldn't be
critical
included?
race theory or some of the gender ideologies. It's not diverse if you're the teacher, the person of authority in the classroom, and you are saying this is how something should be.
Yeah, so I come from an elementary perspective. I'm a first grade teacher, so the conversations we're having in class isn't about the socioeconomic nature of the world. But you know, we do talk about just what it looks like for different people in different communities. So when I talk about a political agenda, the agenda that I have in the classroom is to create an environment where folks are able to, you know, better understand from wherever someone's coming from.
So you talk to first graders, okay? You're pretty much like, oh, you might as well have a sign over your head saying I'm a retard for a living. Okay, you talk to fucking kids.
The problem with that, and I understand the sentiment as a teacher, if a child is sitting there and they happen to be black and you're saying, well, black people such and such and such. I mean, you're really, that's not okay.
I do have to stop you there because that's not really said. It's not said black people do this.
Well,
it's not said Mexicans do this. Again, it's trying to understand from multiple perspectives. That's not saying that every group aligns on the same thought. That's not saying every group is a monolith. What it's saying is, even if you disagree with somebody or you come from a different tradition or a different cultural background, those people's opinions can still be valid.
Yeah, no, this is what actually happens. They go, hey, black child. Hi, I'm your teacher. I'm your first grade teacher. Hello, black child. Yeah, that white kid Tyler next to you, he enslaved your ancestors. Better watch out for Tyler. That's literally the message kids are getting. Okay? And Tyler's sitting there like, what the fuck did I do? No, Tyler, you're a fucking Nazi, okay?
I'm gonna be honest, as a teacher, especially after COVID and all of that, I don't have time for a political agenda. I'm here trying to catch up with curriculum, pick up my readers that are, 2, 3 grade levels behind. I do not have time for that. I teach social emotional skills and all of that, but I'm not here to kind of, you need to believe this, and that. No. If you're a good person, we're good. We're gravy. All good. You know what I mean?
But your definition, and sometimes this can happen and it becomes political, is what is your definition of a good person? Would you think that I'm a good person because I'm raising my kids to be with Judeo-Christian values? And
there it is. There it is. There it is. See, I like going after our side more, right? Because our side is like half awake. It's always right there. It's just always.
A heterosexual, heteronormative home where we talk about how divorce is wrong, cheating is wrong. We have friends of the LGBT community, but we teach our children that
cheating should be illegal, right? Adultery should be illegal. Like, if you cheat on your husband, you should serve 20 years in prison. You should be given peanut butter sandwiches with no peanut butter for 20 years straight until you learn your fucking lesson. Eat that fucking Wonder Bread.
Biblical perspective, that's not okay. Your definition of whether or not they are good could be very different than my definition of whether or not they are good.
To kind of clarify, in my classroom, if they're kind and they're not bashing anybody, judging anybody, kind of throwing out names, anything like that, they're good. It's not to say that topics like that don't come up in class. And I do open it up to discussion. I just keep it clear that this is a safe space. We don't judge each other. We're not going to bash each other. Understand you have your own experiences.
That's fucking stupid. Look, if they're going to take away student debt after a bunch of students, right, didn't have that privilege, that's fine. Okay, whatever. But I didn't grow up with safe spaces, so why did those little fucking runts get a safe space, huh? Where the fuck was my safe space? You're telling me I had to go through fucking hell? And now these little fucking first graders get to just to have their like soft little, nah, fuck that shit. I got bullied. Those kids have to get bullied. That's how this shit works. All right. Not looking back on when back in my day, I was suffering and you totally, no, fuck that shit. Okay. I suffered. I didn't have a safe space. I got bullied. Those runts are going to get bullied too. That's how this works.
But we're not going to come in with an agenda, you can say. And I feel like this idea of parents and their teachers of their political biases and all of this is just all of this fear that is clouding their judgment, clouding.
Except we have numerous, not just.
We have experiences.
Yeah, my own
Yeah.
child, first week of school, what pronouns you wanted to go by. I mean, not what's your favorite subject, how can I help you succeed academically.
Who's to say that wasn't a part of the questions too, you know? And I understand that question could stand out.
So maybe you don't understand that you're teaching politics.
But that's not politics. That's just like basic respect.
Yeah.
I think that's beautiful.
But it's not true.
That's beautiful.
Not to me.
So I think you need your idea that
Thank
that's
you,
basic
Jedi.
respect. What is the framework of that? Because I think that many teachers are going through these trainings, and the trainings are saying this is the framework of how we operate in the classroom. But where did that idea come from?
Because it's based off. It's called a thing called data.
Did you
so
do
a
that
lot
in
of, no, hold on. A lot
2010?
of schools have research and development, and so the state also does. So in the state of California, we do research. So at the end of the day, my job is not just to make your kid to feel comfortable.
Why do we pretend like California is a state? California is a shithole. Okay.
I got 55 students. I got to make 55 students feel comfortable. And so when your kid comes home and tells you, well, Mom, the teacher said, what's my pronouns? Yeah, I did say, what's your pronoun? I also said, what's your favorite TV show? What's your favorite food? I am a college professor now. I was previously a 3rd, 4th grade teacher. Teaching 3rd and 4th grade was horrible. Dealing with parents who thought their child was special and should be treated a certain way. It just wasn't doable. The constant complaining, the accusing people of doing things that are not going on in our classes, not being enough for their child. It was just too much.
Sounds a little creepy, bro. What did you do?
When parents don't have the knowledge of what goes on inside of a school, I think it's important for those parents to go to the school, and we as educators like our parents to be involved. You know, again, I have too many students to push an agenda. I do my job, what they pay me to do.
Discussion about sexuality doesn't belong in schools.
Look at the pedos on the left.
I had a sex ed class.
You know, please I need to talk to your child about finger popping assholes. I need to talk to your child about eating ass. I need to talk to your children about eating ass. Okay? That's just constitutional, Chad.
I was in 3rd grade, and it was quite simple. Boys go in this room, girls go in this room, they play a little video on a black and white TV. You know, you see the genitalia, and you're like, oh God, I got one of those, cool, now we're figuring out what I am. The fear is these schools have no boundaries. If they do the classroom thing where they want to split kids up, how many genders are we gonna do this? We're gonna put boys, them, and then girls, and then how many rooms do we need to create for equality? Or are we really chasing equity? And I think parents now are beginning to realize we've got to stop this and create framework about sexuality, especially in a hyper-sexualized culture. My kids don't need to know at 6, 7, and 8 years old about different types of sexual acts. That's not.
I always hear the argument of, but Zherka, in Europe, Europeans are taught about sex in grade 1. Yeah, nobody wants to be like those fucking cucks, okay? Why the fuck do people appeal to Europe for this argument? But in Europe, they do it differently, John. Yeah, because we really want to be like the Nordics right now, right? We want to be like Merkel, actually. We want to be like the Germans. We don't. We don't want to be anything like you guys. Stop appealing to fucking shithole Europe.
Not appropriate.
People think that this is just kind of happening, it's a one-off. It is in so many schools. Where I live in Florida, there was a poster going around.
No, if I had a child and my child learned about sex at 8 years old, I would go live and go up to the teacher and be like, yeah, you're a pedophile. My kid is done going to this school. You're done. It's over. Okay? What are you going to do? Fight me? You're going to do, bring the principal. Bring everyone. Bring that fat ass. Dude, if I get angry and I don't have a child, how angry are these parents? I always wonder. I'm like, these parents are so strange that they don't do anything.
Kids could text anonymous strangers to get information about sex. And on this poster in school, want to get laid?
Wow.
I mean, it's beyond, and there is a push for pleasure-based sex. Pleasure for who?
My oldest is 9 years old. She's in 3rd grade, and she's been exposed to things, and we do have conversations about it. But that's a conversation that I should be having with my 9-year-old daughter. If a
sex out of marriage should literally be illegal, right? It should be So fucking illegal. You should be taxed triple. If you have it, you should be taxed triple.
Grader or a fourth grader is going to be prompted by a teacher, hey, what are your pronouns? As a parent, I should have a heads up about that because they're not even going to understand the question. And so I think that the idea that those conversations are started in the classroom instead of in the home is a big problem. Yeah, I have a family.
You know how powerful media is? If children grew up with a TV show of a superhero who has a wife and kids, instead of Maury and Jerry Springer, if they just put regular family TV, in the psyche of these children, as they go through puberty, all they will crave is marriage. They're not going to crave hookup culture as much. Yeah, there's going to be bad kids here and there, but it's like, come on, dude. It's...
member who first day of 6th grade was asked for her pronouns, and she stood up and said that as a person of faith she believed that God didn't make a mistake making her a girl, and so therefore she identified as a she, her, and she was sent to the principal's office and punished for that decision. Thankfully we haven't seen that broadly yet, but I think it's really damaging to take a shy, innocent 11-year-old child and make them stand in front of a classroom and determine something that they maybe haven't even put that much thought into.
I like what you said, Sean, about how you were emphasizing, how a lot.
By the way, this is what democracy is, right? While children are going through this pedophilia epidemic, this pedophilia pandemic, everyone has to wait 4 years to vote to see if pedophilia is wrong. They just wait, just hang on, guys. We're figuring things out because we're a democracy, right?
A lot of parents today felt a goodness of the way that sexual education was conducted in the past. So there is an agreement that sexuality should be talked about in schools. The disagreement is whether it should just be purely heteronormative or if we should include all aspects of sexuality. I don't think that we're doing demonstrations to encourage children how to have sex, but this is something that we are trying to, again, educate and make them aware that this kind of things happen. And while you grow up, you're going to have to experience somebody who's of this orientation.
Kids are naturally curious, and I think that what I'm hearing from you is I understand where you're maybe potentially coming from, but then where's the line between that sex education and introducing them to porn? Because porn can be educational. I was a virgin when I got married, and for years I was made fun of and heard, well, how are you going to know if you don't try it? We hear that a lot too. If you haven't tried to kiss a girl to see if you like it or not, then how do you really know that you're not a lesbian? How do you really know that you're not gay if you've never slept with a guy? How do you really know that you want to be in a monogamous relationship if you don't sleep around? And when you start to introduce those questions to children, specifically prepubescent ones, they're going to naturally be curious, and their emotional and hormonal maturity is not there to be making those types of decisions that have lifelong impact.
Well, you're right, and a lot of them are learning at home, because just like you guys are saying, they come home to tell you things. Well, guess what? Those same kids come to school to talk about what you're telling them at home. You'll be surprised what I hear from students when I do a what do you think? Well, let me tell you what my mama and daddy did. And look, I don't try.
What? That's a threat. This is a threat. Right? He's saying all of us teachers got dirt on you guys. Okay, so don't push it. Look at this fucking loser.
Well, you're right, and a lot of them are learning at home.
This is what a pedo sounds like.
Because just like you guys are saying, they come home to tell you things. Well, guess what? Those same kids come to school to talk about what you're telling them at home. You'll be surprised what I hear from students when I do a what do you think? Well, let me tell you what my mama and daddy did. And look, I don't have time. Your kid is not that important to me, not to be rude. I got like 300 students. Your kid is no more important than the other 299. So I don't have time to sit up here and let me get you to think like me. I can't get my own 23-year-old to think like me. At the end of the day, what needs to happen, and this is just my own personal take, parents need to start being parents, because a lot of times the teachers are the parents. They're parenting your kids because absentee parenting.
I think that this conversation is really interesting, and I think we need to step back and look at why we automatically assume that if we're telling our children about lesbians, gay people, queer people, why do we immediately equivocate that to telling them about what sex is?
Jezebel.
That can just be something as simple as, here is a book. In this book, there are 2 dads. This book character has 2 dads. And kids, they can be inquisitive, and that's good, right? But also, like, they're gonna be like, cool, there's 2 dads.
All these kids know that there's a dad and a dad and a mom and a mom, and the culture is teaching all of that. So what we've noticed is that the curriculum in 8th grade and up is a lot deeper than that. It's more like, here is how you can have sex so you do not get pregnant.
Yeah.
Illustration.
Yeah, no, there's a dad and a mom, and that's it.
of anal sex. That is the stuff that we are now reacting against. And that, sadly, is the trust that's being broken between teachers and parents.
Yeah, and I think we're moving into a conversation about comprehensive sex ed. What I am talking about is when I go into this classroom and I'm teaching kids, I'm not going to just teach kids.
Oh, Eli, I appreciate you so much, but damn, I was just gonna turn it off. Okay, welcome guys. One in the chat if you are with Donald Trump. Let's check out the boys.
Material that is heteronormative.
Out of curiosity, it sounds like what you're saying is you want to be able to introduce all ways of life. Like these are the people that you will encounter with throughout life.
That is what I'm arguing, yes.
So would it be okay to include a book with a man having a relationship with a 12-year-old in that book? I know it's extreme.
No.
Okay, now, W's in the chat if divorce should be illegal.
Hold on, but just hear me out.
Because now you're equivocating gay people to pedophiles.
No, I'm not.
And no, that's not okay.
No, you're drawing a line that I'm not drawing. And
now, zero in the chat if all teachers are pedophiles.
Definitely crossing the line.
I agree. I agree. And this is why I'm bringing it up: is who establishes the boundary?
The law.
But what law? The law is.
Now, who is the pedo on screen right now? Right? What color is he wearing?
But the law that's been signed in some blue
No,
states,
I'm sorry. No, there's laws against between adults having sex with children. Now, if a student had two parents who happen to be of the same sex, I'm not going to sit there and discount who they are in my class. I cannot do that. I signed a contract.
I would never ask anybody to uplift or suppress any child. I want there to be equality in the classroom. What I am saying is that there are factual instances where this is being taught in classrooms. I pulled my children out of public school because there are so many instances of this happening. I am a parent. I'm looking in the book bag every day. I'm checking in with homework. I am talking to the teachers and the principals, and I'm involved. But we didn't know that, during class, there were images shown of literal sex acts or describing.
What the fuck? Really? Yo, dude, what the fuck is American culture degenerated to?
Certain situations that were inappropriate for young children.
We have a belief system at home, and the children want to break the boundaries of that belief system naturally because we're human beings. That's just what we do. And we're trying to confine them to a set of beliefs to say, this is what is right in our home. And we're seeing the schools get funding from Planned Parenthood. They tried to pass a bill to put...
Jake Sully is right. This is fucking ridiculous.
Medical facilities to offer abortions in high schools here in California. And it's gradual, right? It starts with, this is a book that has two dads. This is a book with two moms. And it's just a gradual curiosity that could leverage and break away that child from the root in the home. My education growing up was fully public education. College is where I started getting a curiosity for truth and education, and I think I'm so passionate about the education system.
This guy fucked the barber's wife or something. Something went horribly wrong here.
Today, because it is obviously broken, but how do we fix it? Many of these progressive ideas in fixing it is just more empathy, sympathy, safety, but in reality, I see the public school system isn't actually accomplishing the goal of what education is, which is teaching critical thinking, how to understand, how to ask good questions, and then comprehend how to problem solve.
Affirmative action is racial discrimination.
Let's go.
There was a high school down the street from where I live in Los Angeles that encouraged all the kids of color to apply for their school play. And only once all the kids of color received whatever positions they wanted, then the white kids could apply. That, in my opinion, is an example of discrimination. The fact that we now have Harvard has black-only kids' dorms, that to me is segregation.
With affirmative action, we've seen with Harvard law.
I mean, why not just make white-only dorms? Even it out. You see how these conservatives are not conservative like us, Chad? No, sir. These are lukewarm. These are, they don't have Chancellor Palpatine in their corner like us, okay? They're just MAGA. They don't go dark MAGA.
lawsuits and other things, how it's backfiring and it's picking and choosing of which minorities can and cannot have success. It was done to try to create or make up for the wrongs of our past, but I think it's really backfired.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, excluding those excelling students in other races to fix the problems of the past, like you said. But I think the past, there were a lot of minorities that were excelling and doing really well.
Despite the foot of the
Exactly.
government, and like
Yes.
kudos to them.
Yes.
Incredible, strong human beings. And we should have that discrimination in any way anymore, but unfortunately, it has become a discrimination against other groups.
Yeah, it's racism. It is racism. If you are taking a group of people and judging them on their race and setting them aside, giving them a special treatment, if you are uplifting a person or you are trying to suppress a person because of their race, that is racism. So we're supposed to believe that someone like...
You know what's my favorite lefty take? Like, they'll talk about white people being the problem, right? For like 1,000 years straight. They just talk about white people being the problem. And then they turn to you and say, yeah, whiteness doesn't even exist. It's like, the fuck have you been complaining about then, you fucking retard? Like, lefties kill me. They'd be like, the white man did this, the white man did that. Oh, I loathe these white people. They're just white power everywhere. And then you turn to them and you're like, well, what if we white people? And they go, no, stop. There's no such thing as white people. Right?
Barack Obama's children are like struggling because they're black? Like, that's ridiculous. So I pulled my oldest daughter out a public school in Florida. We were having debates about pulling down statues and changing names, and some of the school board members and some of the activist groups were saying that black children could not learn because of names on buildings, and that is completely asinine to me. It basically says that because we have a higher level of melanin, somehow our brains don't work. And every other kid could walk into the building and get the education that they needed, but somehow not for you black children. And I found that to be just disgusting. And I did not want my children to have any type of idea coming from authority figures.
All these liberals are so fucking fat and hideous in this video. Here's a challenge, okay? Find a video where they're not. Let's play a game.
Who believed in such things like that.
First of all, I would like to say that affirmative action programs are the biggest beneficiary according to the data, and this has been government data has been white women first and foremost.
Yeah.
Second of all, I would never use Barack Obama's kids as a barometer for anything because they do have privilege as well as Will Smith kids. But if we talk about Laquan Smith down the street that nobody knows.
Yeah, that sounds racist, bro. Why did you say Laquan?
There will be some impediments
You're being racist
based on his
towards
race.
me right now?
Yeah.
Why? How do you know that?
Because people do tend to look and see race. What you were talking about is just racism, but when it's institutional and structural.
Oh, there it is. They changed it from systemic, right? Because everyone got bored of that word, right? They're like, okay, it sounds a little gay. Now it's structure. Listen to this. It's not systemic anymore. It's not 2016 anymore.
And see race. What you were talking about is just racism, but when it's institutional and structural, it does something totally different. And when the black wealth gap is 100 years behind the white wealth gap in America, it'll take 100 years to catch up.
Why do you think that's because of racism, though? You take one thing and say that is the cause for every person of color.
The data
What data? What data is saying that black people are behind?
I love her.
Because there are many black people that aren't behind, that are doing much better than other people.
No, you're absolutely right. And there are outliers in every single community. There are very strong, members of the black community that are very affluent. There are also a majority that live in poverty. And if we see a bunch of cities that are majority person of color, and we're trying to recognize why have these places stayed at a very stable poverty line. But there are systemic reasons to why these communities are like that. How would you say that?
I would say probably because of policies that are in those.
Flux, I see you talking shit about me, Flux, and all I have to say is one thing. Flux in chat, your mother is a whore. That's the one thing I'm going to say tonight, and I'm not talking anymore about you.
Racist policies, absolutely.
Hold on, we got to define terms. When would you say that Watts and Compton became the way that it is? Was it like that in the 40s and 50s?
No, it's a growth
No,
because
I'm
of the
asking
policies,
you,
from
when-
redlining policies that were enabled.
In California?
Yeah, absolutely. California put in racist policies. I would never deny that.
All of these supposed solutions are actually hurting. Wouldn't a better solution be to teach our kids that we're all born in the image of God? We should all treat one another equally. And if you
Look how uncomfortable the liberal gets. She goes, oh, not the Bible. I don't fuck with that. I like primordial soup and coming from Monkey Man. Yeah, you know, I like that better, actually. I like the whole a random cell appeared somehow, because maybe lightning. And then it split into two cells, and then eventually it turned to a whale. And the whale somehow changed everything about it and walked on land. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
that we're all born in the image of God. We should all treat one another equally. And if you're if you don't believe in God, then we're all equal, right? If you come from a poor neighborhood, whether you're
Someone said the whale evolved to become a liberal. What is your fucking problem, dude? I'm trying to go after evolution, and you're doing this cruelty shit, and I don't fuck with that.
Black or Hispanic.
That's too cruel, man. Like, come on.
Or an immigrant from anywhere, obviously.
That's so fucked up.
You don't have the same privileges that somebody who comes from a wealthy community, but that has nothing to do with your color. I don't think that if you're an impoverished black kid or you're an impoverished white kid, one should receive a resource and the other shouldn't.
Would you say that it's economic then is the reason that causes these disparities?
Economic, but I don't think it's related to color.
But would you say if there's a majority of a particular group that lies underneath the poverty line in economic, race has anything to do with that?
It could, but it's just not blanket. You don't know. And why don't we look at the families, the black families, who have done those amazing things in this country and study what they did to succeed instead of just focusing on, oh, well, black people are behind and we don't even know what to do. Well, why don't we just go and look? Since you are a professor, wouldn't that be, you go and look at what has worked?
Well, I would never just go to you and just look at you. Again, and I'm sorry, it's just the reality of the data. And so what I share...
Data can be broken up in umpteen different ways.
No, it can't.
Yes, it
No,
can.
actually,
You're a professor and you're saying that data cannot be manipulated? This is why my kids do not go to public school anymore.
I don't, and I'm glad they don't.
I just think it's interesting. I'm thinking of like an...
It's so funny. I'm glad they don't. He's spiteful.
Anecdotal story I have. Last year, the school that I taught at, Deep East Oakland, I served majority black and brown students. Over 70% of our families under the poverty line. These are some of the hardest working people I have ever seen in my life. They get up.
Oh, yeah. Okay, bro. Wow. Yeah. And Albanians? What about Can you talk about my people while you're at it? Are we hardworking too? I would like some brownie points right now.
They have 2 or 3 jobs, 3 or 4 children.
I would argue
because of their economic status, right?
Because of liberal policies that is the government telling them that they can and cannot succeed, because of how high our property taxes are here, because we do not have school choice where they can take their dollars somewhere else. If you put those same families in redder districts in the country, like places in Florida and Texas or Virginia, where they have better options for their family, you would definitely see them be able to succeed.
And where black and brown children are still underperforming in schools.
But coming from Florida.
You don't want the answer to that. you don't know where that's gonna lead you, lady. You don't know the end of the political journey. You need to stop asking questions and shut the fuck up. You can never talk about why they're underperforming, bitch. Fucking Richard Spencer is resurrected. Oh, bro, I'm getting 2016 energy from this video. Yeah, but who knows why?
The school that I was at, it's graded from like A to like D, F. When I started there, it was a C school. Very poor performing. And technically, sure, they have school choice. They don't have state tests anymore. But they're still so badly performing. The community of it, black, brown, very little white students in that community. But not to say that student of color can't be more affluent, but I think it's ridiculous to kind of say that color doesn't play a part into disparities and just.
IQ? Play the music, chat. Oh, I don't have the Joker music anymore. Fuck.
Disadvantages. So in Florida, a lot of people that I had encountered weren't kind to others, and sometimes I would have coworkers call students retarded and using racist slurs and things like that. And
they call people retarded? I hate when people use that word. Like, if you're supposed to say you're a fucking retard. If you say you're retarded, that's soft. That's weak, right? But you're a fucking retard, bro. That's the one that stings. That's the one that gets under their skin, all right? Students, one in the chat if you're listening, students, okay? I'm kidding. Guys, be nice. Be hearts in the chat. Be inclusive with, come on, hearts in the chat for everyone on earth.
From my standpoint, hearing something like that, it disgusted me. My coworkers very quickly were able to kind of distinguish me from the rest. Like, if I was gonna come to the teacher's lounge, more hushed conversation, people wouldn't share as much as they used to.
You know I'd be a bad parent. Remember when I posted that video on Twitter and I showed it on stream? I was teaching my nephew, right? He's in kindergarten, right? Last year I was teaching him, I was punching this plastic fan. It was like buzzing. It was a hot summer day. And I kept punching it and he would laugh and he'd copy me. And then my older brother's like, oh, finally something you guys are bonding over, right? And now I'm in huge trouble because he got expelled from kindergarten for punching the teacher in the face and other students, right? And I've been talking about his problem for a while. But yeah, I don't think I'm allowed to babysit ever again, you know? Because they're impressionable, these little suckers, you know? Yeah. I'm like, what kind of fucking loser gets banned from kindergarten? It wasn't funny at all, but I thought that's impossible because they were like paying the teacher, bro. He could only go like once a week now. Fuck.
To just because I would call out behavior like that.
Teachers with guns make schools safer.
Dude, I'm such a bad influence. I was like, hey, did you get expelled from kindergarten? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, why? He's like, I don't like that. No, I said, do you not like your teacher? He's like, I don't like her. And I smiled, and he looked at me, and he smiled, and I was like, fuck, dude, I'm so bad at this. Yeah, but kindergarten's a drag, right? Well, now it's a drag show, but...
You know what? I'm going to disagree.
So I was really in between. I didn't really know how I felt about this issue at first. But then I started looking at places that had armed their teachers. So I believe that model is good. It has to be voluntary.
Yes.
So the teachers have to want to do it themselves. They have to be well trained.
Yes.
They have to have background checks periodically. That has been successful.
If we're trusting teachers, which in some cases we do, in some cases we don't.
You know what's the funniest argument ever? Is when at drag shows, the left gets angry and says, hey, you hate transgender people because you're not letting them twerk on children for money. And I'm like, yo, you know you could be a straight white male, and if you're doing that, that's fucking illegal. I don't think I have a problem with anything else besides the whole grab. There's these Twitter videos where they're grabbing money. Right? The kids are holding money. It's some satanic shit. When you watch it, it's actually not funny,
But if my mindset is that if we're going to trust teachers to mold our children's minds and educate them, they're there for 8 hours a day. We should also trust and kind of enable them to protect them.
Why do Republicans always look better than liberals who tend to look homeless? It's actually not true because all of Hollywood is lib. So, yeah. You know why I say that though? I love to take a dig at them and say they're ugly, but I feel like you're doing a disservice to young men because you have to teach young men that liberals can be pretty. The devil's pretty, right? The devil's very good looking. You have to know that 80% of the women in your life you meet are fucking bitches, liberals, and they're pretty. They're gonna get you. You have to be guarded with that information. You can't say all liberals are ugly, because that's how they get your ass. You need to assume that they're the most beautiful sirens, right? Because that's how you're gonna get canceled, is you're gonna let them in your house, because you're gonna be like, oh, look at this. You can't be a liberal. You're just too pretty. Don't ever think like that. They got all my friends like that.
Themselves and our kids physically. I think by no means should we ever force a teacher to carry a gun, but if a teacher is willing to take on the responsibility of learning how to handle a weapon properly, I think that we should allow them to do that for us, and it frankly would be an incredible service to us.
Yeah, sirens come in all sorts of shapes and sizes.
All right, so just to break it open, this conversation is so much more nuanced than to arm or not to arm. And if you want to save a school, you need to get parental engagement.
Here's my question. How come in third world countries where they kill each other on the street, gangbanging, and they're very violent, how come they don't have school shooters? Like, not even one. And then I can't talk about anything further now. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to, get in trouble, but you know what I'm saying.
Let's look at the mindset of the individuals that are going into these homes with firearms. Those individuals are not mentally okay. There's something wrong happening, whether it's at school, in the house, whether it's, who knows, maybe it's something they're consuming online. And I think that's the parent's job to continue to engage to make sure that child is healthy. A lot of these kids as well that are going into schools that are not mentally healthy, they're coming from single-parent households. They're living with their grandparents. There's something intrinsically with their identity that's broken. And I think that whether you arm a school or you don't, it's not going to change it if you don't.
So, like, I don't get why people allow their kids to even go to school. They're not getting smart there. Everyone knows that. There's potential they get shot, and they're learning about sexual imagery. It's like you're just feeding your kid to Moloch at this point.
Don't address the real issue.
I agree with you that people that are, perpetrating these crimes and these
Moloch
mass
is sitting right
casualties
here.
are messed up individuals. I would absolutely agree.
Where's Moloch?
Mass shootings are a uniquely American problem. So if we try to understand what's the root, why is America solely have that problem, I would say it's a gun culture problem. So if the idea is, should we try to remove aspects of gun culture that really pervade in our society, should we do that, or should we just increase the amount of firearms we can have in every single space, just so that way we're properly ready for a gunfight whenever
I want
it
to
comes
clarify
up.
gun culture. Are you saying that there's like the shoot 'em up, bang 'em up video games? Or are you saying
No, I wouldn't say it's video games. I'd say institutions like the NRA that heavily impose, you need to own not just firearms, but as many firearms as you can.
I have 8 guns.
I personally would not like to be armed. I do not want to take lethal action.
No pun intended.
In the classroom, and I want to make it a safe and inclusive environment. Arming teachers is a response measure to particular violence that goes on in our schools here in America. And personally, I think we should focus more towards solutions to prevent these occurrences from happening, rather than just implementing responses implying that these actions will occur.
And I'm just going to be honest with you. You don't want me to have a gun, because I had to go back to therapy in the last few months. And so I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, what your plan was. But I would also say mental health. We got to understand some of these school shootings are done because people have snapped.
People have natural biases and things like that, and people could act on those biases. Then they could be guns drawn and not a clear mind, As a parent, how would you feel knowing that you don't know which teachers have a gun and you've had bad experiences with prior teachers? What if that teacher that absolutely,
So
blown
my answer to your question is, I feel the same way about the guard in front of my kid's school. I don't really know the guard, but he's gone through training, and I presume that he knows what he's doing. And frankly, I feel the same way about a police officer. I don't need the police officer, but they've gone through training and they were willing to take on that responsibility. And so I would apply the same logic. It's so interesting that you bring that up, because it really ties back to why I feel like we need to be careful about how much responsibility we're saddling teachers with teaching our kids values, right? On the one hand, the system is saying, trust our teachers, they know better than you parents. We should be able to teach them what they need to know about.
Focus on the symbol on his shirt. It's the peace symbol, right? Don't let these liberal cucks fool you. That's the cross inverted upside down and snapped in half. This is New Ageism coming from Masons, Freemasons. It has nothing to do with love. They're lying. It's a deception.
Sexuality. On the other hand, you guys are admitting that many teachers are not really checked for mental issues. We don't really know what
His name is Mason. Dude, anyone's name who is Mason is probably a pedophile.
happening in these classrooms.
I'm not
We
saying
don't
that
know about
teachers
what
are not
friction.
checked. We very frequently have like professional development days where we got self-care. So I wouldn't say many by any means. And when I'm coming into the workplace,
You know, to be a liberal, you're either a pedophile
who could actually save those children.
you guys get to play like the main characters in the anime, and I'm just like, what, the rich supervillain? I'm supposed to be like on my yacht here. I don't even have a fucking yacht, bitch. I'm supposed to be this. I'm supposed to play the rich, well-off supervillain. Yeah, no. I want to come from like a poor place. I want to be the main character of the anime. Okay, right? I'm tired of being the villain.
Literally going at each other, talking about who was more oppressed. It's not a matter of if something.
And then the teacher says, "Okay, well, which race, Zherka, do you want to label as the new villain?" And I go, "Oh, wow, this is the part that I shouldn't say on Twitch." I go, let me think about this. And I just scratched my chin here, and I was like, eeny, miny. Hey, two-state solution guy, come here. Totally having fun here.
Was racist, it's a matter of when something was racist or how the racist thing happened. So they automatically assume, critical race theorists, that racism is embedded into every single thing. How do you look a child, specifically a black child, in the eye and tell them, I'm sorry for you because of your skin color? There's no hope for you in the greatest country literally for them, because black Americans are the most successful black people in the entire world. And then turn around and look at a white child and say, sorry, you're responsible for the atrocities of 200 years ago.
All I have to add to that is that in our home and with our faith, I teach my children that it is awful to make someone feel hopeless or pitied. You're damning them to a future of failure if you are telling them, oh, I pity you and I'm going to do these things for you, instead of coming alongside them and supporting them and doing something for themselves that pulls them out of that hopelessness. And I think that those are two of the worst things that we can do as a broader society.
You know what I love about America? My mother immigrated from Morocco. She's a Jewish person. Everywhere around the world, we're known as the Jew. In America, we're known as American. And I think there's something so powerful about empowering any community to be American and to succeed based on your own merit. We don't look back into why we can't. We look into why we can. And so when my family taught me since I was a little girl, I can, I learned that I could. And that's why I think this country has empowered me so much. I want to see the same thing for kids of all colors in the United States. But if we're teaching them that there is no hope for them and that people will always look at them in a different way, then how are they going to hear the message of I can? My question for liberal teachers is, do they think that it's the right place for them to impose liberal ideas in classrooms, knowing that they have many students who come from conservative families? And I find that many of the schools have become battlegrounds for those kinds of ideas. And when teachers are bringing those issues to the classrooms, it's forcing families and conservative kids to have to address these issues. And we believe that they're simply too young to deal with those kinds of complex matters at that age.
Yeah, she's hard.
Okay, so first of all, I think we need to define what critical race theory is. Critical race theory is a theory that Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw and a bunch of former Harvard law students came up with, where they theorize that within certain American laws, racism is just embedded. And so I'm sorry for your experience, because you shouldn't have to go through that. Nobody should have to go through that. I don't tell my son you can't do anything. I have to tell my son you have to work twice as hard. I have to tell my son you're a black man in America. There's certain things you need to do to survive.
I mean, first, I think the idea that we are teaching children critical race theory in schools is ridiculous. As he pointed out, this is a high level, like university level framework. You are not going to walk into like Isabel's elementary school 5th grade classroom and see Isabel telling these people about the legal structures. In my opinion, how I define myself as an American, right? I define myself as someone who is proud of my country.
Right, but again, they don't want college students talking about this. They want to incept the minds of the youth, as the minds are plastic. They want to incept ideas. They don't care about the discussion.
Someone who can look at the mistakes that my country has made in the past and the things that are keeping other people oppressed and recognize that these are still existing and that we need to work towards changing that. So I don't see how critical race theory could be anti-American.
John, what college did you graduate from? From the one that you don't go in debt, but you become rich as fuck as babes DM you trying to suck your dick. I'm from Twitch High. That's where I graduated from. What about you? Right? What level of debt are you in? Fucking loser. Fucking college student. Fucking loser.
Because that's how I define American. And I think it's very nuanced because people define American in many different ways,
I actually
right?
don't completely disagree with your definition of it. I think that maybe you think it's systemic and I think it's the individual. But I think that even in nuanced ways, like the example that she gave, I've heard examples where my nieces have been segregated in the classroom at 4th and 5th grade. And like, well, did this happen to you? Do you have a 2-parent home? Are your grandparents raising you? And like, there's this line of victimhood. And as a woman that has dealt with sexism, I do definitely teach my daughters, like as a girl in this country, it is going to be a different experience than your father had. But I don't think it's beneficial at all to kind of institute that victimhood in their long-term mentality, because then you actually start to see kids that are like, oh, well, they're different than me, so therefore their life could be better or worse than mine. And instead of engaging with those people, they step away.
I don't believe that there's a victimhood to it. I think it's just kind of amplifying that, hey, this is the truth, this is what happens, and let's move forward with that. Having that knowledge to be able to kind of navigate through life is better than just, oh, well, I assume I'm the same as, my white counterpart. Oh, why is she able to do this? Why does she have this opportunity that I don't have?
But they are the same.
But she has that
They
opportunity.
are the same, is what we're
I
saying.
think what the difference is, we're stating normative statements, and you guys are claiming that we're presenting prescriptive claims. So the normative statement that we're presenting is, these events happen in American history. These are the outcomes that have led from those events. What you guys are saying is, we're then adding prescriptive statements, which is, that's why you should never really try, because you'll never make it in this country.
That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that if you negatively press a child with these thoughts, that will be the outcome, because that's how human beings work. This is a psychological fact.
The quality of education is the government's job.
I believe it is the government's job. Look, our funding comes through government. I mean, our schools are government entities. So it is. Policies are government. Everything's government. I mean, if you're in public education, you're in government. We're bureaucrats. That's literally our job. So it is government's job. So yeah, I believe it is. I believe it is the job of the government, because schools are government. That's literally what they are. They're government institutions.
Yes, I completely agree. Government provides a certain quality to education. Obviously, they haven't provided those funds. They haven't provided those policies that are pro-teacher or anything like that. So it really shows in our education, in kids, and all around. We're just not.
Yeah, if your kid doesn't go to a private school, you failed as a parent. Like, sorry to say this, chat, but you're a failure. If you have kids, if anyone has kids in this chat, I'm talking to you. And you know you're mad because it's the truth. It's the fucking truth, okay? You couldn't afford to send your kid to private school because you didn't try hard enough. That's the truth. Is that you're a loser. You're a loser parent. You send him to public school. You send her to public school. You failed. You failed, okay? Today I'm dressed as the high school bully.
At the quality that other countries are at.
I was going back and forth because what a government is, oftentimes is character.
Not everyone can be a streamer in their 20s like you. You have life on easy mode. That's not true. I worked construction, and then I worked sales, and then I worked as a bouncer getting my face punched in against urinals. Okay, I think I earned this spot, bitch. You have life on easy mode, not me, okay? You go battle knives and come back, you fucking little bitch.
As like this entity of like a group of people up there deciding what goes on. Where no, like government is just collective organization.
You know how hard it is to have a sense of humor and go viral for being funny when your life sucks and you literally have $8 to your name, okay? When you have to turn into a drug dealer to pay people back. You know how hard that life was? It's just all the babes made it a lot easier. Like, I kept forgetting I'm broke. I had all the chicks, right? I'd collect them like Pokemon. I was so evil. I was like a super villain. Now, the only thing I can think of is that fucking turkey stuffing I have waiting for me in the fridge. I can't wait to ditch you guys, man.
Does the government have a role in education? Absolutely. I think that parents have to play a role as well, and not only be involved with what their kid is learning in school, but also reinforcing strong educational skills. And that doesn't happen unless
these liberals want in the chat if they're going to hell.
There is parent involvement. I know the kids that are being worked on at home versus the kids that aren't. And it plays out in test scores, it plays out in their engagement in class, and it plays out in their behavior.
You have to remember that we're a representative government, that it's based on the people, right? And so these public school systems are waiting for the parents to come in and say, this curriculum is not what I want to teach my kids. We, the taxpayers, control the curriculum. But the problem is we haven't been...
This is what hell is, a dark room, except in hell, you cannot interrupt when the liberal starts going off in an emotional tangent.
Engaging in that system because we've been so distracted and pulled away from the education from our kids.
No, I would agree. Communities need to absolutely be more involved in their school boards and what's going on in education. And unfortunately, we don't have that. And oftentimes, a lot of politicians, albeit Republicans, that are trying to cut a lot of social programs and a lot of social...
You know why you know why it's always the left and the right fighting each other? Because the middle is the liberal, and they'll never tell you that. They control the world, okay? Their ideology has touched the four corners of the flat earth. But you'll never know. You're too busy talking about Sanders like an idiot.
Investment, as well as corporate Democrats who want to cut a lot of social investment. Both of those, we see areas of corruption within our education system.
Well, and let's be clear on what we're talking about government is. So when we talk about on a local level, it is government. That's literally what government is. When your kid goes into the school, they're going into a government institution. So I think when we're not talking about parents not being involved. I want you involved. Heck, please be involved. So I think our issue, when we were talking about government, we weren't talking about excluding parents. We're talking about it is government.
He's like, actually, my ideology is maximizing individual liberty. As long as it doesn't infringe on anyone else's rights, we can twerk in front of your children. And everyone's like, Well, as a Christian, let me think about this through a democratic process. Let me keep traumatizing my kid for 4 years. Let me think about it. Like, is that really a conservative? You sit there and you think while your kids are being traumatized? Give me a break. There are no real conservatives. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, it's only the Saudis. It's the last true conservatives.
Government's job to make this entity, which is public education, function. It has to. If government's not involved, you have no money.
So you guys teach in government schools, public schools. Essentially, you're teaching a diverse student body. You have conservatives, you have liberals. How can you better represent us, half of this country? It's sadly causing us to lose faith in you guys. We want to support you guys. We want to send our kids to your schools.
No, it's your fault. Conservatives need to know it's your fault, okay? It's your fault. That's it. The moment you guys turned into these Mike Pence, soft-spoken neocons is the moment you guys gave up. That's the truth, okay? Because when conservatives say, hey, liberals, shut your fucking mouth, you're a fucking retard, the liberal gets embarrassed and goes, yeah, I'm being a little retarded, sorry. But nobody says that to them anymore. You just let them twerk in front of your kids now.
Classrooms. And I think that when we talk about all these differences, how do we sort of represent both of these sides, right? How do we bring these people together? I think it's also really important to remember that historically this curriculum is one-sided in favor of conservative views, in favor of supporting white students, not students of color, right? And so I think that
And that's why I love Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, he went full boomer, right? He's no Republican. He's his own thing. He just, what the fuck is going on? That's really what the party of Trump is. What the fuck is going on? And that's the energy you need in this society, because we live in a society.
We really, as a country, need to take a look at our education system. I think we can all agree that there needs to be a lot of change in the system, right? And look at how we can build a system that represents, reflects, validates.
Why is she dressed like a ghost from Outlast?
The experiences and identities of everybody.
Beautiful. That's good, girl.
John Zherka, what about yay? Because Trump is becoming Rhino. Yeah, that's like adopting a loser mindset, dude. Okay? I see everyone ditching Trump for a losing campaign. And that's scary to me. That it's like, hey, we'd rather lose sounding like yay than having a fighting chance with Trump. Like, that's scary to me. That's terrifying. It's like, don't ever do that to me here, okay? Stop, okay? Unless you think Ye can be president, then look at the dude. They farm people who are dying on this channel. Are you kidding me? I'm not even clicking that. That's just sad. I'm a genius.
Hi, my name is Tanmay Bakshi.
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old. I just turned 19 a couple days ago.
How can you be called a genius so early?
I personally don't really like to use that word.
What are some of your biggest accomplishments?
When I was 9, I had my first iOS app published to the App Store called T-Tables to, help kids learn their times tables.
Nice.
I found this documentary of IBM Watson.
Did you let your wife get banged by other dudes, Mr. Genius? Or are you sweating? That's a simple question for you, isn't it?
If you've heard of Watson playing Jeopardy. So I started messing around with the different IBM Watson AI services because they made those public on their cloud. And I actually found a bug in one of their services back when I was 11.
It's so funny.
I've authored 4 books on the world of technology. That's something I love to do. Working on applications all the way from analyzing your brainwaves to give people the ability to communicate artificially to working with McDonald's at IBM right now, using machine learning to take your orders in the drive-thru.
No wonder you're called a genius.
I was thinking back what I was doing at those ages. I was like, yeah. I was watching That's So Raven at 12.
Oh my goodness.
Only a genius would wear a t-shirt with a blazer.
So many questions now. Did you ever feel like you were already different than other kids, or did people tell you you were different?
I remember back when I was a kid.
My wife's boyfriend told me I was a genius. That's the first time that, I don't like to use that term for myself, but that's the first time that I had somewhat of a speculation that maybe I was different.
And I would go to my friend's house and I'd be like, what's a fun activity? We should try writing some code. I should teach you to code. And so it took me a while to realize that that's not something that people are generally as interested in as I am.
I think I did web in high school and coding, oh my goodness. I was so frustrated with all the carrots. It's like JavaScript, no bueno.
A long time ago, I took coding classes, but I guess I just dropped out because it was really boring.
And how old are you, Chelsea?
I'm 11 years old, not to be called a genius. Too young.
How do you
personally define intelligence, and do you think that it can truly be quantified?
Intelligence is really hard, if not basically impossible, to quantify into one metric. Take IQ scores as an example. They are still used as this way of making people feel like inferior or superior in a way that really doesn't matter.
I work in a Title I low-income school, and it never paints the full.
Yikes. If feminists were 100%
Abortion is murder,
honest.
and I still support it. 3, 2, 1.
I don't want to get flamed for this, but I have a rationale.
What if you could speak your mind
Yikes.
without fear of judgment? We brought together 7 strangers, protected their identities, and created a space for them to be completely honest. What will be revealed when they take the mask off?
I have slut-shamed someone.
Hell yeah, I have. I mean, I probably did it last week. You know what I mean? Like, I think I don't do it to people's faces, but like, misogyny runs so deep. I'm gonna think bad things about a girl that's prettier than me.
Really?
I'm gonna,
I've
like,
never
oh,
done
she's
that.
like-
You're clearly a bad person.
I went to Catholic school.
That's
We
why
were
you
forced to
sound
sign
like the
chastity
devil
cards, like
in
physical
hell right
cards.
now.
We had the whole presentations where they literally would like wrap a present and then like rip it apart and kick it and be like,
Literally?
"This is what happens when you have sex before marriage." And like, I was definitely kind of to some of my like first friends who had been like having sex for a while or whatever. It's definitely partially a product of like religion and the way that this whole country is tied into Protestantism and everything as well. When I was in 8th grade, there was this girl, my friend group, they would slut shame her because she was always like hypersexual. And once me and her got close, I found out that she was sexually assaulted.
Yeah, like every hypersexual human being, all right? There's no such thing as a hypersexual human being that has not been assaulted. That's never in the history ever happened, okay?
And so, you know, ever since she told me her story, I stopped slut shaming. Even if I don't agree with what someone is doing, I just say that is their business and they will take it up with God on their judgment day. It don't got nothing to do with me.
I've used my sexuality for personal gain.
Here we go. Oh,
Listen,
look at
if
that.
I'm gonna be oppressed for it, I'm gonna use it to my advantage when I want to. Like, it's something that is unavoidable. Okay, I think I misunderstood. Okay, so I like it. I'm gonna flip it. Oh, I was like, okay, got it. All right. My whole life I felt like I was sexualized, and I was an early bloomer too. So I felt like I was constantly sexualized as a child, and when I got like past like losing my virginity and then
Yeah,
being,
only disgusting people are early bloomers with puberty, okay? You know when I started liking girls, I was 17 and a half. It was very late. Just into gaming and that's it.
groomed and then being assaulted, and I got to the age where I was like, that's so f***ed up that it was kind of like a revelation for myself, being like, if it's what'll get me like what I need, I'll use it. Yeah, you know, like if I'm gonna get catcalled, I might as well get something out of it. You know? Like not monetary personal gain, but internal personal gain.
Money
Like,
is your goal.
Getting positive reinforcement, that sort of thing. I still feed into the insecurity of if I'm not getting that, like
Jesus
what am I
hates
worth?
you, bro.
And I feel like that's very dangerous. I'll be, you know, getting dressed for a night out or to go out, and I'm like, why am I wanting to dress a certain way? What kind of attention do I really want to get?
Not all women should be believed.
Okay, I'm gonna start here and then figure out if I change it later. I'm automatically switching. I rethought this. I think that the first thing that jumped into my head that made me like go with, like I agree with this, is all those stupid ass white women that call the cops irresponsibly and without reason and stuff like that. That's sort of where my logic went in on this. Not so
Yeah, because when it's white, it's bad, right?
much regarding like SA and stuff like that, because I would support any woman.
Really? What about Ghislaine Maxwell? Do you believe her? After she raped all those children on Epstein Island? And since you support all women, you want to hear her out. You're supporting rape now because you're a liberal. That's where your ideology, that's the end of your ideology, really, right? Believe all women. Now you're believing in Jeffrey Epstein's best friend.
And even if she's lying, I'm still gonna believe her. I feel like there's like a line.
What the fuck does that mean?
Obviously, believe all women when it comes to, sexual assault. But then there's like the line that like knowing that people are bad. There are people who want to do harm. And if they're a woman, then it sucks, I guess why I went with this is to say, not immediately saying no right away. And to be like, okay, here we are, this happened, let's talk about it. I think for me it comes from the misogynistic idea that a lot of women just lie because they're like Jezebels and like they're just we're just like tricksters for some reason. Like a lot of people, specifically men, think like, oh well, they're just saying it to get
Oh
fame
no,
or
women
fortune
never
or whatever.
lie.
And I'm like, can you name one of the people that Bill Cosby assaulted? No. My initial, similar to you, is just like, yes, I want to hear what this woman has to say because I've been lied to way more by men in my life than by women.
Canceling men is necessary for progress.
I feel like it's a double-edged sword. I'm not necessarily pro-cancel culture, but I'm pro holding people accountable. But I feel like with canceling men, I feel like we saw this a lot with Andrew Tate. It was really good that we were bringing attention to it, and women saw how much of a scumbag he was. And I feel like a good amount of men did too. But at the same time, it became kind of like a joke. It became entertainment for men.
I agree with accountability for sure. I feel like canceling someone or canceling a singer or a rapper or whatever, just not listening to their music or not supporting them. But men as a system, that's not possible. They hold the power. So not, engaging with them isn't gonna progress us any further. We have to engage with them to progress further.
You need to be able to convert
Because men rule the world.
with the issue to have the issue fixed. Because if you run to cancel someone, then they're going to be defensive and not learn anything from it. If somebody really and truly, I think, should be canceled fully, they should just be convicted, put behind bars. There is a crime, a real crime.
Sometimes jail doesn't even work because Bill Cosby's out of jail. He got out on a technicality.
Exactly, I don't trust the system. I as much as the example I'm currently always going back to is the Brock Turner case. Because if he raped a girl and he got 6 months probation, served 3 of it, and the way I've seen cancel culture help in that case, I feel like sometimes cancel culture can step in where the law and our government and our judicial system fail.
Abortion is murder, and I still support it.
I feel like it's a really rude question in a way. That's interesting.
I didn't even phrase the question.
I don't want to get flamed for this.
No, but
I have a rationale. Yeah. So I 100%, anybody that wants an abortion should have full access, no barriers, everything. I think, and I'm not even sure I agree with saying that it's murder, but I think that sometimes people talk about abortion very callously and ignore the trauma that is associated with it, even if you have zero regrets, it's the best decision you've ever made in your life. Women that I've listened to and heard from and read opinions from, it's still a traumatic experience. I don't know. I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say, but I think just the weight of it now has been lessened a little bit. I think that is shifting back again though because of the awful recent events. But I would say for the past 5 years or so, I've just heard it in my own community. It's tossed around lightly, and I don't necessarily think that it should be handled really lightly.
I agree with the latter half of this statement. I feel like it's if it were to be considered murder, I would still support it.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, then yeah, I would say that changes it. Because it's not, it's still, even if it is murder, it's not an easy choice. That makes it even more of a difficult conversation, It's such a deeper thing.
This question is actually making me really emotional because I just gave birth in February, and I love my son. He's my world. But thank you. I recently thought I was pregnant again, and I'm not in a position to have another baby right now. Any baby I think I want to keep, but I knew if I was pregnant this one, I wouldn't have been able to keep. So, and I just know, some people who I know, they wouldn't have understood it. So, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
And that's the reality, It's not like people are maliciously trying to,
You know what I mean? It's like, it's a choice, and am I going to be able to provide for myself and my already born child? Or, you know, is this going to be healthy for my mental health? It's not like you are maliciously trying to destroy a clump of cells. It's your life, and that matters more than, in my opinion, than any kind of potential baby.
Absolutely.
I feel like because of this, of the dissolve of Roe v. Wade, like,
all of this trauma just to get off. Like, when you think of what casual sex is, it's just to get off. I'm horny. I got rid of it. All this trauma because of casual. Like, jeez. Just to get off. That's like a dog, dude. It's like a dog needs a nut.
I feel like I don't even want to try to have kids anymore. Like, they're doing the opposite thing to us. There are so many women who want to try, but we've heard the stories of women who have miscarriages and go in and try to get seen by a doctor and say, we can't do that, so we call your lawyer. And I have so many health issues. I have endometriosis, I have PCOS. Like, I have everything under the female sun that could exist. I could very easily carry a pregnancy that's not good. I could very easily die from a poly pregnancy. And the fear that if for one day this expanded and reached where I live, I could die, you know? And it's so scary. And it deters women like me who are on the fence from even wanting to have kids.
The future isn't female.
As much as I want to fight for it, I see this misogyny in my brothers, and you know, my father even told me when I was in high school. I asked him, I said, "Do you think men are superior to women?" And he said, "Yeah," to my face. I'm as
no shit.
eldest daughter, his only daughter, you know. So that hurts, and to see that, it puts a really gray tone over the world for you. I guess I'm super radical, and I'm like, just end all of this stuff. Like, and so I feel like feminism is for the time being. I want to end gender as a whole, because I think it's binding and it's oppressive. So I feel like the future is neither female nor male.
I don't know. I do like the concept of gender because to some degree, it is not who we are as a whole, but it does make us. I like identifying as a woman. And also I'll challenge that by saying who are gonna be the ones to be the voices for queer people and non-binaries, because it's not gonna be cis hetero men.
That's true.
It's gonna be women.
Yeah.
We're gonna have you put your masks back on. Thank you so much.
So what's the point of being anonymous? Now we know exactly who they are. That last scene is so stupid. This is degen, man. Yeah, I'm going to bed. This is just too much, dude. I'll do this tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow, I promise. Okay. Here, I'll give you something good stuff. I'll give you some good stuff to cheer you guys up, okay? Here's my YouTube channel. Go like everything and get me on the algorithm. And go watch all the new shit. And fuck with me, because I fuck with you. I fuck with you, chat. And recently, chat, I had an abortion through my stomach. And, you know, I love ya.
Ain't no question if I want it, I need it. I can feel it slowly drifting away from me. I'm on the edge, so why you playing? I'm saying I will never ever let you live this down, down, down. Not for nothing, I've foreseen it, I dreamed it. I can feel it slowly drifting away from me. No more chances if you blow this, you bogus. I will never ever let
chances. The devil dances and eventually answers to the call of autumn. All them falling for the love of ballin'. Got caught with 30 rocks, the cop looked like Alec Baldwin. Inner century anthems based off inner city tantrums, based off the way we was branded. Face it, Jerome get more time than Brandon. And at the airport they check all through my bag and tell me that it's random, but we stay winning. This week has been a bad massage. I need a happy ending and a new beginning and a new fitted and some job opportunities is lucrative. This the real world, homie. School finished. They just stole your dreams. You don't know who did it. I treat the cash the way the government treats says. I won't be satisfied till all my niggas get it. Get it?
Ain't no question if I want it, I need it. I can feel it slowly drifting away from me. I'm on the edge, so why you playing? I'm saying I will never ever let you live this down.
It's hip-hop, just a euphemism for a new religion. The soul music of the slaves that the youth is missing. But this is more than just my road to redemption. Malcolm West had the whole nation standing at attention. As long as I'm in polo smiling, they think they got me. But they'll try to crack me if they ever see a black me. I thought I chose a field where they couldn't sap me. If a nigga ain't shooting the jumps, I run to trap me. But this pimp is at the top of Mount Olympus, ready for the World Games. This is my Olympics. You make them say oh, cause the game's so pimpish.
Yo, Zherka, shout out to you for the raid.
I insisted to get
Zherka,
up
I'm walking to Fredericksburg in the highway at 5:30 a.m. and I'm about to get hit. I'm literally on the highway right now, Zherka. Shout out to you for the raid, bro, but like, I'm literally on the highway. I'm literally on the highway. I've been walking from Austin since yesterday. Shout out to you. This is so